In the smoldering aftermath of a great battle, a massive molten creature dissolves into slag. As the last embers fade, a voice confirms with relief that the foe has finally retreated. The warrior Goran grits his teeth, frustrated they couldn't land a killing blow on the Demon Lord. Hero Eric agrees, stating their enemy will likely be unable to move for some time. Elsewhere, a red-cloaked mage named Luck feels he can finally return to his family. His companion Goran calls out his name, but Luck is lost in his own thoughts. Luck contemplates a crystal, wondering if he can corrupt it with demonic power. From afar, Eric smiles wryly, while Goran looks on with weary exasperation at their friend. Pulled from his trance, Luck turns and apologizes, asking if someone had spoken to him. Goran smiles, explaining that the thought of family waiting is what has sustained them. He hopes Luck finds family too, but Luck quietly states that they are already his family. A sepia-tone memory shows their legendary party of 4 united against a colossal demon. Back in the present, Luck's senses suddenly scream a warning as he walks. His companions turn as he freezes in the fleshy corridor, sensing an imminent danger. A horde of red demons erupts from the darkness, and Goran shouts in disbelief. Eric draws his glowing sword, shocked that so many of the enemies still remain. Panting heavily, Goran's grim face reveals they are at their absolute physical limits. Eric agrees but insists they cannot die, as the hero's power will be needed again. A soft blue light begins to emanate from Luck's hand as he prepares to act. With his back to them, Luck commands his friends to go on ahead and leave this to him. His friends furiously protest, calling him a fool for thinking he can fight alone. Luck's expression is intense as he reminds them of the families waiting for their return. He hesitates for a brief, heavy moment, torn by the weight of his decision. With a sudden, decisive move, he physically shoves his 2 friends toward the exit portal. Eric's face is a mask of shock and anguish as he is pushed away from his friend. Goran's eyes are wide with disbelief and horror at their friend's sudden sacrifice. The fleshy tunnel begins to close, and Luck offers a quiet, final apology. Eric and Goran are forced through the swirling portal, leaving Luck behind to face the horde. Tears of frustration stream down Goran's face as he curses their helplessness. Eric screams his friend's name, a final, desperate plea for him not to die. Luck stands alone and resolute, his back turned to the closing portal. He is a solitary silhouette against the brilliant, fading light of the exit. He leaps into the demonic horde, a massive magic circle flaring to life beneath him. The grotesque demons are caught completely off guard by his sudden solo assault. The distant moon hangs in the starry sky, a silent witness to his last stand. A predatory smirk on his face, Luck taunts the demons, challenging them to pass. He unleashes a torrent of light, vowing to protect his friend's escape at any cost. The battle rages, the number 20 marking another wave of slain demons. Another group falls, the count rising to 30 amidst a spray of black ichor. The slaughter continues relentlessly, the kill count now at a staggering 40. Yet another wave of demons is obliterated, the tally reaching an unbelievable 50. Luck stands atop a mound of dissolving corpses, his cloak tattered from the fight. Panting heavily, he admits he's lost count as the bodies turn to black mist. He feels his limit approaching as the seemingly endless army shows no sign of stopping. Elsewhere, Eric is ensnared by a powerful, high-ranking demon god general. Dark, shadowy tendrils wrap around Eric's face, beginning to drain his life force. The demon god general gloats, explaining this is a high-level magic only they can use. The creature's silhouette looms over the struggling Eric as it uses life transfer. Eric gasps for breath, feeling his magic and life force being siphoned away. He realizes his physical defenses were useless against this new type of attack. His analysis complete, Eric declares it's his turn to use the very same spell. A glowing eye sigil appears on his hand, ready to unleash the stolen magic. Eric counters with a life transfer technique, turning the tables on his foe. The demon god general is pierced by Eric's now empowered sword. Eric explains with a smirk that he can analyze any magic he's hit with once. He reveals the technique now allows him to heal and replenish his energy simultaneously. His sword glows with stolen power, now a perfect conduit for magic. Miles away, Luck feels the surge of power, his own sword glowing in response. With a wild grin, Luck roars that he can now fight for years. Time passes and a young blonde girl watches from a window in a dark city street. The girl's expression is one of quiet concern as she observes the scene below. A woman holding a candle gently tells the girl it's time for bed. She reassures the child that the country's great sage is watching over them. On a nearby rooftop, a hooded figure and a chicken listen to the sounds of the night. A fox-eared girl looks at the chicken with curiosity, asking it what is wrong. The fox-eared girl looks up at two other cloaked figures on a higher platform. Her expression is one of innocent curiosity as she observes the scene. A puppet's control bar is shown as text explains Luck cast a spell on himself. This heretical magic forced his sleeping body to continue the fight. In a silent scream, he reveals that all his human emotions had vanished. A lone warrior stands in a desolate dimension, a field of swords before him. His face is streaked with grime, his expression one of pain but resolute determination. A faint blush of emotion returns to his face as a profound thought occurs to him. His internal monologue reveals it was this very enemy that reawakened his feelings. His expression twists into a determined snarl as he identifies his foe. The piercing white eyes of the Demon King glare from the darkness. With a tremendous roar, the hero lunges, identifying his enemy as the Demon King. The hero's blade clashes with the monstrous, skeletal form of the Demon King. The Demon King's body begins to disintegrate into a storm of black particles. A cataclysmic explosion of dark power erupts from the dissipating form. The Demon King's silhouette reforms, a solid mass of darkness against the chaotic energy. The creature's enraged face reappears in the smoke, not yet defeated. A magic circle forms around the hero as he prepares a new assault. He grits his teeth, shocked that his enemy has already recovered from the blow. Deciding a direct approach is necessary, he closes the distance in a flash. The Demon King's eyes widen in surprise at the audacious close-quarters attack. The hero thrusts his open palm directly towards the monster's chest. He unleashes his spell, shouting its name, Life Transfer. Just as his hand is about to make contact, a magical barrier appears. The hero cries out in disbelief as a hexagonal magic barrier flashes into existence. The barrier repels his attack, sending him flying backward through the air. He lands hard, skidding across the ground littered with broken weapons, his cloak torn. He pushes himself to one knee, looking up at the unscathed Demon King. He is thrown backward by the force of the blow. A shadowy blade impales him through the chest, his sword shattering from the force. He lands in a heap, the broken pieces of his sword scattered around him. The Demon King looms over him, mocking his chances against its might. A triumphant, almost manic smile spreads across the hero's face. He roars that breaking his sword means nothing, as he is a mage. A complex magic circle erupts around him, the kanji for prison and flame flashing within. With a final desperate cry, the hero prepares to unleash his ultimate spell. A swirling vortex of energy erupts, the kanji for life transference blazing into existence. His face contorts in a scream of pure, unadulterated effort. He recalls being incinerated by his own hellfire while repeatedly casting the spell. A monstrous, burning face roars as the life-draining magic intensifies. His strategy is revealed. The flames consume the Demon King's barrier, allowing the true attack through. His hand glows with an eye-shaped sigil as he issues a challenge. With a manic grin, he presents the impossible choice: be burned or have your life stolen. The battle ends in a blinding, world-shattering flash of white light. The aftermath reveals a fleshy mound with his sword plunged into its center. From the dark, disturbed soil, a hand suddenly bursts forth. A rejuvenated, younger-looking hero emerges from a pool of black liquid, taking a deep breath. He stands naked, looking at the sword, and wonders aloud if he succeeded. A triumphant, fanged grin spreads across his face as he realizes he has finally achieved his goal. He raises his fist, celebrating that he has protected the heroes in the world. His chibi form lets out a sudden comical sneeze. Shivering, he realizes his clothes have been completely burned away. He gazes thoughtfully at the massive, ornate demon sword left behind. He decides he must sell the sword as he has no money or clothes. He recalls the long battle as they run down an endless, dark tunnel, unsure how long it lasted. His foot steps out of the darkness and onto soft, green grass. He looks around, his expression sharp and ready for whatever comes next. He finds himself in a forest under a starry sky, wondering where he is. He comes across a weathered signpost, hoping to find a road. The writing on the sign is unfamiliar, but he decides to follow the path anyway. He emerges from the dense forest onto the crest of a hill. He gazes upon a magnificent city with a grand castle and majestic aqueducts. He recognizes the sprawling city as the royal capital. Approaching the main gate, he notes that it feels different and has been expanded. Two guards at the gate watch his strange, shirtless approach with suspicion. He walks past the startled guards, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. A guard's sharp voice cuts through the air, telling him to wait. Peeking from behind a stone pillar, he asks what the problem is. He explains that an intense battle in another dimension destroyed all his belongings. The two guards listen to his bizarre story with serious expressions. The older guard places a sympathetic hand on his shoulder, concluding he was caught in an ogre stampede. The hero is utterly baffled by this mundane and incorrect assumption. He stammers, trying to explain it was a far more ferocious battle. The guards talk amongst themselves, understanding his plight as a young adventurer who lost everything. They tell him he was lucky to survive and should never give up. He gives up trying to explain and simply agrees to be more careful in the future. When asked for his identification, he dejectedly admits that he lost it. The guards decide to help him get a temporary ID and they ask for his name. With a bright, renewed smile, he introduces himself as Luck. The younger guard repeats the name with a questioning, thoughtful look. The two guards share a smile, finding the name quite fitting for his situation. The younger guard looks out at the city, remarking that it's a good name. Now in tattered clothes, Luck wanders through a bustling town square. He observes the friendly guards and peaceful atmosphere with a gentle smile. An older woman approaches, asking to speak with him before he goes to the guild. She asks if he is from the renowned warrior family of Garan. Luck stares back, completely confused by her question. He arrives before a magnificent, imposing building, marveling at its sheer size. Inside, he is refused entry by a stern blonde receptionist. Now behind bars, he pleads that if they just say Luck has arrived, everything will be understood. He explains that he wishes to see Garan, but admits he has no appointment. The receptionist sighs wearily, saying they get many such people and he cannot be granted entry. Luck insists, but the receptionist flatly states that his request is impossible. He grips the bars in frustration, his face contorted in a comical grimace. He shouts that he'll be back soon, but the receptionist tells him not to return. He walks dejectedly across a long stone bridge. He stands alone, pondering his next move. He resolves to buy new clothes, but decides getting his adventurer's card reissued is the priority. In the town square, his attention is caught by a massive, heroic statue of a mage. The stern, noble face of the stone mage gazes down upon the city. A small boy with him points out that the statue wasn't there before. Luck muses to himself that it's a very handsome-looking mage. He politely approaches a nearby citizen and asks who the statue depicts. The man looks down at him, asking if he truly doesn't know. The man looks him over from head to toe with a condescending air. He smugly concludes Luck must be a country child, which clearly irritates him. The man proudly declares the statue is of the great hero, Lord Luck. He explains that 10 years ago, Luck sacrificed himself to stop the demon god's army. As the story unfolds, Luck breaks out in a cold sweat, his face a mask of horror. The heroic, sparkling face of the idealized statue is shown in a close-up. Luck is frozen in shock, mouthing the unbelievable words, "This is me?" He frantically denies it, blurting out that he's not that handsome. The citizen becomes enraged at what he perceives as blatant disrespect. The man grabs Luck, shouting that the entire world exists thanks to the hero. Luck looks away, his expression pained and confused by the man's fanaticism. He thinks to himself that this all feels like some kind of elaborate scam. The man leans in menacingly, warning that Lord Luck's followers would kill him for such blasphemy. Walking away, Luck thinks to himself that the statue doesn't really look like him. He notes that it seems to incorporate elements of his friends, Eric and Goran. More importantly, he grapples with the stunning fact that everyone believes he is dead. He walks back towards the guild, determined to find answers. He reflects that it doesn't feel like he was gone for 10 long years. He arrives back at the massive Adventurers Guild headquarters, thinking there must be a mistake. A massive banner announces the Great Sage Lord Luck 10th Anniversary Thanksgiving Festival. The shock is so great that he collapses, realizing 10 years have truly passed. He forces himself to focus, deciding to get his card reissued first. He kneels before a kind-faced receptionist at a new consignment office. He wonders when the guild became a consignment office. A burly, rough-looking adventurer sitting nearby calls out to him. The man tells him to give up on reissuing a card and not to ignore him. The man condescendingly addresses him, calling him a child. Luck is annoyed by the comment, rubbing the back of his head in frustration. With hands on his hips, he retorts, asking in what way he is a child. The man scoffs, insisting that no matter how you look at it, he's just a child. But as he gets a closer look at Luck's face, his expression shifts to utter shock. A young man with two-toned hair touches his face in confusion, wondering who this child is. His burly companion, Goran, angrily retorts that the child is, in fact, him. Goran reflects on the impossible fact that his friend has de-aged after 10 years. From behind bars, Goran admonishes the young man, saying the guild is no place for kids. Luck panics, wondering if he overdid it with his life transfer spell as Goran yells. A guild receptionist watches the commotion, identifying the agitated man as the guildmaster. Goran's anger boils over as he grits his teeth, telling Luck not to mess with him. His tough facade suddenly shatters, and Goran breaks down into unrestrained, messy sobs. In a burst of raw emotion, his fist flies past Luck's head. The punch smashes a nearby teacup, releasing his pent-up frustration and grief. Luck looks back, startled by the sudden emotional outburst from his old friend. Goran grabs Luck by the collar, his face still a mask of raw feeling. His hand trembles with the force of his emotions. He pulls Luck into a bone-crushing hug, lifting him completely off the floor. The guild receptionist and other adventurers can only watch the scene, utterly stunned. The receptionist murmurs in disbelief that their formidable guildmaster was crying. Goran continues to weep, his face a mess of tears and sorrow. He sobs that he's so glad Luck came back alive, while Luck asks to be let go. Luck pats his friend's back, telling him not to cry, which Goran tearfully denies. Goran continues to wail, lamenting how weak he is to a woman's tears. The scene shows an empty room. Goran still trying to deny his tears. A platter of scones and a warm drink are presented to the reunited friends. Luck takes a bite and his eyes go wide, exclaiming how delicious the scones are. Goran explains he knew it was the real Luck who had come to the guild. He notices Luck's voracious appetite and asks if he's hungry. Luck explains he hasn't eaten in 10 years, his stomach sustained only by magic. Goran's face pales with alarm as he snatches the plate of scones away. Luck is shocked as Goran declares, "This is a terrible idea." Goran panics, yelling that eating solid food after a 10-year fast could kill him. He shouts for someone to bring hot gruel, pinching Luck's cheek to stop him. Luck pouts, his cheeks full, insisting that he's fine. Luck looks up, surprised by a newcomer who remarks on his lack of energy. A hooded figure arrives with a covered dish, and Goran expresses his relief. The figure is revealed to be Eric, who greets Luck by name, looking older. Eric remarks that both he and Goran have aged considerably. Luck recognizes his old friend Eric with a look of surprise. Eric's composure cracks, his eyes welling with tears as he says he's glad Luck returned. He too embraces Luck, and Luck sighs at his two blubbering old friends. Eric cries with relief, admitting he thought Luck had died 10 years ago. Luck smiles, acknowledging the long time that has passed, and says he's home. The three heroes are finally reunited, their long separation at an end. Later, Luck complains that the gruel he was forced to eat wasn't very good. Eric and Goran reflect on the 10 long years Luck spent saving the world. Eric points out that after a decade, it's Luck's de-aging that is most shocking. Goran agrees emphatically, shouting that Luck has actually gotten younger. Luck ponders this, theorizing his life transfer spell drained his own life force. His two friends stare back, their faces masks of pure, utter shock. A flashback shows Eric and Goran on a balcony, stunned that Luck defeated the Demon Lord. Luck appears behind them, cheerfully confirming he managed to do it. Goran struggles to believe Luck single-handedly defeated the Demon Lord. Goran exclaims that not even a national army could accomplish such a feat. Eric corrects him, explaining their country was surrounded and Luck's victory was no exaggeration. Eric tells Luck he accomplished that incredible feat all by himself. In the present, Goran raises a toast saying they must reward King Eric. Luck is completely taken aback, repeating the title King Eric in disbelief. He asks if Eric really became king, and Eric confirms it with a smile. Eric stands proudly, declaring himself the king of the country. Goran puffs out his chest, announcing he is now the Adventurers Guild Grandmaster. Luck smiles, realizing his two friends have risen high in the world. Goran enthusiastically calls Luck by his full noble title, Great Duke Luck Franzen. Luck protests, shouting that he is not a noble. Eric calms the situation, acknowledging Luck's own report of his victory. He points out the window, reminding Luck of the statue he had built in his honor. Eric explains that since Luck had no family, the other nobles couldn't oppose the title. The group discusses the fact that everyone believed Luck had died in the battle. Luck concedes that this is true. He realizes it's better if he remains dead to avoid political power struggles. Eric apologizes for the selfish measure, asking if there is any other choice. Goran looks at Luck, asking if he has a request. The idea of re-registering as a new adventurer is proposed. Goran is aghast, asking if Luck is serious about erasing his S-rank career. Luck stands up, declaring it's a good opportunity to start over from scratch. Goran mutters that it's a waste, but Luck challenges him to also get stronger. Luck looks on with a confident, clear gaze. He proclaims that if he becomes a formidable foe, they'll have fought enough. Eric and Goran share a look of immense pride and understanding. Goran acknowledges that he understands Luck's reasoning. Eric asks Goran, as guildmaster, if he can handle the re-registration. Goran's face sets in a look of firm resolve, telling them to leave it to him. A brand new, gleaming adventurer card is presented to him. Luck examines the new card with a curious expression. He looks up, confused, asking why his name has become Locke. The text clarifies his full name is Racklock Franson, and they used his middle name. Goran explains his new job as Warrior, rank F. He reveals that Locke's true S-rank magic swordsman class is hidden by shadow magic. A diagram shows how his F-rank status is a public facade for his true S-rank. Luck thanks them, acknowledging how difficult it was to forge such a card. Goran gives a thumbs up, telling him to rest, as they have an empty room. Locke expresses his gratitude as he's shown to his new quarters. His friends walk away, leaving Locke to contemplate his new path alone. He stands outside looking at the city and the guild, his new life ahead. A gentle, determined smile graces his lips. He reflects that while he wished to return with his friends, 10 years has changed everything. He takes a single, determined step forward, moving from shadow into light. A voice declares that from this step, the life of rookie adventurer Locke begins. 3 days later, the mansion stands quiet under a cloudy sky. A servant informs Eric and Goran that their guest still hasn't woken up. Eric calmly instructs her not to worry and to let him sleep. A delicious breakfast is laid out for the master. Goran looks on with profound relief, murmuring that he can finally rest. A young man with two-toned hair sleeps, a caption identifying him as the warrior who fought for 10 years. He stretches luxuriously in a soft bed, a smile spreading across his face as he realizes he was finally able to sleep. The title page shows the same man in adventurer's gear, explaining how he became a legend 10 years after his sacrifice. A fist pounds against a wooden door, the sound echoing with sharp, insistent thuds. In a grand, high-ceilinged room, a butler knocks repeatedly, calling out for Locke-san. The young man Locke begins to stir, a trail of drool on his cheek as he is pulled from his deep slumber. Sitting up in bed, he clutches his stomach, his first conscious thought being that he is hungry. From outside his room, the butler's voice calls again, asking if he is awake. Locke looks momentarily confused, his mind still fuzzy as he questions the name Locke. His eyes widen in a flash of understanding as he realizes the butler is calling for him. He opens the door to the butler, who sighs with immense relief upon seeing that Locke is alive. Scratching his bare leg, Locke wonders why he wouldn't be, as the butler explains his week-long absence. Locke exclaims in shock that an entire week has passed, a fact the butler confirms. The butler leads him down a long hallway, informing him that his master, Goran, is waiting in the dining hall. A burly, older man, Goran, greets Locke warmly, happy to see that he has finally woken up. Goran gestures to a breakfast spread, telling Locke not to worry and to eat, which Locke thinks looks delicious. Goran then presents a steaming pot of gruel, explaining that he prepared something special for him. As Locke eagerly slurps the soup, Goran suggests he should rest for the day after his week-long fast. With his mouth still full, Locke shakes his head, insisting he's rested enough and wants to find work at the guild. Goran agrees and offers to prepare a new magic sword for his adventures, which Locke gratefully accepts. Locke clenches his right fist, and a stark, black, cross-like marking on his hand seems to pulse with energy. Gripping the handle of his massive weapon, he decides it's time to set out on his adventure. The scene opens on a bright, clear day, with the silhouette of a tree against the sky. A beautiful, long-haired blonde woman in armor stands with her eyes closed in quiet contemplation. A younger blonde girl with a ponytail practices her sword swings with fierce determination. She pauses her training, her cheeks flushed from the exertion as she wipes her face with a towel. She looks over at Locke, who is speaking with an older, mustached man in a courtyard. The older man apologizes to her for his rude attitude and for her tattered clothes. Locke raises a hand in a cheerful farewell, announcing that he's heading out. The older man remarks that Locke's kindness is deeply appreciated despite his earlier actions. The younger blonde girl looks on, a pouting and slightly annoyed expression on her face. A massive, imposing statue of a regal woman with a crown gazes down upon the city square. Locke jogs through the square, muttering to himself that he's not used to running. He overhears a woman comforting a crying child, telling him to be strong like Luxima. Locke is horrified by this, thinking to himself that people shouldn't be used as educational tools. He walks away, a puff of steam coming from his head in frustration at the strange lesson. He arrives at the grand, multi-storied Adventurers Guild headquarters, its architecture ornate and impressive. Inside, he stands before a large quest board plastered with notices, scanning the available jobs. He smiles, observing the lack of high-stakes requests as a sign of peaceful times. He crouches to look at the lower-paying quests, noting the best ones are often given to rookies. He plucks a specific parchment from the board, deciding it's the right one for him. In the bustling guild hall, he approaches the reception counter with his chosen quest. He cheerfully asks the receptionist if he can take on the request by himself. The receptionist expresses concern, warning that a solo goblin hunt is dangerous for a new adventurer. Locke leans in, confidently telling her it's fine because he's actually an S-rank adventurer. The receptionist sighs, explaining that many rookies underestimate goblins and die, dismissing his claim. The blonde knight from the courtyard grabs him, furiously telling him not to be reckless and to listen to his elders. Locke is flustered, thinking to himself that she must be a very kind person to be so genuinely worried. He turns to two other adventurers standing nearby, playfully asking if they want to join him. He asks the pair who they are, his curiosity piqued by their sudden appearance. A spiky-haired boy and a female archer step forward, introducing themselves as F-rank adventurers. The boy Alio explains their party needs a vanguard and asks Locke to join their group. Locke protests comically, reminding them that he had planned on a two-person hunt. Alio flashes a charming smile, insisting that a three-person party would be much better. Defeated by his persistence, Locke gives a reluctant, chibi-style agreement to the new arrangement. Alio beams with a wide, victorious grin, pleased that his persuasion has worked. Outside the guild, Locke looks beleaguered as the others express their excitement about the quest. Alio gives a thumbs up, introducing himself and stating that he can use fireball magic. The archer, Jeannie, politely introduces herself, offering her archery skills to the party. As they walk across a bridge, Text explains the siblings are skilled at goblin subjugation and are young adventurers. Alio asks Locke if he has changed much over the years, sparking a conversation. Locke is confused as Alio points out he should be 40 after fighting for 10 years in another dimension. Flustered, Locke insists he's older than them, while Alio remarks on his youthful appearance. The party journeys into the wilderness, crossing a natural stone bridge over a deep chasm. They continue their trek through the rugged landscape, passing by a beautiful, cascading waterfall. The sky darkens as night begins to fall, signaling the end of their first day of travel. A starry night sky is visible through the canopy of the forest where they have made their camp. Locke relaxes by the campfire, reminiscing about camping with his old friends, Eric and Goran. Alio and Jeannie tend to the fire, their youthful energy a stark contrast to Locke's quiet mood. Locke looks on with a soft, thoughtful expression as he watches the two earnest siblings. Jeannie asks Locke why he chose a low-paying goblin quest, her curiosity evident. Locke turns the question back on them, asking for their own reasons for taking the job. The siblings fall silent for a moment, their cheerful demeanor fading into something more serious. Alio explains their poor village is plagued by goblins, so they took the quest upon themselves. He adds that they became adventurers to help others suffering from similar attacks. Locke listens intently, thinking to himself that they are good kids trying to save their village. He stares into the fire, a determined look on his face as he resolves to help them succeed. A confident smile returns to his face as he decides it's a veteran's duty to raise the next generation. A final thought solidifies his resolve to be extra cautious on this mission for their sake. The next morning, the trio arrives at a small, rural village nestled in the rolling hills. Jeannie speaks with an elderly woman, a horse-drawn cart resting nearby in the quiet village. She diligently takes notes in a small book as the woman recounts the goblin attacks. Her notes detail the loss of livestock and crops, with the attacks originating from the west. The party ventures into the mountains with Jeannie surmising the goblin nest must be nearby. Alio estimates their numbers at around 10, which Locke seems to agree with. Locke's expression suddenly shifts, his gaze sharp as a hint of unease crosses his face. Alio declares they'll find the nest, and Locke tells Jeannie he's counting on her tracking skills. Jeannie expertly tracks the goblins through the rocky terrain as the others follow close behind. She kneels to examine the ground, her focus absolute and her skills clearly impressive. She points ahead, confidently stating the nest isn't far, and Locke suggests they proceed. Locke is impressed, thinking that Jeannie is an excellent scout, whose skills far exceed her F rank. His expression suddenly darkens as a terrible, chilling realization dawns on him. He understands he has misjudged the number of goblins, having missed the camouflage tracks. He realizes with dawning horror that the tracks were deliberately concealed by an intelligent foe. This means there must be a leader, a powerful monster commanding the goblins from within. He calls out sharply to Jeannie, who turns, startled by his urgent tone. Jeannie asks what's wrong, her expression one of innocent and concerned confusion. Locke dismisses her concern, thinking that he can't tell them the full story just yet. He reflects that one learns from failure, a lesson that is especially true for the young. He accepts full responsibility for the situation, vowing to protect the two of them no matter what. A party of adventurers arrives at the gaping maw of a colossal cavern. Their leader observes that it's an old mining tunnel with 2 goblin lookouts posted. He notes the tunnels are long and deep, a perfect labyrinth for an ambush. The large number of goblins makes the situation troublesome for the group. He considers ending the fight with one powerful spell, but decides against it. Ario asks for the strategy, cautioning his leader not to be careless. With a confident V sign, Locke outlines his plan to act as the vanguard. He immediately leaps into action, charging towards the goblin den. His first strike is a swift spear thrust that fells a surprise goblin. Pivoting fluidly, he dispatches a second, already calculating the remaining foes. The spearhead bursts through the skull of another goblin with lethal force. He entrusts the archer Ginny with finishing off any wounded enemies he leaves. Locke praises Ginny for her excellent and speedy archery skills. He instructs the cat-eared girl, Ario, to guard their rear flank. Ario confirms her orders, her bow drawn and aimed into the darkness. Ginny looses an arrow with focused precision towards an unseen target. The mage Ario unleashes a magic dart, his face a mask of concentration. Locke leaps through the fray, casually dispatching goblins with simple cries. The party catches their breath, realizing the enemy numbers were higher than expected. The cat-eared girl shouts in frustration, having counted 35 slain goblins. Amidst the post-battle chaos, Locke calmly munches on a piece of fruit. The mage Ario theorizes a higher-ranking goblin must be leading such a large horde. His eyes widen as he considers the dangerous implications of this. Locke takes stock of their dwindling resources, noting Ginny's and Ario's low supplies. A tense silence falls over the party, surrounded by the crackling fires. Ario grits his teeth, his face pale with fear, and insists they must retreat. Locke agrees with Ario's judgment, suspecting a hobgoblin or magician is in charge. A massive, earth-shaking sound suddenly rips through the cavern. A colossal, clawed foot slams down, shattering the ground before them. A monstrous goblin lord, its body scarred and muscular, towers over the adventurers. The creature's single, malevolent eye glares down at the terrified party. Locke calmly identifies the beast, placing a finger to his lips to shush his comrades. Ario trembles with fear, knowing they are completely outmatched by this new foe. He despairs that as F-rank adventurers, they are no match for a C-rank monster. Locke coolly assesses that, surprisingly, he could probably defeat the Goblin Lord alone. He observes the creature standing over the bodies of its kin, his true concern elsewhere. He realizes this intelligent monster is merely a guard for something even greater. A flicker of movement from the shadows catches the Goblin Lord's eye. Locke understands an even bigger monster must be lurking deeper in the mine. A fox-eared girl, Shia, lets out a fierce battle cry from off-panel. She launches herself through the air in a powerful acrobatic leap. The Goblin Lord swings its massive spiked club to intercept her charge. The impact shatters the ground, a testament to the monster's immense power. With a contemptuous roar, the monster swats Shia out of the air like an insect. She is sent tumbling, cursing that her attack was just a shallow, insignificant cut. The Goblin Lord roars again, dismissing her as a mere nuisance. A small gash on its arm is the only proof of her desperate strike. Shia grits her teeth in frustration at her ineffective attack. Undeterred, she crouches into a low fighting stance, her eyes blazing with defiance. Ario and the others can only watch, awestruck by her incredible bravery. Shia's sharp, fox-like ears twitch, sensing their presence behind her. Locke orders his companions to run, and they begin their retreat. The Goblin Lord turns its attention to the fleeing Ario, raising its club to strike. Shia moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion across the cavern floor. She plants herself between Ario and the monster, blocking the colossal club with her sword. With a defiant scream, she vows that the monster will not pass. A new figure, Rock, casually asks if she needs a hand, leaving her stunned. She demands to know why he didn't run, but he insists there's no need. Rock tells her not to get in his way and charges past her towards the monster. He looks back, seeing her prepare to attack the Goblin Lord once more. He warns her that if she continues like this, she's going to lose to him. Her pride ignited, she retorts, asking if he thinks she's weaker than this small fry. He clarifies that's not what he meant, a playful glint in his eye. Recklessly, she charges the monster, her sword raised high for a strike. Rock points out that by doing so, she's losing to his short sword. She is outmatched, gritting her teeth as she struggles against the monster's power. Rock, sitting casually, again asks if she needs help, but she tells him to run. She leaps, aiming a powerful kick at the Goblin Lord's massive form. With a fierce cry, she lands her desperate attack on the beast. The force of the Goblin Lord's swing sends a shockwave through the air. Her sword is knocked from her grasp, leaving her completely disarmed. The monster raises its club for a final crushing blow, its victory seeming certain. Shia stumbles, bracing herself for the inevitable, fatal impact. A new figure in a heavy helmet steps between her and the monster. Shia stares in utter disbelief, asking who this mysterious newcomer is. The man Rock tells her not to ask questions, that he'll handle this. With a confident grin, he hefts his great sword and announces he's going in. His eyes are cold and focused, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. The monster's single eye widens in a mixture of shock and pain. It grits its sharp teeth, its brutish body trembling under the force of an unseen blow. Rock swings his massive greatsword in a powerful horizontal arc. The sonic boom of the impact forces Shia to flinch and cover her ears. The unstoppable blade continues its trajectory, slicing cleanly through the monster's torso. He looks upon his foe with an expression of utter disinterest as he speaks. A brilliant cross-cut of light cleaves the monster's silhouetted form into 4 pieces. With a shout of pure irritation, he declares the creature was annoying. Shia can only stare, her mouth agape in utter disbelief and awe. She watches as he stands amidst the gory remains of his effortlessly dispatched foe. He turns back to her, casually asking if she's injured. The monster's bisected corpse lies in a gruesome heap on the cavern floor. Still reeling, she stammers, demanding to know who he is. He turns away slightly, a faint, knowing smile on his face. He strikes a heroic pose, declaring he's just a passing F-rank adventurer, a claim she calls a lie. He puffs his cheeks, slightly annoyed by her continued skepticism. He presents his adventurer card, and she exclaims in shock that he's telling the truth. She asks why someone with his power would pretend to be F-rank, but he just laughs it off. He apologizes for his rudeness, admitting he hasn't properly introduced himself. Shia introduces herself first as the daughter of the chief of the Eastern Beastman tribe. She bows deeply, her ears drooping as she thanks him for saving her from a perilous situation. She also apologizes for her earlier rude and disrespectful attitude towards him. The mangled, bloody remains of a fallen adventurer lie on the cavern floor, a testament to the monster's power. His final words, a warning to run, echo in the mind of the cat-eared girl, Shia, who blushes with shame. The dark-haired swordsman, Rock, stands over her, telling her not to worry about her past actions. He explains that her decision to flee, thinking he was a novice, was the correct judgment for an adventurer. Extending his hand, he introduces himself as Rock, a veteran F-rank adventurer. Shia gratefully takes his hand, asking why a veteran like him is here. Her demeanor shifts as she asks him a question about what lies ahead. Her face contorts in terror as she asks what kind of creature resides in the dungeon's depths. They stand at the edge of a vast circular chamber, Rock sensing a great enemy within. From the shadowy ceiling, a white bat hangs, observing the intruders below. A close-up reveals the bat's single, slitted reptilian eye snapping open. The bat's eye is juxtaposed with the massive, slitted eye of the dungeon's true master. A regal vampire lord holds a cursed medal, musing that new sacrifices have arrived. Standing amidst a pile of skulls, the vampire declares the humans will become new sacrifices for the medal. A single drop of water echoes in the tense silence of the cavern. Shia, unnerved by the atmosphere, asks what is happening. Rock explains the defeated Goblin Lord's words implied a much stronger master was present. Shia looks down, her expression troubled as she processes this information. She grabs Rock's arm, trying to stop him from confronting the dungeon's master alone. Rock explains that he cannot ignore a threat to the nearby villages, even if it's not his quest. With a confident thumbs up, he declares his intention to defeat the master. Shia stares in awe, her eyes wide with a mixture of concern and admiration. She looks down, her expression unreadable as she contemplates his words. She states that while his resolve is admirable, he cannot win against this opponent alone. The enemy is revealed in a menacing silhouette, a vampire lord. Rock's expression hardens with grim understanding as he takes in the new information. Shia explains her clan's long history as vampire hunters, a grim image of a crucified vampire shown. She reveals that the vampire who wounded her father was this very same vampire lord. Having hunted it for months, she finally confirms its presence in these depths. As Rock turns and begins walking forward, Shia calls out in surprise. She asks if he was even listening, reminding him the enemy is a vampire lord. He casually dismisses her warning, stating a vampire lord is no greater threat than the goblin lord. Enraged, Shia declares that as the daughter of the clan chief, she must deliver the final blow. Rock looks back at her, a flicker of surprise and understanding in his eyes. He questions her plan, but agrees to help restore her clan's honor. She shoves a strange, brush-like weapon into his hands, surprising him. He concedes that fighting barehanded would be reckless and agrees to borrow her weapon. His demeanor flips as he boasts that he is strong even with his bare hands. Shia, blushing, gratefully accepts the main weapon, understanding he is giving her the honor of the kill. Rock unleashes his power, his fist smashing into a goblin's face. The blow is devastating, shattering the creature's head in a spray of gore. Shia watches the display of raw power with a comically blank expression. Rock continues his brutal assault, kicking another goblin aside with contemptuous ease. A close-up shows his boot connecting with a monster's face with bone-shattering force. He spins into a backhand strike, sending another creature flying through the air. The final monster's head explodes in a visceral splash from a single, well-placed punch. He stands amidst the carnage, casually dusting off his hands as if it were nothing. When Shia marvels at his strength, he gives a cheerful, flexing pose seeking praise. The Vampire Lord's eye twitches with annoyance as he senses their approach. A massive footstep echoes through the throne room. The two adventurers arrive, facing the Vampire Lord atop his mound of skulls. The vampire scoffs at their intrusion, dismissing Shia as a mere dog girl. A massive sound effect emphasizes the tension in the room. The vampire's face is a mask of theatrical boredom. Shia's face twists in fury as she vows to defeat him with her own two hands. He mocks her, reminding her that her father's entire group barely wounded him. The air crackles with his rising anger. He clutches his side, feigning pain from laughter at her audacity. His feigned amusement melts into a cruel fanged smirk. His eyes blaze with crimson light as he tells her not to look down on him. He proclaims himself the ruler of 10,000 knights, enraged at her defiance. With a triumphant roar, he vows she will spend an eternity regretting her actions. He turns his attention to Rock, pleased to have a human to praise himself with. Shia is horrified as he sneers that her kind is no match for a vampire's charm. The vampire boasts that a human servant is the perfect opponent for her. Shia realizes with dawning horror that he is about to use his charm ability. She screams for Rock to run, her arm outstretched in a desperate warning. The Vampire Lord declares it's too late as intricate magic circles form over his eyes. A massive magical seal materializes on the floor, seemingly trapping Rock. Rock's eyes remain calm, focused, and utterly devoid of fear. Shia whispers his name in terror as the vampire looms over him. The vampire beckons him forward with a single arrogant gesture. Rock takes a deliberate step forward, a skull crunching under his boot. He passes the kneeling Shia and reaches out to her. He casually pats her on the head in a gesture of simple reassurance. Shia's face contorts with despair, believing this is her mistake and they are lost. She believes no human can possibly resist a Vampire Lord's charm. The vampire presents Rock with a cruel choice: be killed by him or by the dog girl. Rock's expression is one of pure, unadulterated fury. A blur of motion cuts through the air as he unleashes a punch. The fist connects with the Vampire Lord's face with stunning, brutal force. Rock unleashes a furious barrage of blows, his face a mask of rage. The vampire is thrown about like a rag doll under the relentless assault. Shia watches the one-sided beatdown, her expression one of utter shock. The battered vampire stumbles back, sputtering in disbelief at his own defeat. Rock explains that the charm failed because his own mental resistance is too high. The vampire screams in rage, finding it impossible that a human could resist him. Rock coolly deduces that his foe must be a low-class vampire deluding himself. The vampire's face twists into a mask of pure hatred as he sees, "You bastard!" His body dissolves into a swirling vortex of black energy and raw malice. The dark tendrils whip across the floor, racing towards Rock. The transformed vampire vows that Rock will regret blaspheming him. Rock effortlessly leaps into the air, dodging the initial attack. In response, a forest of razor-sharp black spikes erupts from the ground. Rock hovers in midair, a magic circle materializing beneath his feet. A close-up reveals the intricate runes of the high-level magic formation. Shia gasps in awe, recognizing the complexity of the levitation spell. Rock's body is wreathed in a new aura of power as he prepares his next move. He unleashes a second, impossibly advanced spell, Super Acceleration. He becomes a living projectile, diving headfirst towards the heart of the darkness. With a confident smirk, Locke declares he will show his opponent a different, superior kind of magic. A complex magic circle with a single, unblinking eye at its center glows intensely in his hand. The battered leonine monster stares in horror, its face contorting as it recognizes the nature of the spell. Locke unleashes the life transference spell, a vortex of dark energy coiling around his arm. His foe lets out a silent, agonized scream as its very life force is violently torn away. His catgirl companion watches the terrifying display of power with wide-eyed shock. The monster's shadowy form dissolves, wisps of its essence being siphoned away into nothingness. In a flashback, a pale, long-haired vampire seizes a sword crackling with dark, thorny energy. Locke leaps back from the attack, noting his own weakness in absorbing life force. He reflects on his limitations with the draining technique, identifying himself as a lesser vampire in this regard. The now humanoid monster glares with hatred, demanding to know Locke's true identity. The pale vampire sneers, dismissing Locke as a mere F-rank adventurer and telling him not to mock her. Her expression darkens with utter contempt as she prepares to unleash her true power. Locke watches with a steady, determined gaze as his formidable foe begins to transform. The vampire erupts in a chaotic aura, vowing he will never forget the night he incurred her wrath. Locke urgently shouts a warning to his companion, identifying the transforming enemy as a vampire. The catgirl defies his order, screaming that she won't let the vampire escape and charges forward. In a blur of motion, the vampire brutally slashes the catgirl across the chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. Stunned, the vampire realizes her regeneration is failing as the catgirl's wound instantly vanishes. In a desperate attempt to flee, her physical form dissolves into a swarm of black bats. A simplified Locke observes the bats turning to ash, remarking on the power of the Vampire King's sword. The catgirl leaps into the swarm, her sword a blur as she viciously hacks the bats apart. The last of the bats crumbles into dust with a soft, final poof. She stands triumphantly over the vampire's severed head, her mission complete. The formerly monstrous creature stares in disbelief, realizing that with her death, his curse has been broken. The catgirl asks Locke if this victory will finally clear his name, and he confirms it. She thanks him for the incredibly sharp sword, which was a great help in the fight. She wonders if he absorbed some kind of power when the sword broke, while he dismisses it as her imagination. She connects his drain touch ability to the idea of taking the head as a trophy, looking at a pile of skulls. Her expression is curious as she ponders the situation, a playful look on her face. Locke quickly denies having the head, and she begins searching the ground where it fell. She excitedly finds an ornate, cursed medallion instead, presenting it to a surprised Locke. She explains it's a special metal used by the Vampire King to steal life force and inflict curses. Locke holds the disgusting object, wondering if this is some new, disturbing trend for vampires. A chilling, disembodied laugh echoes from the severed head as Locke and the catgirl listen intently. The reanimated head taunts them, promising that even in defeat, they will find no peace. Locke's expression darkens as he hears her prophecy of a gate to another dimension opening. The head describes an endless army of demon gods that will pour through the newly opened gate. A terrifying vision shows a colossal demon lord presiding over a monstrous, skeletal horde. Locke and the catgirl are frozen in a moment of shared horror at the apocalyptic vision. The head continues its maniacal threat, promising the Vampire King will eventually devour their entire village. The vampire declares that they will all become food for the vampire clan. The catgirl's expression shifts from fear to a look of steely resolve. She flicks the cursed medallion into the air with a sharp snap of her fingers. Locke pivots with a grunt, snatching the spinning medallion cleanly from the air. He hurls the medallion with tremendous force, sending it flying back towards the cackling head. He spins around, his cape swirling as he prepares his next move with his sword. Dark, smoky tendrils of cursed energy are drawn from the area into his waiting blade. The sword absorbs the cursed energy with a soft, siphoning sound. Locke casually remarks on his convenient sword, holding it aloft as it now glows with holy light. The vampire head stares in terror, realizing he has absorbed all of the curse's power. Locke rests the transformed blade on his shoulder, stating that even if the gate opened, the demon gods wouldn't come. He declares with absolute certainty that he would have defeated them all anyway. The vampire is left speechless, staring at the magnificent weapon with a look of dread. Her eyes widen in a final, world-shattering realization as she recognizes the legendary blade. Locke stands over a pile of bones, declaring that this is the Demon Lord's sword and he is its wielder. The former monster whispers the name of the legendary figure he now recognizes. Great Sage, Lug. Locke stands ready, his companion looking on in a state of utter shock. The catgirl turns to him, her voice trembling as she asks if he is Luck's son. He turns his head slightly, his expression unreadable for a moment, keeping her in suspense. She presses further, her voice filled with awe as she asks if he is truly the great sage Luck. Luck breaks into an embarrassed grin, winking as he tells her it's a secret. The cat girl's confusion instantly melts away, replaced by a radiant, starstruck smile. As they leave the cavern, she remarks that he really does bear a striking resemblance to the hero's statue. Night has fallen over the Grand Adventurers Guild headquarters, a sign proudly announcing the completion of the Goblin Quest. A staggering mountain of goblin magic stones is unceremoniously unloaded onto the reception counter. The pile grows to an immense size, threatening to spill over onto the polished floor. Rock beams with a triumphant smile as he presents the massive haul of goblin magic stones. The junior receptionist panics at the sheer volume, crying out for her senior to help with the appraisal. A senior receptionist calmly greets them, noting their safe return in the impressive pile of monster parts. Rock, looking slightly abashed himself, asks his companion if this isn't a bit excessive. A fellow adventurer explains the goblin swarm was far larger than expected, crediting the B-rank Sia for their success. Sia humbly deflects the praise, insisting it was just good luck that she happened to be there. The senior receptionist agrees with a smile, noting that they were indeed very fortunate. Rock, now serious, reports that it was a close call and admits the guild's initial assessment was flawed. In a flashback, Rock explains to another party how they were deceived into the quest by a vampire earl. He details Sia's personal mission to hunt the vampire and clear her clan's name. Rock explains his own involvement and instructs the others to keep his true identity a secret. He repeats his request to conceal his true nature and activities from the general guild population. The other party, though surprised by the revelation, agrees to go along with his plan. Sia adds that since it's a sensitive case, the information will go directly to the guild's upper echelon. Back in the present, a confident Sia enters a tavern to join her companions. Rock greets her warmly, calling her over to the table where he and the others are celebrating. He asks if she has finished her report, and she confirms the guild will now handle the vampire matter. As the others celebrate saving the village, Sia turns her attention specifically to Rock. She holds out a small skeletal medal, entrusting the cursed object to him. She explains that while half is enough to clear her name, he will have a greater need for it later. Rock accepts it, recognizing it will be necessary when the full truth is revealed. He invites her to join their celebration, which she happily accepts with a smile. Later, the group walks through the city, with Arioto drunkenly celebrating their good mood. Arioto suddenly stops, a look of profound reverence on his face. Rock stops as well, surprised by his companion's sudden change in demeanor. Arioto tells Rock that he should also thank the great hero Luck. He clasps his hands in prayer before a massive, heroic statue of Luck. Arioto declares their success was only possible due to Luck's divine protection. With tears in his eyes, he credits Luck with creating the very peace they now enjoy. Rock is visibly moved, his own eyes welling with tears, while Sia watches with a gentle smile. Sia enthusiastically agrees, stating that they were undoubtedly under Luck's divine protection. She then turns to Rock, bowing her head slightly to thank him directly, leaving him flustered. Arioto bids Rock and Sia farewell, saying they'll meet again at the guild. Under the quiet stars, the cat-eared girl, Sia, bids farewell to Rock. Two other adventurers walk away, remarking on Rock's unawareness of his own good fortune. Rock and Sia share a quiet moment, both relieved that their friends are safe. Sia reflects wistfully, believing she owes her own survival to Luck's presence. With a smile, Rock states that thanks to her, he learned the vampire's movements. Sia, slightly flustered but happy, replies that they are not quite even yet. Rock proposes a formal alliance, suggesting they share information about the vampires. He asks if her clan, being vampire hunters, would know more than humans. His expression hardens as he realizes the vampire's goal is to summon a sage god. He vows fiercely that he will not let them destroy the peace he fought for. Sia looks at him, startled by his intensity, and asks what is wrong. She gazes at a grand statue, remarking that Rock really does resemble the hero Luck. Flustered, Rock denies the resemblance, attributing it to his inner qualities. Sia is taken aback by his strange and confusing response. She thinks to herself how wonderful it is that Luck is an ally to this world. Announcing her plan, Sia says she will return to her village to gather intelligence. She dashes off into the night as Rock watches, holding the cursed medal. Rock resolves to have his friend Goran investigate the strange artifact. He reflects on the slow bureaucracy of large organizations like the Adventurers Guild. He understands the recent vampire attack was just a small part of a larger plan. Arriving at a grand estate, he announces his return home. A furious Goran appears, his face a mask of comical rage and relief. He grabs Rock, yelling about him being gone for 3 days and causing worry. Goran continues his tirade, asking if Rock is his mother for being so worried. Rock sheepishly apologizes and offers the cursed medal as a souvenir. He places the medal on a table, warning Goran that it's an unpleasant story. The mood in the room instantly darkens with the weight of his words. Goran's face is pale with shock as he hears of the sinister plan. Rock complains that even the demon lord they defeated was just a pawn for this new enemy. He asks Goran to have a special agency investigate the medal. Goran agrees, promising to pass it to the Monban and contact Sia. As Rock turns to leave the room, Goran stops him, calling his name. As Guildmaster, Goran sincerely thanks Rock for protecting the new adventurers. Rock smiles, waving it off and telling him not to worry about it. Opening the door, he is shocked to see a girl whose face is cast in pure shadow. The girl Celis glares with intense anger, a field of clovers behind her. Goran, oblivious to the tension, notes her timely arrival and prepares to introduce her. Celis glares fiercely at a bewildered Rock, a cross-shaped mark of anger on her face. Without a word, she turns on her heel and storms away down the hall. Rock is left utterly confused, asking who she was as she departs. Goran explains that it's his daughter Celis, as Rock wonders why she hates him. Goran speculates she's angry at him for opposing her becoming an adventurer. He laments that she is still a child, lacking the necessary vigilance for the job. Rock wonders if Goran is being overprotective, as those skills are gained through experience. In a private room, Goran explains to Rock that he has to go on a business trip. His expression is troubled as he clasps his hands, preparing to ask a favor. He admits to Rock that he has a special request concerning his daughter. A strange, gnarled, almost tree-like hand appears, bathed in a bright light. Elsewhere, Celis trains furiously, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated anger. From a window, Rock watches her train while reading a book on magic. He notes that her form is good and closely resembles Goran's fighting style. Goran's voice explains his fear that Celis will impulsively register as an adventurer. Rock looks troubled, feeling the weight of the responsibility being placed on him. Celis peeks through a window, her eyes widening in shock as she overhears them. She glares, convinced that they are looking down on her and underestimating her. At dinner, Rock happily stuffs his face with food, oblivious to the tension. The atmosphere is stiff as Celis peeks into the dining room. Celis formally asks Rock how many pieces of bread he would like, to which he requests 3. The moment is tense as she stares down at him, her expression unreadable. Rock, pausing with his cup, asks if he has something on his face. Celis glares at him with suspicion, beginning her explosive accusation. Rock sweats, wondering if his true identity has somehow been discovered. She slams the table, dramatically accusing him of being her father's secret love child. Rock is flabbergasted while the butler calmly cleans up the resulting mess. Celis declares that he's not even trying to hide his supposed connection to the family. Rock frantically denies it, but Celis calls her own reasoning simple and obvious. She presents her first piece of evidence. He was brought home while her mother was away. Her second piece of evidence is how happy her father has been since his arrival. Her third is how her father worried while he was gone, even knitting him an apron. Rock sweats, unable to deny her facts, even though her conclusion is completely wrong. Celis's anger begins to fade, replaced by a different, more sorrowful emotion. Tears well in her eyes as she whispers that her father's an idiot. Rock realizes with horror that this could lead to the Goran family's collapse. Celis looks down, her expression a mixture of sadness and firm resolve. Rock looks on, his own face a mask of panicked and dawning concern. The butler whispers to Rock that the pressure to confess is becoming unbearable. Rock sighs in defeat, preparing to try and explain the situation. He claims he's just one of Goran's adventurer companions and is 40 years old. Celis retorts that there's no way he looks 40, her suspicion unwavering. Her mind jumps to a new conclusion, asking why he is her older brother. Rock breathes a sigh of relief, thinking she has finally understood the truth. He slams the table, shouting that he is absolutely not her brother. As a last resort, he dramatically presents his adventurer card as proof. Celis stares at the card, which reads Rock, her eyes wide with a new misunderstanding. Rock points out that the family name Morton is not on the card. She gasps in horror, believing this means her father doesn't even recognize him as a son. Her elegant shoes are shown as she bows low to the floor in apology. She bursts into tears, apologizing for her father's actions and telling Rock to call her Big Sis. Rock and the butler stare in utter disbelief at this bizarre turn of events. Back at the table, Celis insists that he must call her Big Sis. Defeated, Rock mutters the title, his fists clenched in frustration. Celis beams, promising to talk to her mother about getting him officially recognized. Rock panics, realizing the family crisis has returned, as Salis vows to scold her father. The butler glances over, sensing the escalating and chaotic domestic situation. A door is slammed shut, a visual representation of the escalating tension. Rock asks Salis if she can keep a secret, which she readily agrees to. He holds up his card, preparing to reveal his true identity to her. The runes on the card glow and shift, revealing his full, true name. Salis gasps in shock, exclaiming, "S rank!" and reading the name Luck. He introduces himself as the Mage Luck, confident that Goran's daughter will now understand. Salis's eye widens in shock as she whispers the title of Great Sage Luck. Stammering in disbelief, she asks what this all means, but Luck simply confirms it. He explains he only returned from the dimensional rift 10 days ago, confirming his story. The revelation causes her to stumble back, muttering in complete disbelief at the news. Luck glances back, a little surprised by her continuing confusion. Looking out the window, she struggles to process this impossible truth. A new flawed theory forms as she asks if the Great Sage is her brother. Luck's face contorts in utter, comical bewilderment at her latest conclusion. She excitedly points out a family resemblance, leaving Luck mentally exhausted by her logic. It took him an entire hour to finally set her straight on the matter. The full weight of her errors crashes down, and she bows in deep apology. As she wails her apologies, Luck slumps in his chair, completely drained. He wearily tells her she's too intense, admitting it's a frequent comment. She now understands why her father was so against her becoming an adventurer. Luck acknowledges that her intensity is also a form of strong conviction. With a newfound resolve, she looks up and says she has a proposal for him. They stand together before a majestic snow-capped mountain, a new journey beginning. Salis shields her eyes from the sun, her expression bright with determination. He accepted her proposal, inviting her on a quest, as she was already in F rank. She had been determined to venture out and test her own strength in the world. Resting by a stream, she playfully splashes her feet in the cool water. She calls out to Luck, who watches her from the rocky shore. She questions why he would join her on such a boring, low-level quest. Luck considers her question, his expression thoughtful and serious. He explains it's because she is the daughter of his old adventuring companion. He adds that raising the next generation is a veteran's duty, asking her own reasons. She recounts growing up on her father's fantastical bedtime stories of adventure. In a memory, her father boasts his tales were best because he was the hero. She declares her ambition to be a warrior like Goran, lacking magical talent. When teased about her slender arms, she defiantly insists she is strong enough. Her father declares his own ambition to become strong enough to protect everyone. Luck reflects that emulating the inhumanly strong Goran is an incredibly difficult task. He tells her he understands, believing that his own lack of talent requires more effort. His expression is grim as he prepares to deliver a harsh truth. He contemplates the true meaning and weight of the word effort. He reveals that her father survived countless near-death encounters that killed all others. He recalls his old party, Goran, Eric, and himself, all exceptional individuals. Their group was a collection of extraordinary talent honed by rigorous training. He remembers facing a mythic beast, their survival a matter of sheer luck. They constantly faced impossible odds, where a single misstep meant certain death. Salis swallows hard, the weight of his words settling heavily upon her. She looks down, deeply troubled by the grim reality of her father's past. He explains there are no shortcuts. She must take on appropriately leveled quests. He tells her that if she wants to be like Goran, this is the best way. With a flicker of understanding and a small smile, she quietly agrees. He tells her that it's time for them to get going. His internal monologue reveals a stark contradiction. His words were a lie. He knows her recklessness would eventually get her killed if left unchecked. A memory confirms that if he hadn't been there, she would have already died. They arrive at a village to begin their new quest, speaking with a local. He resolves to teach her the knowledge and techniques necessary for survival. He summarizes the information they've gathered from the villagers for the mission. A host of formidable monsters have been sighted, yet they've caused no harm. She is shocked to learn a dragon was also seen, questioning the quest's rank. She reasons that such a massive swarm couldn't possibly exist so near the capital. She concludes the guild must have dismissed the sightings as false reports. She looks puzzled, trying to piece together the contradictory information. He urges her to think outside the box and abandon her preconceived notions. She puts the pieces together. The monsters were seen but caused no actual harm. A shimmering effect dissolves around her as the realization finally dawns. With wide eyes, she asks if it could be the work of illusion magic. He grins, pleased with her deduction, and confirms her theory is correct. He suggests they head to the location of the sightings to confirm their theory. Upon arriving, they are staggered by a powerful, invisible blast of energy. The unseen force throws them back, kicking up dust and debris around them. A magnificent and terrifyingly real white dragon materializes before them and roars. Celis panics, questioning if it's an illusion since she can feel its heat. He confirms it's a high-level illusion that lacks any real physical substance. Her feet tremble for a moment before she finds her resolve. He places a firm hand on her shoulder, telling her to do as she pleases. With a cry of resolve, she draws her sword and charges the colossal beast. The dragon retaliates, its massive scaly tail whipping towards her with immense speed. She dodges the attack with surprising agility, the tail smashing the ground. She lands gracefully, immediately pivoting to press the attack. She audaciously sprints up the creature's long, sloping back. Her brow is furrowed in fierce concentration as she prepares her strike. She continues her charge, her cape and hair flying behind her. The dragon turns its head, seemingly surprised by her audacious maneuver. Reaching the apex of its back, she leaps high into the air. With a powerful ki, she raises her sword for a decisive overhead strike. She brings the blade down with all her might, aiming for a clean hit. Her blade slices through one of the dragon's massive illusionary claws. The impact feels solid, confirming the illusion has a strange physical presence. A companion remarks that her swordsmanship, while powerful, is still unrefined. He compares her skill level to his own, estimating it at around B rank. As the illusion wavers, Luck muses that something else about this situation bothers him. He reflects on the terrifyingly high level of the illusion, beyond his own skill. He understands it's not a mere phantom, but a tangible mass of magical power. This is why Celis's sword met resistance and felt a physical response. The true threat is the unknown, impossibly powerful mage who created it. Celis is shocked as the illusionary fire breath feels terrifyingly real. The dragon unleashes a massive blast of what appears to be fire. As Celis is sent rolling, Luck calmly states that now is the time to act. A faint magical glow emanates from his feet as he casts Levitate. He launches into the air, accelerating with incredible speed toward the dragon. He lands with impossible grace upon the dragon's neck, placing a hand on its hide. His eye is sharp and focused, his mind already at work. With a wild grin, he declares his intent to analyze and learn this illusion. His analysis is swift, and the illusion begins to dissipate beneath him. He raises a hand, a magic circle glowing, and commands the spell to dispel. With a powerful thrust of his hand, Rock's multi-layered magic barrier deflects the dragon's devastating attack. His finger smokes slightly from the immense strain of casting such a powerful defensive spell. The shockwave from the deflected blast ripples through the forest clearing. Rock looks on with exasperation at Celis's panicked yelps as she rolls on the ground. Sitting up dazed and covered in leaves, she asks how long she's expected to keep tumbling. She is shocked to find she hasn't been burned. As Rock explains, it was all an illusion. Rock coolly states that fighting a phantom as if it were real leads to defeat. Celis argues that such a powerful illusion can still trick the brain into psychosomatic death. She grumbles that running is shameful, but Rock insists it is far better than dying. His expression turns serious as he contemplates his next move against the unseen foe. Rock raises his voice, calling out to the hidden illusionist to come out and talk. Hearing only silence, he draws his modern-looking, retractable sword with a sharp click. The weapon's mechanism locks into place, ready for a potential confrontation. He states that he knows no harm has been done to the villagers. Rock warns that if they don't cooperate, he will have to investigate by force. He and Celis stand ready, a united front against the hidden presence in the woods. Rock's gaze is intense as he formulates a new, more empathetic approach. Celis also watches the forest, her expression a mixture of caution and resolve. From the woods, a voice confirms they have something they must protect. Rock asks if what they are protecting is a child that cannot be moved. The voice confirms that moving their charge is indeed difficult. Understanding the situation, Rock decides they will have to report the mission as a failure. Celis is utterly aghast at the idea of failing their debut mission. She grabs Rock by the collar, panicking about the blow to her pride. Celis continues to wail, worrying about how she will ever face her father. Rock tells her to calm down, preparing to explain his reasoning. He explains that the mission's failure is irrelevant. It is what comes next that matters. A more ruthless party might be sent next, resorting to violent subjugation. A quiet yes comes from the woods, agreeing with his grim assessment. Rock states that such a violent outcome would make no one happy. The voice from the forest agrees, stating they understand his point. A small cloaked figure emerges from the trees, surrounded by swirling magic. Celis is surprised by the figure's small stature, thinking it is a boy. Her eyes widen as she spots a small, dark horn peeking out from under the hood. She gasps in shock, realizing the figure is a demon. Rock calls out to the figure, who turns to face them. The figure, a boy named Lucra, pulls back his hood, looking slightly flustered. Rock offers a small, relieved smile at the peaceful reveal. Lucra compliments Rock on his magnificent illusion and perfect consideration. He politely thanks Rock for his nonviolent approach. Rock introduces himself as a passing F-rank adventurer and introduces Celis. Lucra bows, introducing himself as a member of the demon race. Celis mutters about demons being evil, but Rock corrects the common misconception. Lucra explains he is from a rare clan and became separated from his people. Rock asks what he is protecting, and Lucra invites them to see for themselves. As they walk, Rock asks why Lucra decided to trust him. Lucra explains that his own illusion magic had no effect on Rock's power. Since Rock didn't use force, Lucra decided to place his trust in him. Lucra leads them to a massive, crumbling structure of white stone. They enter the ruins, their footsteps echoing on the broken stone floor. Rock marvels at the ancient architecture and strange relief carvings. Lucra pushes open a door and announces his return to Gerberga Sama. Rock and Celis exchange a look of complete and utter confusion. Inside, Lucra stands reverently before a large white chicken on a nest. The chicken has a sleepy, utterly unimpressed expression, looking off to the side. Its magnificent, sparkling red comb is shown in a detailed close-up. Rock and Celis peer into the room, stunned into silence by the bizarre sight. Its fluffy, angelic white wings are also highlighted, shimmering with a faint light. Overwhelmed, Rock breathes that the creature is truly divine. Celis shatters the reverence, yelling that it is clearly just a chicken. Lucra fumes at her disrespect, while Celis insists it looks like a chicken. The chicken, unbothered by the argument, pecks at the ground. Rock sweats, agreeing that no matter how you look at it, it's a chicken. Lucra insists it is Gerberga Sama, asking what it truly is. With a bright smile, he declares it a divine chicken, possessing godlike power. Celis again exclaims that it's just a chicken, as Lucra bristles with anger. Rock, holding Celis's mouth shut, asks what this power of a god is. Lucra explains its crow is said to have awakened the world itself. He recounts how his clan lived peacefully for a long time in the northern mountains. One day, a horde of vampires attacked and destroyed his entire village. He reveals with great sorrow that he was the only survivor of the massacre. Rock and Celis are shocked by the tragic tale of his lost people. As the youngest, he was tasked with escaping with the divine chicken. Rock notes that vampires are intelligent, so their relentless pursuit makes sense. He theorizes that charmed humans may have been used to track them. He wonders why the attacks stopped at these ancient ruins. Lucra confirms an old map led them here, but Rock senses no barrier. Lucra explains that while they were attacked at first, the assaults recently stopped. Rock ponders the timing of this recent peace, a thoughtful look on his face. He has an epiphany, connecting it to a nearby vampire-beastman conflict. Lucra is shocked, questioning if the barrier didn't protect them after all. Rock explains the vampires were simply too busy to continue their assault. Lucra panics, wondering where they can possibly hide now. Rock reassures him, stating the main vampire forces were recently wiped out. Lucra worries that other vampires will still come for Gelberga. Rock asks why the vampires are so obsessed with capturing Gelberga. He asks if it's connected to its fabled power to awaken the world. Lucra explains its crow literally draws the boundary between day and night. Celis is confused, asking for the significance of this strange power. The chicken's voice can sever all access from other dimensions. Rock is stunned by the immense implications of this unique ability. He confirms it can seal the entrance to a dimensional rift. He realizes this is why the vampires are so desperate to capture it. Their entire plan to summon a god from another dimension is at risk. He muses how their grand scheme can be foiled by a single chicken's crow. Rock invites Lucra to come with him to the capital for protection. Lucra looks at him hesitantly, questioning his meaning. In response, Rock draws his massive ornate sword. He plants the formidable weapon firmly in the ground with a thud. He reveals his authority, declaring that this is the sword of the demon lord. A young horned girl looks on in shock, a chicken clutched in her arms. The ornate demon lord's sword gleams, its existence here having only one explanation. A dark-haired man states that he is the one who defeated the demon lord. His companion seems flustered while a blonde girl playfully teases him about his claim. The horned girl, Lucra, stammers, asking if he could be the great sage Luck. Luck confirms his identity, though he dislikes the title, addressing the stunned girl. He then kneels before her, his posture one of sincere purpose and conviction. Luck swears on his name that he will risk his life to protect Gelberga. Lucra looks on, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The chicken Gelberga is revealed to hold the unique power to save the world. On behalf of the world, Luck thanks Lukra's clan for protecting the divine fowl. Overwhelmed by his words, Lucra's composure breaks and she begins to cry. She explains that she was only trying to protect Gelberga for her lost clan. A memory of her people's hope flashes through her mind, their faces kind. She recalls their belief that the divine fowl they protected would one day save them. The weight of being thanked by the great hero Luck is too much to bear. Her emotional outburst leaves a single, powerful word hanging in the air. Luck gently comforts her, telling her there's no need for such formality. The group walks away from the ruins, their somber mission seemingly complete. The blonde swordswoman, Celis, wonders if her father will let them keep a pet. The camera focuses on the small horned girl and the chicken in her arms. Lucra angrily retorts that Gelberga is not a pet, though Celis notes its appearance. Suddenly, a hand reaches out with deadly intent, interrupting their playful argument. Luck reacts with blinding speed, shoving Lucra and the chicken out of harm's way. A grotesque, winged vampire slashes through the air where they just stood. The creature's clawed hand hovers menacingly over the now fallen and terrified Lucra. A grim, predatory smile spreads across Luck's face as he faces the new threat. Celis looks on in shocked confusion at the sudden, violent turn of events. With a guttural cry, Luck drives his fist into the vampire's gut. The impact is devastating, causing the creature to spew a torrent of black fluid. The vampire's body dissolves into wisps of dark energy that snake across the ground. The last remnants of the creature vanish into a puff of black dust. From the shadows, 3 new, more powerful vampires emerge with an ominous presence. The companions stare in disbelief, exclaiming that there are 3 more vampires. The lead vampire, his face a mask of malice, demands to know who they are. Luck coldly informs him that a lesser vampire has no name worth giving. Enraged by the insult, the 2 vampire guards begin to surge with power. Celis recognizes their strength and ability, realizing they are no mere grunts. She panics, thinking they are not lesser vampires, but Luck already knows. The guards are enveloped in a magic circle, clearly targeting the divine Lucra. Luck vows that if they intend to use his companion's power, he will kill them all. A brilliant cage of light, a magic onslaught, erupts around the 2 vampires. They scream in agony as the holy power tears them apart. The empowered vampires are impaled by countless spears of light, utterly helpless. Luck declares his intent to finish them off in one fell swoop. He prepares to wipe them out completely, ensuring no chance of escape. He unleashes a massive pillar of fire, a devastating prison flame spell. The inferno rages, a colossal, twisting column of fire reaching for the sky. The vampire leader, having escaped, watches the destruction with cold calculation. The party stands in the aftermath, the ground scorched and smoking from the blast. From the safety of the distant tree line, the cunning leader observes the scene. Luck clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing their main target has escaped. Just then, the divine chicken, Gelberga, glows with a faint holy light. It puffs out its chest and lets out a triumphant, otherworldly crow. Miles away, the escaping vampire leader and his retinue transform into a swarm of bats. The leader's face contorts in horror as his body begins to crumble and crack. The divine bird's power has found him. He realizes he cannot escape. Back at the battlefield, the last motes of the vampire's dust dissipate in the air. Celis and Lucra are utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Luck reminds Lucra of Gelberga's unique power to create a boundary. Within this boundary, any being that undergoes a significant transformation is not permitted to exist. That is why the vampire, in its bat form, simply disintegrated into ash. Celis wonders why they even need to chase them with such a powerful ability. Lucra explains that a vampire is at its most vulnerable when trying to escape. Luck agrees with a satisfied smile, acknowledging Gelberga's incredible power. With the threat neutralized, the group decides to return to the royal capital. They walk under a darkening sky, their silhouettes stark against the horizon. Lucra cradles her chicken, her expression quiet and pensive as they travel. They arrive at a magnificent city, its grand castle illuminated by the starry night. As they walk through the quiet city streets, their peaceful return is interrupted. Lucra pulls her hood lower, a silent melancholy hanging over her. Noticing her distress, Luck gently places a hand on her hooded head, reassuring her. They continue through the quiet streets, their journey almost at its end. Rock's expression shifts from gentle concern to sharp focus as a new figure appears. A young woman with cat ears and a tail, Sia, stands before them. Sia bounds over, cheerfully greeting Rock and asking if his mission is complete. Her demeanor then turns serious as she whispers something urgent in his ear. Rock's face darkens, his eyes narrowing with intense seriousness. He agrees to her request, suggesting they talk inside, away from prying ears. Inside, Sia formally introduces herself as a B-rank adventurer and vampire hunter. Lucra looks on in awe, while Celis is annoyed by Sia's friendly pat. Celis proudly declares that Rock is her disciple, much to Sia's confusion. A subtle, challenging tension sparks between the two women as they lock eyes. Sia sizes up her new rival, her expression unreadable but sharp. Rock, caught in the middle, sweats nervously, wondering about the strange atmosphere. He quickly ushers them towards his room to discuss the urgent matter. With a final tense glance, he leads them away from the main hall. He closes the door, leaving the two women to follow him inside. Celis remarks on how quickly Sia arrived from her village, so far from the capital. Sia asks for Rock's help with an urgent matter, and he agrees instantly. His immediate, unwavering acceptance catches her completely by surprise. She hasn't even explained the situation, yet he's ready to help. Touched by his kindness, she thinks to herself what a good person he is. Her face becomes grim as she reveals the vampires are orchestrating a grand plan. The one leading them, she says, is the formidable vampire lord, Gwyn Vailroad. Rock repeats the title, the weight of the name sinking in as Sia agrees it's trouble. A fearsome image reveals the vampire lord, a being whose power rivals a demon lord. Sia explains her clan's plan for total annihilation, a strategy she believes is doomed. She admits her father is not fully recovered, making the situation more difficult. The clan council is dominated by a hardline faction, leaving no room for another path. A young man named Rock sits on his bed as a cat-eared girl, Sia, asks to borrow his strength. He is shocked to learn she must find something before a High Lord vampire does. Sia reveals the vampires are desperately searching for a specific chicken they must protect. Rock reacts with disbelief, while Sia insists that her claim is true. He questions why they need to protect a chicken but agrees to understand. She explains the chicken's power can close dimensional gates and prevent vampire transformations. The chicken, Gelbelga, hops onto Rock's head, as if confirming its importance. Rock says he believes in the chicken, but Sia seems to doubt his sincerity. Touched by his simple faith, she calls him kind for believing her. Her expression shifts to alarm as she realizes they've already encountered their enemies. Both Rock and Sia turn their intense gazes toward a closed door. Rock places a finger to his lips, signaling for silence before opening the door. The sharp click of the door latch echoes in the quiet hall. A blonde girl, Selris, lets out a terrified scream at what she sees. She tumbles backward in a heap, gurgling in panic as Rock watches impassively. Selris clutches her head, groaning in pain from her clumsy fall. Rock looks on with a deadpan expression, completely unimpressed by the chaos. A hooded figure, Lucra, chides Selris, saying she was told not to eavesdrop. Rock looks exasperated as Lucra peeks out, holding a chicken in her arms. Selris frantically tries to explain her actions, insisting it's a misunderstanding. She struggles to find a plausible excuse for her bizarre behavior. Her words fail her as she tries to come up with a good lie. Unable to think of an excuse, she collapses to the floor, apologizing profusely. Rock sighs, weary from the constant misunderstandings and chaos. Sia reassures the apologetic Selris, telling her it's okay and not to worry. Rock invites Lutra to come inside, introducing the demon to Sia. Lutra holds up the chicken, revealing it is the divine fowl, Gelbelgasima. Sia stares, repeating the words divine fowl in utter confusion. She points to herself, completely baffled by this turn of events. The group stands before a grand mansion, Sia amazed by the sight. The others are impressed that Rock found such a place so quickly. Selris smiles smugly, noting it was a coincidence they came for her request. Sia recounts seeing a vampire turn to ash, proving the ancient legend was true. The magnificent chicken Gelbelga stands proudly, a divine being. Sia cradles the chicken, expressing her honor at meeting the divine fowl. She reverently calls the chicken Divine Fowl Sama, her mission now complete. Gelbelga lets out a content cluck, acknowledging the praise. With the chicken's protection finished, the next task is vampire subjugation. Rock asks if the High Lord's location is known. Sia has a rough idea. Selris spots her father at the bottom of a grand staircase. Her father Goran turns, wondering if they have a guest. Rock decides to speak with Goran, the guildmaster, about their situation. Sia becomes incredibly nervous and stiff at the prospect of meeting him. Goran greets Rock with a booming, jovial welcome, glad he's back safely. He thanks Rock for looking after his daughter, Selris, during her quest. Rock downplays it, but Goran praises him for taking care of the child. Rock returns the praise, calling Selrus an excellent and capable young warrior. Selrus appears at the door, quietly calling out to her father. He turns, congratulating her on the success of her first request. Selrus tentatively calls his name before apologizing for her recent coldness. Large, glistening tears begin to stream down her face as she apologizes. Her father is thrown into a complete panic by her sudden tears. He stammers, asking why she treated him so coldly and what he did wrong. Overwhelmed by emotion, she sobs uncontrollably as her father tries to comfort her. Rock observes with a smirk, realizing the bold Goran is weak against his daughter. Goran asks why she was so angry and opposed to him about her adventuring. She explains her misunderstanding, confessing she thought he had a secret love child. Goran chokes on his drink, vehemently denying the absurd accusation. Selrus's sorrow vanishes instantly, and she cheerfully acknowledges her mistake. She beams, explaining she thought Rock was her little brother, causing Goran to spit take. Goran clutches his head in agony, realizing the trouble she must have caused. He is mortified by his daughter's wild and embarrassing assumption about Rock. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing she has made a huge mess. Selrus announces she'll go get everyone, leaving her father to deal with the aftermath. Goran is left alone with Rock, the silence thick with embarrassment. He apologizes profusely, admitting his words feel different now. He collapses into a deep bow, mortified by his daughter's actions. Rock recalls Goran's own boisterous youth and his various shenanigans. He remembers Goran being mistaken for a thief and causing trouble at a wedding. Rock thinks to himself that they are undoubtedly like father and like daughter. Goran spirals into a panic, worrying his daughter is being deceived by a bad man. Rock reassures him, promising to watch over her and stop any trouble. Overcome with gratitude, Goran pulls Rock into a tearful, bone-crushing hug. Selrus returns, cheerfully announcing she has brought everyone with her. She throws open the door, only to freeze at the scene before her. Her eyes widen in shock as she takes in the unexpected sight. A blush spreads across her face as a romantic aura fills the air. She sees her father and Rock in what looks like a passionate embrace amidst roses. Her heart pounds in her chest, a new, even more disastrous misunderstanding blooming. Realizing his mistake, Goran slams the door shut, telling her to take her time. Both men shout in frustration, baffled by the turn of events. Selrus flees down the hall, shouting that she'll apologize later and not to tell anyone. An hour later, the other girls wait, looking concerned and confused. Rock and Goran sit slumped in chairs, utterly exhausted after clearing up the misunderstanding. They finally get to the main topic, discussing the vampire's sinister plot. Rock relays Sia's information that a High Lord vampire is making a move. The gravity of the situation hits Goran. This is far more serious than he imagined. Rock lays out their strategy: protect Gelbelga while defeating the vampires. Goran wonders why they can't simply use Gelbelga's power to help them fight. Sia interjects with a critical detail she forgot: a vampire drinking the fowl's blood is catastrophic. Rock and Goran are stunned by this terrifying new piece of information. Rock exclaims in disbelief that such crucial intel was overlooked. Lutra is equally horrified, having been completely unaware of this risk. Selrus explains that curses are born from blasphemy against life itself. Sacrificing a god, she explains, would generate an infinitely more potent curse. Realizing the danger, they agree they cannot take Gelbelga with them. Goran suggests fortifying the mansion with a barrier to protect the chicken. Rock has a better idea, suggesting they turn to King Eric for help. He proposes taking Gelbelga to the ultimate sanctuary, the royal palace. Selrus beams with delight, declaring it a brilliant plan. A character declares with certainty that the royal palace is their safest option for protection. The group arrives, their expressions filled with awe, at the palace's grand vaulted halls. An attendant politely welcomes the party, gesturing for them to follow her to a waiting room. Inside a lavish chamber, the group settles onto an elegant sofa beneath a crystal chandelier. As a maid offers them tea, the cat girl expresses her unworthiness for such fine treatment. The white chicken, Gerbelga, held by Lucra, lets out a small, quiet clucking sound. The maid serving them observes the group with a sharp, unsettlingly intense gaze. Rack notes the youth of the palace staff, and Goran explains that Eric has many apprentices. Goran elaborates that the palace is home to 2,000 trainees from all walks of life. The cat girl asks if this is a welfare program, but Lucra clarifies its educational purpose for the less fortunate. Impressed, Rack smiles, acknowledging that Eric has become a fine king with a noble motto. The doors open, and a regal man with 2 small girls enters, calling out to Rack. The cat girl and Lucra are startled by the sudden, grand entrance of the king and his daughters. King Eric introduces his daughters, Charlotte and Mary, who politely greet the newcomer. Rack bows respectfully, introducing himself to the young princesses as a friend of their father. The younger girl, Mary, recognizes his name with a gasp of delight, calling him Grand Duke Franson. She proudly holds up a colorful children's book titled The Great Adventures of Hero Rack. Rack is utterly flabbergasted by the existence of a picture book detailing his exploits. King Eric explains that Mary is a devoted fan and even asks Rack for an autograph. Lucra explains that all the children in the kingdom are raised on the stories of Rack's heroism. He proudly states that Rack is the hero they all aspire to be, but Rack dismisses it as brainwashing. Lucra adds that even the divine Gerbelga is a fan of the book, leaving Rack aghast. Gerbelga the chicken stares curiously at one of the young princesses who approaches it. The princesses coo over Gerbelga, finding the divine bird to be incredibly cute. The maid Selrus suggests to King Eric that the princesses should go and play together. The princesses happily agree, inviting Selrus and Gerbelga to join them in another room. As the door closes behind them, Rack watches the children leave with a thoughtful expression. King Eric remarks on how well the children get along, noting that Selrus visits often. His tone becomes serious as he explains he desperately wanted his daughters to meet Rack. Rack looks at King Eric, confused by the sudden intensity in his friend's voice. A flashback shows a younger, powerful Rack as Eric recounts his heroic deed from 10 years ago. The king expresses that his current happiness with his daughters is a gift he received from Rack. He continues, stating that not just him, but all the people of the continent are grateful. A vision of Rack's heroic statue appears as Eric explains his need to convey this gratitude. King Eric's face is a mask of profound emotion, his respect for his friend absolute. Rack, slightly embarrassed, quietly accepts his friend's heartfelt thanks with a small smile. He then points out that calling the book The Great Adventures might be overstating things. A maid named Rowana thanks them for their visit and shows them to a room they can use. The princesses thank Rowana as they are led away by the other maid to play. The maid with the intense eyes promises to prepare sweets for them immediately. Her sharp, calculating gaze lingers for a moment, hinting at a hidden, sinister agenda. Later, mist swirls around a dark building as King Eric understands the gravity of the situation. He acknowledges that the recent, frantic movements of the vampires are the cause of the crisis. Rack reaffirms their mission. They must protect Gerbelga's blood from being used in a curse. King Eric accepts without hesitation, promising to take full responsibility for their protection. Lucra and Rack share a look of relief, knowing their precious charge is now safe. Rack shifts the conversation to strategy, asking how they plan to defeat the Vampire Lord. He proposes a plan. He and Sia will gather beastkin hunters for a direct assault. Goran and King Eric are utterly shocked by the bluntness of his charge right-in strategy. Goran yells in disbelief, questioning if that can even be considered a proper plan. Rack holds up his hands placatingly, insisting he has thought the strategy through properly. He illustrates his idea. He will act as a decoy to draw the main swarm's attention. Then the beastkin squad will ambush the Vampire Lord while he is distracted by the swarm. Goran points out a flaw, stating that their roles should be reversed, leaving Rack confused. Sia clarifies that facing a swarm of lesser lords is actually more dangerous than the Vampire Lord himself. She explains that while they can stall the Vampire Lord, letting him escape would put Rack in danger. Rack listens intently, a look of surprise and dawning understanding on his face. Goran asks with concern if this plan won't lead to sacrifices among the beastkin. Sia's gaze hardens as she declares this is what they desire. Letting the Vampire Lord escape would be worse. Goran apologizes to Rack, lamenting that he can't ask the Adventurers Guild for help. He grimly acknowledges that the vampire's powerful charm ability complicates everything. He explains that while beastkin are resistant, forcing them to fight charmed comrades would be a ghastly sight. Sia elaborates that a bitten beastkin becomes even more powerful, unlike a charmed human. A pair of gloved hands methodically and securely ties thick ropes around a set of door handles. A maid stands before the barricaded door, stating that there's no way to tell them apart. The heavy ropes strain as something on the other side begins to pound violently on the door. Inside, Selrus stands guard as a young girl cries that the door won't open. The two small girls in Gerbelga look on with wide, fearful eyes, their mouths agape in shock. Selrus grips her ornate staff, her expression one of fierce determination as she prepares for battle. A wine glass on a nearby table suddenly shatters from the sheer force of an unseen presence. Three horrifying skeletal liches in priestly robes materialize, their presence radiating malevolent power. Selrus gasps in terror, unable to believe they are being ambushed inside the palace. The liches are identified as powerful undead, former mages who sought eternal life. Unarmed, Selris looks at the 5 liches and questions if she can possibly win against them. Her fear gives way to resolve as she tears a strip from her dress for a better grip. She scrapes the tip of her staff across the floor, vowing to do what she can. She declares the line she drew as her resolve, forbidding any enemy from crossing it. The other princess, Charlotte, draws her own sword and vows to protect the others to the end. One of the liches chants an incantation, its jaw hanging open in a silent, skeletal scream. It unleashes a swirling vortex of dark, chaotic magic directly towards Charlotte. Charlotte raises her hand, intending to counter the powerful spell with her own magic. She unleashes her power, determined to strike back and neutralize the incoming threat. She realizes with dawning horror that she must defend against all 3 enemies at once. As her magical defense shatters, she screams that she will fend them off to the last. The dark magic blasts past her, tearing a massive hole through the wall of the building. Charlotte is thrown backward by the force of the blast, crying out in pain and surprise. Outside, a knight looks up in horror at the sudden, violent explosion from the palace. Charlotte's face is a mask of pure terror as she looks up at the sky. A massive, complex magic circle materializes above the building, summoned by a lich. From the circle, countless points of light begin to form, a rain of impending death. Charlotte's eye reflects the terrifying sight as she gasps, wondering how many hundreds there are. As the deadly projectiles streak down from the sky, she lets out a small cry of terror. The liches watch impassively as their devastating attack descends upon their helpless target. A blur of motion appears, and Rax suddenly stands protectively in front of the vulnerable Charlotte. A brilliant, intricate magic circle flares to life, forming a protective dome over them. Rax stands firm, his hand held out to maintain the powerful defensive spell against the onslaught. He turns his head slightly, praising Selris for doing well and calling her his apprentice. He gives a confident thumbs up, telling her to leave the rest to him, much to her blushing delight. In another room, King Eric discusses the vampire's primary abilities, charm and domination. He states with confidence that he has a high resistance to mental attacks, rendering such tricks useless. A cat-eared girl named Sia sits nervously, insisting her people's charms are useless. Suddenly, Luck's head whips to the side, his senses screaming a warning of imminent danger. As his companion shouts his name, Luck leaps over a chair, identifying an intruder. From off-panel, a man named Eric announces he will be taking a shortcut. With incredible speed, Luck sprints towards a large window, his arm outstretched. He bursts through the glass in a shower of shards, his expression one of intense focus. A magic circle flares beneath his feet upon landing, propelling him forward with renewed speed. He continues his magical dash through the palace, a blur of motion and purpose. With a determined shout, he confirms he has located the source of the threat. 2 skeletal liches in priest robes unleash a volley of dark, crescent-shaped magic projectiles. A young blonde woman named Salis gasps in pure terror at the sudden magical assault. The deadly projectiles scream through the air, streaking directly towards the cornered girl. A powerful, star-shaped magical barrier materializes, intercepting the entire volley of dark magic. Luck appears, holding Celis protectively while maintaining the barrier, praising her for her efforts. Celis looks up at her rescuer, her face flushing with awe and her heart pounding. The liches recoil in shock, their skeletal hands raised in a futile defensive gesture. With a predatory grin, Luck dismisses their reaction time, calling them far too slow. He unleashes a swirling vortex of dark energy, trapping the 3 skeletal figures within. Caught in the maelstrom, the lich's forms begin to distort and break apart under the strain. He calmly explains that the sphere he is forming will become a hell of immense pressure. With a clench of his fist, he causes the tiny black sphere to violently implode. The vortex collapses, sucking the liches into nothingness, leaving only dissipating motes of dust. Celis stares in utter awe, whispering how amazing the display of power was. She marvels that he managed to dispatch the 3 formidable liches in an instant. With reverence, she realizes this is the legendary great sage, Luck Franson. A sudden gust of wind rushes past, making Luck wonder what became of the liches. 2 cloaked vampires appear, one questioning if the other sent the liches as a vanguard. Peering out from a doorway, they wonder if their targets have managed to get outside. From another vantage point, Luck identifies the cloaked figures as lower-class vampires and masterminds. A powerful illusion ripples over 2 men, revealed to be the magic of Lucra. A small bat-like creature flits towards a long-haired man, calling out to him. The illusion shatters, revealing the man's true, regal vampire form, shocking his underlings. The minions drop to their knees, hailing the regal figure as the eighth progenitor. He coldly asks what they are doing, questioning if they intend to interfere with his hunt. His companion notes the sixth progenitor's forces are surprisingly numerous and of high rank. The eighth progenitor declares that his own mission is to capture the god's chicken. His companion's eye widens in shock upon hearing this unexpected objective. The companion confesses his own mission from the vampire king is to obstruct him. The eighth progenitor laughs, realizing the sixth progenitor is also acting on the king's orders. He notes the sixth's human followers have infiltrated the palace, a fact that shocks Rowana. Rowana and the other maids react with alarm, realizing the palace is compromised. The eighth progenitor apologizes to his followers, admitting he may have been mistaken. Luck stands before a large, ornate silver basin, his expression serious. He identifies the basin as a teleportation magic circle brought in from the outside. The eighth progenitor decides to speak with the sixth, asking if the basin will take them. His subordinate confirms their plan, just as a massive blade erupts from his chest. The other followers scream in terror, recognizing the assailant. A burly cloaked man cries out Luck's name in alarm at the sudden betrayal. The eighth progenitor brutally withdraws his key-like sword from his subordinate's body. He looks down at the dying man who shares the hero's name, Luck. The progenitor coldly declares that this is the end for his subordinate. The vampire is splattered with the dark remains of his victim. The victim's face is frozen in horror as his body crumbles into black dust. The last of the vampire crumbles away, his essence dissolving into nothing. The faces of the hero Luck and the eighth progenitor are shown side by side. Luck stands over the dissolving remains of his enemies, his mission accomplished. A flashback shows Goran joyfully greeting his two young daughters, who cry out for him. A young woman, Celis, watches the touching family reunion with a smug, knowing smile. A single boot steps onto the ground, signaling a transition back to the present. Goran demands to know how the intruders got into the magically defended royal palace. He reasons that drawing a new teleportation circle within the palace's wards would be impossible. He realizes with a start that it is possible to bring a completed circle in. Luck asks Celis if the silver basin was there from the start. She denies it. He identifies the basin as a magical teleporter and says they must apprehend the maid. Celis cries out as Sia volunteers, being the only one who knows the maid's face. Sia dashes out of the room on her mission, her expression determined. A voice warns that the maid may have been charmed or turned into a thrall. Goran agrees to guard Gerbelga, noting the palace is still full of enemies. He turns to Luck, asking what his next move will be. Luck, tightening his belt, declares he's going to kill the sixth progenitor. He sprints towards the basin, leaving a stunned Goran calling after him. He leaps into the teleportation circle, which erupts in a blinding column of light. The intricate runes of the magic circle flare to life on the ground. Luck materializes in a new location, wondering where he has arrived. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes challenges him, asking who he is. A clawed hand reaches out, gripping another's arm to hold them back. The eighth progenitor is held back by his companion, who urges him to wait. The companion recognizes the progenitor, expressing surprise at his presence. The companion explains he heard the beastmen were subdued and threatens him for being late. The guide bows low, apologizing profusely and begging for forgiveness. The eighth progenitor questions why his subordinate has teleported here. The guide explains he has a message from the vampire king further inside. He gestures down the hall with a smug smile, while a female vampire beside him smirks. The eighth progenitor grumbles, but orders them to lead the way. The two vampires lead him down a long, torch-lit stone corridor. He looks up at a grand, newly constructed staircase with suspicion. The guide explains the sixth progenitor had the local villagers build it. He elaborates that the villagers were turned into a mindless thrall labor force. With a grotesque lick of his fangs, he adds that the children became their food. The eighth progenitor's eyes widen in horror and disgust at this revelation. He coldly informs the guide that his services are no longer required. The guide looks back in confusion, questioning what he means. Luck vaults over a railing, moving with explosive speed to attack the guide. His kick connects, sending a spray of dark fluid through the air. The force of the blow sends the vampire flying backward down the stairs. Luck lands gracefully, his body radiating an aura of cold, righteous fury. His eyes are narrowed, his expression a mask of pure determination. The other vampires in the throne room stare in disbelief at the sudden intrusion. The eighth progenitor, now wearing glasses, observes the scene with a sharp, calculating gaze. Luck draws his ornate sword, his gaze locked on his target, ready for battle. With a flash of his sword, a young man named Rock cuts down two cloaked figures. A pale, elf-like man and his monstrous companion demand to know the intruder's identity. Rock's eyes narrow with lethal focus as he continues his swift, unrelenting assault. The two adversaries recoil in shock, completely unprepared for the sudden attack. In a brilliant flash of energy, two more of the monstrous guards are utterly obliterated. From a distance, a figure in a long coat and hat observes the aftermath of the blast. The grotesque creature wonders why its own lord is attacking it in its final moments. With a final pain sound, the creature dissolves into a cloud of black dust. The shockwave from the powerful attack rips through the area, sending debris flying. Rock comments that attacking one's own allies is a truly heretical and unforgivable act. The surviving elf-like man, wielding a polearm, furiously calls Rock a monster. Through his glasses, the elf-like man's eye glares with cold, murderous intent. Rock angrily retorts that his opponent is the last person who should call him that. Their weapons meet in a shower of sparks, the air crackling with their mutual rage. The elf-like man's sweeping attack is easily dodged by Rock's fluid movement. He counters seamlessly, bringing his own blade up in a powerful arcing slash. The sword slices across his opponent's face, shattering his glasses upon impact. With his blade now at the man's throat, Rock sarcastically compliments the weapon. Cornered, the elf-like man desperately begins to conjure a sphere of magical energy. Rock gives him no chance, his boot connecting with the man's face with brutal force. The powerful kick sends the elf-like man stumbling backward, his face bloodied. He gasps his own name in disbelief, blood erupting from his mouth. In a flash of movement, Rock's blade severs the man's right arm at the shoulder. He becomes a blur of motion, landing a flurry of slashes on his crippled foe. The elf-like man is impaled and pinned to a stone wall by black, spike-like projectiles. Through his cracked and blood-splattered glasses, the dying man glares at his victor. He demands to know the identity of the person who has so utterly defeated him. Rock calmly introduces himself as Rock, a simple F-rank adventurer. The dying man lets out a weak, bloody chuckle at the absurdly low rank. He admits he should have anticipated his failure, given Rock's incredible speed. Rock presses him for information, demanding to know how he infiltrated the royal palace. The man taunts him, questioning if he really expects to get an answer. With grim certainty, Rock acknowledges that he does, preparing to force the information. He places the sharp tip of his sword directly on the dying man's head. The man offers a final, chilling prophecy about the fleeting nature of human peace. He warns that their king will be their downfall, urging them to enjoy their short lives. Rock slices through a massive stone pillar, which crumbles into dust and rubble. In the debris, a small ornate metal with a skeletal relief lies half-buried. An unseen force shatters the metal into pieces with a sharp cracking sound. Rock is suddenly enveloped in a swirling vortex of dark, powerful energy. In a vision, a much younger Rock stands alone in a dark, empty void. The ghostly voices of the dead surround him, pleading for help and crying out in pain. The young boy's face is a mask of anguish as he endures their final words. A dark, swirling aura of power emanates from him as he grips his massive sword. He hardens his resolve, his small hand tightening on the hilt of the great sword. Back in the present, a faint whisper for help echoes in the cold stone corridor. Rock pushes open a heavy, barred wooden door with a loud, groaning creak. He discovers a charnel house, filled with the skeletons of countless victims. He kneels amidst the bones, his expression somber as he pays his respects. Gently placing a hand on a skull, he apologizes for not being able to save them. He speaks to the silent dead, acknowledging the fear and suffering they endured. His face contorts with shared pain as he repeats his heartfelt apology. In the oppressive darkness, he makes a solemn vow to avenge their deaths. A voice cries out, identifying him as an intruder and ordering an immediate attack. From the ceiling, a horde of wraith-like figures with glowing eyes descends. A swarm of pale, winged, goblin-like monstrosities surges forward to attack him. Rock stands his ground, ready to face the overwhelming tide of monsters. He unleashes his sword, bisecting the front ranks of the horde in a spray of blood. He carves a clean path through the swarm, a blur of black and silver. The face of one of the monsters is shown in a rictus of rage and terror. The elf-like man from before is shown, his face contorted in a similar expression. The pale monstrosities are cut down with ruthless, unstoppable efficiency. Rock dispatches the last of the creatures with a powerful, contemptuous kick. He emerges into a courtyard, his gaze drawn to a tall, imposing stone tower. He walks across a desolate street, blanketed in a fine white dust. He pauses, his expression grim as he surveys the utter devastation around him. His eyes harden with a terrible, familiar understanding of what has transpired. He gazes out over the smoldering ruins of the village that lies below. The half-buried remains of a person covered in ash are shown in the foreground. Rock's face is a mask of horror, anger, and grim acceptance. He knows that a human whose blood is drained by a vampire crumbles into ash. With bleak certainty, he concludes that there are no living people left in this place. A sudden gust of wind sends a flurry of dry leaves scattering through the air. A full luminous moon hangs high in the dark, cloud-filled night sky. A single bat flits across the face of the moon, a silent harbinger. A large brazier crackles, its flames dancing wildly and casting flickering shadows. At a massive fortress gate, armored guards stand sentinel, holding burning torches. A burly warrior, Goran, and a refined man, Eric, wait patiently before the gate. Eric turns to Gorn with a faint, knowing smile as someone finally arrives. Rock strides across the drawbridge, and Eric asks if he has returned. Eric explains the vampire had already begun its work, dropping a handful of magic crystals. Rock's face twists in fury, lamenting that he didn't realize the enemy's plan sooner. Gorn reminds him he only returned 10 days ago, accepting a share of the blame himself. He offers to have the Adventurers Guild handle the funeral rites for the dead. Rock asks about the fate of the maid, Rowana, who is shown bound but safe. Eric explains that she was charmed, but her condition is still treatable. A wave of profound relief washes over Rock's face upon hearing the good news. Eric reveals that 5 out of 30 people inside the castle have already turned to ash. Rock realizes with horror that the fortress has been infiltrated by the enemy. His expression hardens as he processes the new, immediate threat within the walls. Goran's face sets in a mask of pure determination. He has made a decision. He vows to join Gelbelga and hunt down the vampire lord, staking his life on it. Eric and Goran exchange a look of silent, grim understanding. Goran declares that if he and Eric join the fight, their victory is certain. Rock is utterly stunned, asking if they are really coming with him. Goran insists that after their failure, the 3 of them fighting together is their best option. He reminds Rock that despite their titles, they are still active warriors at heart. A cat girl watches in awe, thrilled to witness the legendary party reunite. Goran roars with gusto, excited to fight alongside his old friends once more. Eric declares the revival of the legendary party, ready to slaughter the vampire lord. 3 robed figures proceed down a long vaulted cathedral hallway with purpose. The central figure, a woman in an ornate mitre, is flanked by her attendants. They ascend a massive stone staircase within the grand, silent cathedral. The woman is met by a council of priests who bow their heads in deference. A priest apologizes for the urgent summons, asking her to assess the situation. The group stands before a large altar-like dais holding a magical map. A priest reports the capital's magical barrier is stable, but a disturbance is seen. The magical projection shows a rugged, mountainous region under a dark sky. The woman notes this new problem is more pressing than the capital's status. An attendant presents her with a pouch containing fine, glittering sand for a ritual. She scatters the magical sand over the map with a graceful, practiced motion. Her eyes are sharp and focused as she traces the flow of powerful magic. Her attendants watch in silent awe, impressed by her immense mystical power. The map's image shifts, zeroing in on a specific, remote mountain range. One attendant marvels at her skill, noting how precisely she pinpointed the location. Another attendant arrives carrying an urgent message from the former king. A priest gasps in horror, realizing the location must be the vampire lord's lair. The princess confirms the beast is hidden there, ordering contact with local beastkin. An attendant confirms that messengers are already en route to the beastkin tribes. The attendant's profile is grim and determined as he reports the mission's progress. The princess commands the head priest to gather all available A-rank support priests. She declares her intent to personally reinforce the barrier and seal the vampire's movements. An attendant expresses shock that the princess herself will go into such danger. The head priest shouts for an emergency summons to be issued immediately. His subordinates rush off, their footsteps echoing through the cathedral halls. A senior priest observes that this has escalated into a major event. Another priest notes that the head priest seems to be enjoying the crisis. The senior priest agrees with this assessment, a knowing smile on his face. Princess Leffy's immense magical power is described as unique in the Order's history. Her crucial role in the Demon Lord's subjugation was deliberately kept secret. Miles away, the adventurer Luck suddenly clutches his stomach in sharp pain. His companion Goran teases him about having a cold belly, calling him Mom. Luck dismisses the concern, insisting he's just feeling a little chilled. He quietly wishes Levi were present, knowing she could heal him instantly. The hooded man, Eric, overhears the name and looks over his shoulder. He explains that Leafy now leads the Divine Magic Order at the Grand Cathedral. The cat girl, Sia, asks if he is referring to Her Highness the Princess. Eric confirms Levi was their party's original healer, surprising Luck. Eric remarks that with Levi's power, any attack would be effortlessly repelled. He decides to leave reconnaissance to Silas's group and focus on the Vampire Lord. The group stands before a grand estate, their temporary place of safety. The blonde swordswoman, Silas, stands guard, her cape whipping in the wind. She is joined by the small horned girl, Lucilla, both ready for anything. In a memory, a younger Silas asks her father to join the subjugation mission. Her father, Goran, stands with his back to her, a silent refusal. He turns, his profile set in stone, as he firmly denies her request. She argues that her combat training is more than sufficient against low-level vampires. Goran grabs her arm, telling her she is being a hindrance to the mission. She reluctantly accepts his decision, her hand clenching in frustration. Her expression is one of crushed disappointment, but also simmering resolve. The small horned girl, Lucilla, observes the tense family moment quietly. The adventurer Luck steps forward, proposing a combat test for Silas. Goran looks at him, confused, and asks him to explain his reasoning. Luck explains that Silas's fighting style is remarkably similar to her father's. Goran considers this, and Kellis looks on with a flicker of renewed hope. Luck adds that he wants Silas to protect the princess from hidden threats. He challenges her directly, asking if she, his disciple, is capable of the task. Lucilla and Sia joyfully accept the arrangement with bright, enthusiastic smiles. Silas, however, seems pensive, a thoughtful and slightly suspicious look on her face. She enthusiastically declares that they can, of course, leave the task to her. In the present, she reflects on that moment, wondering about his true motives. She had suspected Luck was cleverly maneuvering her into his desired position. Her thoughts are shattered as a swarm of winged vampires descends upon them. Lucilla watches in alarm as the monstrous horde approaches from the shadows. The vampire leader orders his minions to seize the precious, divine bird. Lucilla clutches a small object, her expression determined and unafraid. Silas explodes into action, her armored boot kicking up dust as she charges. The vampire leader smirks with arrogance, confident in his own superiority. Silas brings her sword down in a powerful two-handed strike. The vampires recoil in surprise from the unexpected force of her attack. She stands ready, formally introducing herself as Luck's first disciple. Her face is a mask of fierce concentration as she announces her full name. The vampire leader scoffs, dismissing an F-rank warrior as a complete joke. His arrogance is cut short as she moves in to strike him down. She closes the distance with a swift, powerful thrust of her longsword. Her eyes are narrowed, her focus absolute as she presses her assault. Two other vampires flank her, beginning to cast powerful magic spells. In memory of Luck's voice advises her on the single way to fight mages. She pivots, her foot planting firmly as she prepares to execute his lesson. She recalls his teaching. A warrior must strike faster than the spell can form. Her blade flashes in a wide, sweeping arc, cutting down all three attackers. Her eyes gleam with precision and deadly focus in the heat of battle. The vampire leader curses her and dives directly towards Lucilla. Silas screams Lucilla's name as she intercepts another attacking vampire. The vampire leader's hand closes around the object Lucilla is holding. He discovers with a start that it is an empty birdcage, a clever decoy. The vampire's face twists in shock and confusion at the cunning trick. A magnificent bird of pure fire erupts from Lucilla's position. A vampire screams in terror, recognizing the creature as a legendary firebird. Sia stares in utter shock and amazement at the powerful magical display. The vampires are engulfed in the roaring inferno, screaming in agony. Silas remarks on Lucilla's incredible illusion magic, entrusting the stragglers to her. She turns to face a new wave of smaller, bat-like creatures emerging. The monstrous, winged vampires swarm towards her with fangs bared in fury. She yells Luck's name, her sword scraping against the ground as she readies herself. She plants her feet, bracing to meet the charge of the lesser vampires. She declares that her master can leave the castle's defense entirely to her. Far away, Luck and his party ride through a starlit mountain pass. He carefully pulls a small white chicken from beneath his cloak. He apologizes to Gerbelga-sama for the cramped conditions, vowing to protect it. A white chicken, held gently, lets out a quiet cluck. Eric expresses his disbelief that a vampire lord's lair is so close to the capital. Goran agrees, noting how difficult it will be to find them in the vast mountains. Luck is startled by a sudden dramatic arrival. A wolf-like beastman scout lands with fierce intensity, his mission complete. The scout kneels before Eric, reporting he has found the vampire's hideout. He warns that their numbers are too great for their current forces to handle. The Beastkin leader volunteers his clan to act as a diversion. A younger cat girl, Sia, watches her leader with fierce determination. The leader declares they desire this chance to prove their clan's valor to the king. Sia vows to fight in a way that will not bring shame upon her people. The Beastkin leader watches the heroes depart, stating he has high expectations. Luck nonchalantly offers Sia a new weapon, taking her by surprise. Sia is shocked as Luck presents her with an ornate, powerful-looking sword. She asks what it is, and he explains it was taken from a powerful lord. Testing its balance, she marvels at how incredibly light the sword is. Eric remarks that it's a masterpiece, a demon lord's sword that won't break. Sia is stunned by the generosity of the gift. Eric reveals he wields a holy sword, while Goran boasts of his own flame-enchanted demon lord blade. Now mounted, Sia feels a new confidence with this weapon against the vampire lord. She recalls how her previous sword broke, but feels this one will not fail her. Sia realizes Luck saw through her anxieties, while he confirms he checked the blade for curses. Overjoyed, Sia gratefully accepts the sword, vowing to protect Luck's back. Luck smiles, accepting her pledge and stating he's counting on her. He looks out at the dark forest, entrusting her with the task. Under a crescent moon, a massive swarm of bats fills the night sky. Within the swarm, winged humanoid vampires fly with menacing purpose. Eric watches the swarm pass, confirming the Beastkin's diversion is a success. He and Goran stand together, noting the Beastkin have lured the vampires away as planned. They arrive at the location of the hideout, only to find a bare cliff face. Sia's sharp senses detect a powerful concealment spell hiding the entrance. Luck extends his hand, a glowing sigil forming as he prepares to dispel the magic. The illusion ripples outwards like water, revealing the structure beneath. An ornate ancient stone archway materializes from the solid rock face. Luck then casts a sleep cloud, a star-like sigil glowing in his eye. A thick white magical mist billows forward in a swirling vortex. The sleep-inducing cloud pours through the newly revealed entrance into the darkness. The scene shifts to a quiet, cloudy night sky. The crescent moon shines brightly, a silent witness to the events below. Goran charges into the fortress, his fur-lined cape billowing behind him. He explains his magic can incapacitate the lesser vampires, rendering them helpless. He finds the vampire leaders waiting as the grunts are already crumbling to dust. With a confident sneer, he declares he won't hold back. He bursts into the main hall, confronting the alarmed vampire nobles. The lesser vampires, frozen by the sleep spell, dissolve into dust. The vampire leaders sprout wings and begin to flee deeper into the fortress. Goran grips his massive sword, his muscles straining with immense power. He leaps high into the air, bringing his blade down with catastrophic force. The vampire leaders are thrown back by the shockwave of his attack. The remaining frozen vampires are instantly obliterated in the fiery blast. Goran lands amidst the smoldering aftermath, his great sword resting on his shoulder. His eyes burn with intense focus, fixed on the path ahead. His way is blocked by two guards who have erected defensive magic circles. He takes a single, purposeful step forward, assessing the new threat. He tightens his grip on his sword, sensing a trap beyond the obvious. His expression is one of grim contemplation as he considers the enemy's ploy. A slender vampire taunts him, warning of dozens of magic bullets waiting for him. Goran dismisses the trap as tiresome, deciding on a direct approach. With a burst of impossible speed, he becomes a blur of motion. The lead vampire is stunned as Goran appears behind him in an instant. The entire wall where the doorway stood has been pulverized into rubble. Goran looks back, having been thrown slightly off balance by his own immense force. He stands over the smoldering remains of his destructive passage. With a look of utter boredom, he dismisses their efforts as uninteresting. Sia is left with a comically blank, wide-eyed stare of pure astonishment. Luck remarks that Goran's brute force approach is as overwhelming as ever. Goran proudly declares himself the assault captain of the legendary heroes party. Eric, his expression serious, senses that their goal is now close. He urges the others to stay focused as they prepare to press onward. Sia peers cautiously into a new dark passage. The entire party is stunned as they enter a vast cavern made of pulsating roots. An elegant, barefoot figure with long, dark hair appears before them. She announces the arrival of the Vampire King, her presence commanding. A second, white-haired vampire requests permission to dispose of the intruders. With a fanged smile, she agrees to take their lives as well. Goran retorts that they won't be so easily defeated. The white-haired vampire reveals a small, ornate medallion. She asks if they recognize the cursed metal she holds. Luck's eyes widen in shock and dawning horror. He realizes with a start that the metal in her hand is already shattered. The dark-haired vampire smirks, confirming she has special permission to use this curse. As if on cue, the entire cavern begins to tremble violently. The white-haired vampire stands triumphantly before a colossal, shadowy form. Goran mutters that he has a very bad feeling about this. The ground erupts as a monstrous creature bursts forth from below. A colossal skeletal dragon, its maw open in a silent roar, emerges. The beast's massive form towers over the heroes, its presence overwhelming. Goran yells in alarm, identifying the creature as a dragon zombie. The vampire woman corrects him, proudly calling it an ancient dragon zombie. She mockingly asks if they believe they can defeat it as it unleashes its attack. Goran leaps forward, raising his sword to block the corrosive breath weapon. Eric watches the blast crash against Goran's magical shield. Luck holds Sia close, warning that a direct hit would dissolve them to bone. Goran struggles against the immense power of the dragon's attack. He shouts to the others, telling them to escape while he holds the monster off. Eric looks back, his voice filled with emotion, stating they have a debt to repay. He reveals the path forward is a one-way passage that Goran knowingly stayed behind to guard. He confesses he's wanted to say these words to Goran for a long time. With grim determination, Eric and Goran roar for Luck to go on ahead. Luck stares back, his face a mask of shock as his friends prepare to sacrifice themselves. With a faint, knowing smile, the dark-haired young man agrees to the plan. He scoops up his cat-eared companion, telling his allies to handle the rest. The pale vampire woman snarls, questioning if they can truly escape her. A rugged warrior and an elegant swordsman brace themselves for her attack. The rugged man, Goran, taunts her for taking her eyes off him. He swings his massive greatsword, but she dodges with impossible speed. She appears behind Goran instantly, striking him down with a blur of motion. Licking a drop of his blood from her thumb, she calls his effort a shame. She declares the cursed metal has enhanced her beyond a mere lord's power. The scene shifts to the vast, hallowed interior of the Grand Cathedral. A regal woman in papal vestments, Princess Leafy, leads a solemn procession. A high-ranking priest follows her, his expression grim and resolute. Leafy announces her intent to strengthen the wards and seal the vampire's movements. Raising her staff high, she calls upon the divine for their protection. Sunlight streams through the cathedral's grand arched windows. The assembled clergy kneel in prayer, channeling their collective power. In the dark expanse of Kinby Forest, a desperate battle rages. A Beastman warrior lets out a furious roar amidst the chaotic melee. Two Beastkin warriors fight with savage ferocity against ghoulish monsters. The clash of steel rings out in a flash of violent, deadly motion. A dark-clad vampire with sharp claws viciously impales a beast warrior. Silhouetted against the moon, a vampire lord oversees the slaughter. He orders his minions to kill the insolent Beastkin for their defiance. The Beastman leader spots the lord and rallies his men to attack in groups. With desperate courage, the Beastkin warriors charge forward. The lord simply raises a hand, a magic circle flaring to life before him. He unleashes a devastating blast of energy, easily repelling their assault. A subordinate notes the high number of lords as the leader orders a retreat. A gong is struck, the sound echoing as the tactical withdrawal begins. The Beastkin leader and his subordinate look on, their diversionary plan in motion. The vampire lord's hand is shown, his expression shifting with realization. He watches the Beastkin retreat, questioning if they are truly fleeing. The lord correctly deduces their true objective was to lure him away. Hidden nearby, another vampire realizes a separate unit is attacking the base. His mouth curls into a slight, wicked smirk. He begins to laugh maniacally at the cleverness of the unfolding strategy. The sound of his deranged laughter echoes through the dark forest. He takes a determined step, ready to act on this new information. The young hero, Luck, sprints down a stone corridor, yelling his defiance. A bandaged figure sits on a throne of skulls, musing about a great power. Luck smashes through a heavy wooden door with a powerful kick. The door explodes inwards, revealing the bandaged figure, Kisharna, waiting. Dust and splinters fill the air from the force of his dramatic entry. Luck stares in shock, surprised to find his target calmly expecting him. Kisharna comments on his crude and unrefined method of entry. He unwraps his bandages, revealing a stitched grin, and declares a sermon is needed. The catgirl Sia gasps, realizing this High Lord is on a completely different level. Luck instructs Sia to maintain an offensive barrier, telling her to be careful. Sia blushes slightly, noting that Luck is as reliable and calm as ever. Her gaze is drawn to a large barred structure in the back of the room. She senses something is wrong, a sudden premonition of danger. In a flash, Kisharna appears, attacking Luck with blinding speed. Luck intercepts the attack, his hand clamping down on Kisharna's. Kisharna is impressed, remarking on Luck's excellent reaction time for a human. Saya is stunned, completely unable to follow the High Lord's movement. She realizes with awe that this is the true, overwhelming power of a High Lord. Luck coolly states that Kisharna's charms will have no effect on him. The High Lord's visible eye glints with a flicker of genuine interest. The Beastman leader arrives, joining the standoff with a swift attack of his own. Kisharna finds him interesting and asks for his name, which Luck refuses to give. The Beastman leader calls Kisharna a crude and mannerless bastard. Saya realizes the High Lord is aware of her presence in the room. She understands that she will only have a single chance to make her move. Luck's sword scrapes the stone floor as he prepares his own attack. He lunges forward, his blade aimed directly at Kisharna's heart. Kisharna raises a hand, a magical barrier forming to block the blow. A flicker of genuine surprise crosses Kisharna's bandaged face. The magical barrier shatters on impact with Luck's sword. Kisharna stares at his bleeding hand, shocked that his defense was broken. Seizing the moment of distraction, Sia launches a powerful flying kick. She lets out a small gasp, surprised by her own successful attack. Kisharna is shocked that she managed to dodge his counter and land a blow. He snarls, declaring that her luck has finally run out. A shadowy blade severs the Beastman's arm cleanly at the shoulder. The dismembered limb flies through the air in a gruesome arc. Luck watches in horror, stating that his companion's left arm was taken. Saya declares that with their combined strength, they can still win this fight. Kisharna's mouth twists into a slight, unconcerned smile. He holds the severed arm as it dissolves, questioning what they are talking about. A surge of dark power erupts from his own limb, crackling with energy. Luck and Sia stare in shock at the raw display of power. Kisharna laughs, taunting that a pathetic sword like Luck's is useless against him. Saya cries out in disbelief that Luck's powerful sword isn't working. Kisharna explains his magical power is simply too overwhelming for the blade to absorb. Saya understands it's not ineffective, as Luck warns her that he's coming. With glowing magic circles surrounding him, Kisharna decides to play around. Elsewhere, Goran worries about Eric's side of the fight and lets out a mighty roar. The winged demoness dives from the sky, her sharp claws extended. She slams into the ground with immense force, a sadistic grin on her face. Goran strains to block her furious combination of devastating attacks. His eye widens as he struggles against her overwhelming speed and power. She unleashes a rain of deadly magic bullets from the sky above. The projectiles slam into the ground in a series of violent explosions. Goran curses her for flitting about and being so difficult to hit. Just as she attacks again, Eric flashes into the fray, deflecting the blow. Goran stares in shock at his companion's timely and unexpected arrival. Eric tells Goran it's time to switch, taking over the fight himself. Goran is left utterly bewildered by the sudden change in tactics. The clash between Eric and the demoness erupts in a massive explosion. The camera pans over the desolate battlefield, revealing a colossal dragon skeleton. A blonde warrior in a white cloak unleashes a powerful sword strike against a winged, horned demoness. With a cruel smile, the demoness taunts Prince Eric, praising his fine personality for abandoning his comrades. Prince Eric looks back with a stern expression, questioning her accusation of abandonment. He wonders aloud what she could possibly be talking about as the ground begins to tremble. The earth shatters in a violent explosion, sending rock and debris flying in all directions. A colossal skeletal dragon, a dragon zombie, erupts from the ground with a silent roar. The warrior Goran expresses surprise that an undead creature like this can even feel pain. He grimly informs the beast that it is now its turn to feel the fear of death. Prince Eric calmly remarks that this is simply a matter of putting the right person in the right place. Annoyed by his comment, the demoness clicks her tongue and takes to the sky. Eric casts Levitate, his expression focused as he prepares to give chase. He soars through the air, pursuing the winged demoness across the battlefield. The demoness vows that her opponent will not be allowed to escape her grasp. With incredible speed, she appears directly behind the surprised prince. She whispers menacingly into his ear, asking who is truly running away now. Eric is shocked by her blinding speed, his eyes wide with surprise. Two clones of the demoness appear beside her as she seizes Eric from behind. She offers to make him her special thrall, her voice filled with a twisted affection. Sinking her fangs deep into his neck, she draws blood in a vicious, predatory bite. She commands Prince Eric to become her servant, her face just inches from his. His eyes are wide but not with fear as he stares back at his captor. The demoness suddenly recoils, her body seizing in a violent pain spasm. Blood erupts from her nose and mouth as she stumbles back in agony. The real Eric remains impassive as his captor looks on in utter shock. The demoness can only manage a sound of pure, pained confusion. The clone holding Eric's sword dissolves, and the real demoness is impaled. The blade pierces her torso in a silent and fatal blow. She cries out in disbelief, demanding to know why her charm failed to work on him. Eric calmly dusts off his hands, his demeanor utterly composed after the counterattack. He reveals that unfortunately for her, he is already taken. A comical image shows him with two stern, pope-like figures. The memory confirms that his vow is to a religious order, not a lover. He explains that a hero's blood has high mental and poison resistance. With a smug peace sign, he asks if he isn't a perfect match for her. The demoness grits her teeth in pure, unadulterated fury at his words. She screams his name, her face contorted with rage and hatred. A brilliant holy light engulfs her, forming a cage of glowing runes and chains. She questions what is happening as she feels her power draining away. Eric watches calmly as the powerful divine barrier takes effect. A priest recognizes the immense power of the holy spell with awe. The massive divine barrier forms over a distant, rocky mountain peak. A high priestess leads a choir of robed clergy in a grand, powerful ritual. They chant in a holy language, their hands clasped together in prayer. The priests channel their collective power into the massive, binding spell. Their voices combine to create the holy barrier, their focus absolute. A beastman warrior looks up at the rings of holy light in the sky. A scout reports to his chieftain that the vampire lord's movements have dulled. The chieftain roars a command to attack all at once, sounding the gong for battle. With a thunderous war cry, the beastman warriors charge their weakened foe. The demoness's body begins to dissolve into ash after the final blow. Eric watches her fade, his expression grim and resolute. She warns him not to get cocky, as he can never defeat the High Lord. Eric's turbaned companion grimly agrees that their victory is an absolute certainty. The demoness's final thought is that their victory is absolutely impossible. Goran stands ready, facing the massive dragon zombie in a fiery landscape. He charges forward, his massive greatsword held high for a powerful strike. He declares that it is time to settle this matter once and for all. With a guttural cry, he gathers his immense strength for the attack. His foot plants firmly on the ground, cracking the stone beneath it. He leaps into the air, a blur of motion aimed at the heart of the beast. His entire being is focused on delivering the final devastating blow. Mid-charge, his confident expression shatters into a grunt of pain. A sharp, debilitating pain suddenly shoots through his lower back. His eyes widen in pure shock and agony at the sudden betrayal. He cries out that his back has given out, frozen in a pained posture. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as he realizes his plight. His face is a mask of pure terror and pained surprise. The dragon zombie unleashes a powerful beam of energy in response. The blast of white light streaks towards the incapacitated warrior. It slams into the ground where he just stood, obliterating it completely. Goran lands heavily amidst some writhing roots, wincing in pain. The dragon looks on, its moment of vulnerability now past. Suddenly, the beast is encased in a shimmering, crystalline substance. A hand gently touches Goran's back as a voice offers thanks. Goran grins, declaring that thanks to them, his back is all healed. He gives his massive sword a powerful experimental swing with renewed vigor. The dragon zombie, now frozen in magical ice, is utterly defeated. Its head is trapped in the crystal, its threat completely neutralized. Goran walks towards his companions, his strength fully restored. Leffy dryly comments that his warm-up was barely sufficient for his age. Luck laughs, quietly asking her not to mention Goran's flirting with Highroad. In a different battle, a hand is outstretched, ready for a fight. Luck and Sia are locked in combat with a pale, white-haired High Lord. Luck's expression is one of grim, focused determination. Sia's face is a mask of fierce concentration, her fangs bared. She notes the High Lord's movements are dulled by the Holy Barrier's power. Luck and Sia exchange a determined, knowing glance. Sia tightens her grip on her weapon, ready to attack. The two warriors attack in perfect, synchronized unison. Luck unleashes a life transfer spell, a glowing eye on his palm. The High Lord cries out in pain as the spell strikes him directly. Luck dodges a counterattack, his body a blur of motion. He is shocked to find a simple chicken in his other arm. The High Lord stumbles back, reeling from the magical assault. He looks down at his own body in horror as scales begin to appear. He is utterly bewildered by the strange draconic transformation. He roars in fury, demanding to know why a divine bird is here. The chicken lets out a powerful, otherworldly crow, its comb glowing. The High Lord is consumed by rage, spitting out accursed metal. His eye, now slitted and reptilian, glares with malevolent intent. A young man named Luck clutches a chicken, his expression filled with sudden alarm. The face of a monstrous, white-haired villain is revealed, his features corrupted and his eyes crazed. The chicken speaks, its voice echoing with divine authority, warning that it should not be here. Luck is struck by a terrible premonition, believing that their defeat is now certain. With a cruel smile, the villain taunts Luck for bringing him a divine sacrifice. Luck's eyes widen in horror as he recognizes the skull-like marking on the villain's tongue. The villain bites down hard, shattering the cursed metal in a spray of blood. A massive, overwhelming shockwave of dark pressure erupts from the villain. Luck is slammed to his knees, his head feeling as though it will split open. Miles away, a priestess's ceremonial staff shatters from the sheer force of the psychic blast. The clergy in the cathedral are thrown back, coughing up blood from the invisible assault. The grand hall is littered with the bodies of the fallen priests. An old priest cries out as a dark, curse-like pattern begins to spread up Princess Leafy's neck. A massive dark dome of energy materializes over a distant mountain range. Luck grits his teeth, finally understanding the terrifying nature of the power he faces. The villain, Ark, floats in the air, empowered by the divine protection of the wicked gods. With a predatory grin, Ark extends a clawed hand, declaring his intent to take the chicken's blood. Luck clutches his chest in terror, while the divine chicken looks on, completely unbothered. A grotesque, fleshy tunnel appears, pulsing with dark energy. Goran and Leafy feel the strange pressure from afar, realizing their support barrier has been broken. Filled with concern for Luck, Goran urges his companions to hurry toward the disturbance. A colossal, shadowy hand descends with crushing force. The hand slams Luck's head into the ground, pinning him. Battered and bleeding, Luck and Shay glare up at their foe with unbroken defiance. Ark stands before a pulsating black crystal, the source of his overwhelming power. He smirks, identifying his malevolent barrier as the divine protection of the wicked gods. The black crystal throbs with a dark, ominous light. Ark explains that his power specifically immobilizes those with strong divine protection. He gloats that while High Lords can still move, heroes are utterly constrained. Luck strains against the invisible force, realizing the gods must love him a great deal. He grits his teeth in agony, feeling as though his head is about to split open. In the cathedral, a surviving priest calls out to the princess amidst the bodies of his fallen comrades. An attendant warns Princess Leafy against continuing her ritual, fearing for the capital's own barrier. Another attendant hands Leafy a ceremonial staff as she resolves to act. She declares that she will not stop, even if she must fight on her own. Leafy proclaims that the Holy Church must deliver God's protection to those fighting for their country. Her attendant looks on with awe and respect. The wounded clergy rally to her side, vowing to rebuild their own shattered barrier. A faint, confident smile touches Princess Leafy's lips. She grips her ceremonial staff, her knuckles white with determination. She declares that she will take responsibility for all of their lives, inspiring her followers. The clergy erupt in a thunderous cheer, their morale and hope instantly restored. An older cleric watches her, impressed by her unchanging and powerful spirit. He recalls her legendary past as the strongest holy woman. Leafy begins to channel her immense power, known as the Sage of the Holy Dragon. On the battlefield, Luck's eyes snap open as he feels the shift in the magical tide. He shatters the ground beneath him as he violently breaks free from his paralysis. With a clenched fist, he prepares to re-enter the fight. Ark's eye widens in pure shock at this unexpected turn of events. Luck bursts forward with incredible, explosive speed. Ark, stunned that Luck can still move, dismisses him as nothing more than a big deal. Luck instantly conjures a powerful, two-layered magical barrier to defend himself. The barrier absorbs Ark's attack, sending Luck flying backward, but saving his life. A diagram explains the nature of the marionette spell that is still controlling Luck's body. He strains against the spell, his muscles threatening to tear as he forces himself to move. His one and only objective is now crystal clear. The pulsating black crystal is identified as the source of the malevolent barrier. Shay's cat-like eye narrows with a look of fierce, defiant resolve. As Ark moves to intercept Luck, Shay declares that she will not let him pass. Shay launches herself at Ark, her sword drawn and ready. Her surprise attack slashes across Ark's face, drawing first blood. She presses her assault with a furious, relentless flurry of strikes. Ark recoils, more surprised by her ferocity than hurt by the shallow wound. Shay's hand is shown, wounded, but still locked in the desperate fight. She is brutally struck down by Ark's overwhelming counterattack. She cries out in pain as the devastating blow connects. She collapses to the ground, defeated but having bought precious time. Ark dismisses her as a nuisance, licking a drop of blood from his lip. He turns his full, menacing attention back to Luck, his cape billowing. Luck sees his opening, his hand already glowing with gathered magical energy. He recognizes that this is the chance his companion, Shay, has created for him. His eye burns with determination. He vows not to let her sacrifice be in vain. His target, the black crystal, is now just one step away. He reaches his objective, his sword poised for the final act. His hand lunges forward, aiming to touch the crystal's surface. A bead of sweat drips down his face as he strains with the final effort. Ark appears at his side in a blur, taunting that it's a shame. The villain's hand clamps down hard on Luck's sword arm, stopping him cold. With a menacing grin, Ark commands him not to move. Black, smoky tendrils of power erupt, completely immobilizing Luck. Ark prepares to crush Luck's arm and end his resistance for good. The battered but unbroken Shay throws herself in the way, blocking the attack. She strains with all her might against Ark's overwhelming power. Her small hands manage to hold back his massive, clawed arm. Luck shouts her name in a mixture of alarm and gratitude. Shay grits her teeth and vows to protect Rock's back. She tells him she's counting on him, and he confirms his trust in her. Luck's free hand presses firmly against the surface of the black crystal. Ark looks down, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he senses a change. Luck roars with effort, determined to push through with his plan. The three of them are locked in a desperate, unmoving stalemate. Ark sneers that it's useless, as his own power is only growing within the barrier. He gloats that Luck has no chance of victory. Luck retorts that he's being noisy and tells him to look closer. Ark glances down at his hand, which is still gripping Luck's glowing arm. His eyes widen in utter shock and disbelief at what he sees. He feels the power of his own dark barrier weakening and shifting. Glowing rings of holy script begin to form around the crystal, constricting it. Ark cries out, horrified that a barrier is being erected so locally. His composure finally shatters as he demands to know who is responsible for this impossibility. With a final intense glare, Luck declares his opponent has talked enough and must now disappear. A monstrous, clawed hand dissolves into a spray of black particles from the force of the blow. In a blur of motion, Luck lands a devastating strike, his sword tearing through the vampire. The vampire recoils, his face a mask of pure, pained shock at the sudden attack. Luck and his cat-eared companion, Shay, watch as he realizes someone interfered with his attack. Shay stares in wide-eyed astonishment at an unseen presence that has just manifested. A vision of a serene, glowing woman with her eyes closed appears before them. The divine woman materializes fully, her ornate robes radiating an immense holy power. The vampire screams a final curse as his body dissolves into a swarm of bats to escape. Luck watches the dramatic and noisy escape with a completely unimpressed, deadpan expression. He produces a small chicken from his coat, calmly announcing it is now Gerbelga-sama's turn to act. The fleeing vampire looks on in dawning horror at the new unexpected threat. A powerful rooster's crow echoes across the land as the sun rises over a distant mountain peak. The party of adventurers stands together, watching the aftermath of the powerful divine intervention. Luck and his long-haired companion, Eric, observe the distant light with serious expressions. The vampire's face crumbles to ash, lamenting his defeat in such an unexpected place. His discarded cloak and mask completely dissolve into a fine pile of dust on the ground. A single shimmering wisp of light is all that remains as a confused Shay looks on. Shay tells Rock that the mysterious robed woman was standing just behind them a moment ago. Luck smiles knowingly, confirming to himself that he is well aware of who their benefactor was. The beautiful and powerful priestess, Leffy, is revealed, holding her grand cross-topped staff. A faint, satisfied smile touches Leffy's lips, a hint of her connection to the events. She announces to her assembled followers that the long, dark night has finally ended. With a triumphant and relieved smile, she declares that the High Lord has been vanquished. The assembled crowd of soldiers and clergy erupts in a thunderous, celebratory cheer for her victory. In a grand cathedral, a high-ranking clergyman presents her with a holy relic in gratitude. Leffy looks on with a private, gentle smile, her thoughts turning to someone else. She feels she has finally repaid her debt to Luck, even if just a little. A burly warrior, Goran, rushes to Luck's side, shouting his name in concern. Luck reassures him that they are both fine, showing him the unharmed chicken, Gerbelga. Goran is shocked to see the High Lord has been reduced to nothing but a pile of ash. Luck feels an ominous power, identifying a dark crystal as part of a blessing of the Twilight Gods. Eric explains that divine power left him completely exhausted and unable to move. Luck asks if he was unaffected by the draining power, while Gorn seems confused by the question. Luck theorizes about the spell's range, then worries that his companion Shay has been injured. Shay cheerfully insists she's fine, playfully teasing a younger catboy about being hit by a magic bullet. The catboy explains that Luck's magic had protected his vital areas from any serious harm. Luck admits he couldn't cast a full barrier, but is relieved he could protect his friend. Shay feels guilty, apologizing for having needed his protection during the fight. She expresses her admiration for Luck managing to defeat the High Lord within the barrier. A faint ethereal image of Leffy's gentle and knowing smile appears for a moment. Luck credits a goddess's blessing, musing if she is a goddess of war, which confuses Goran. Eric calmly clarifies the identity of their powerful benefactor, naming her for the others. Luck asks Eric to pass on his gratitude to Leffy for saving him. Eric agrees with a knowing smile, while a still confused Goran looks on. A bead of sweat runs down Luck's cheek as he reflects on the battle's end. He reflects on the 10 years he spent fighting alone in another dimension. He realizes that having companions to watch his back is a good thing after all. Shay looks up at him with a curious, questioning expression, sensing his change in mood. Goran points to a large barred cage which Luck admits he had forgotten about. Inside the cage, a massive wolf lies sleeping soundly, drooling on the stone floor. Luck and Goran are both struck by the creature's immense size, confirming it's a wolf. Goran wonders if Luck's magic is keeping it asleep, but Luck denies it. Luck turns to Shay, asking if she has any idea what the creature might be. Shay's eyes widen in recognition, identifying the massive animal as a spirit beast. She clarifies that despite its incredible size, the massive creature is still just a cub. She explains the ancient, sacred bond between her beastkin people and the spirit wolves. She confidently states that Gerbelga's divine power would be useless against such a creature. She explains the wolf is intelligent and would not attack people without a good reason. Goran suggests they free the pitiful-looking creature, and Luck agrees it's the right thing to do. Luck places his hand on the cage lock and casts a magic dispel spell. The moment the spell is cast, the sleeping wolf's eyes snap open. The cage lock springs open as Luck tells the creature that it is now free. From the darkness of the cage, the wolf glares out with menacing, glowing eyes. Luck's face is a mask of pure shock and utter confusion at the sudden change. The massive wolf lunges from the cage, its fanged maw wide open as it barrels towards him. It tackles him, but only to lick his face enthusiastically as a bewildered Goran yells in confusion. Shay quickly intervenes, telling the wolf to calm down now that the vampire is gone. She explains that the wolf is simply showing its gratitude to the person who saved it. The wolf immediately calms down, its demeanor changing from ferocious to docile. The massive wolf bows its head to the ground in a gesture of profound respect. Shay gently pets its head, reassuring the frightened creature that everything is all right now. Luck theorizes the wolf, like the beastkin, was captured for vampire research into its immunities. He tells the wolf that it is now free to go wherever it pleases. Luck warns the wolf not to attack people in the future, as it looks back one last time. The wolf turns and trots down a long, dark corridor, finally free. As it leaves, Luck clutches his head, hit by a sudden, unseen psychic feedback. The party emerges from the fortress to find a massive, cheering crowd of beastkin warriors. A powerful, echoing howl rips through the air, silencing the crowd. Luck and his companions are startled by the overwhelming, primal sound. Goran and Shay also cry out in surprise at the sudden, deafening noise. Eric smiles serenely, informing a bewildered Luck that this triumphant cry is for him. Eric holds a glowing crystal aloft as he addresses the assembled crowd. He declares to the beastkin that the vampire emperor who nested in their land has been vanquished. The beastkin warriors are filled with pride, acknowledging this as a glory they won with their own hands. Gripping his staff, Eric calls for them to proudly raise a victory cry for all to hear. He shouts that this is their victory, a triumph for all of them who fought. He raises his staff to the heavens in a grand, triumphant gesture, signaling the celebration. The beastkin warriors throw their heads back and howl in a unified, joyous celebration. The young cat girl and the white wolf joyfully join in the triumphant victory howl. Even the stoic Goran and a surprised Luck are swept up in the moment, shouting in celebration. Their triumphant howls fade into the sky as they begin their journey home to the capital. The party rides in a solemn procession across a grassy hill, leaving the battlefield behind. Their journey takes them into the quiet shade of a dense, ancient forest. Luck spots the small white wolf cub peeking out from behind a tree, watching them go. Goran turns to Luck, asking if he has also noticed that they are being followed. Shay explains that the creature feels a deep and profound gratitude towards Luck. The now fully grown wolf looks up at Luck, panting happily and waiting. He tells the wolf that it is free and can do as it pleases from now on. The wolf's bright eyes are fixed on him, filled with unwavering hope and excitement. With a confident smile, the cat-eared girl, Sia, tells Luck she is following him of her own free will. Luck turns to the large white wolf, asking if what she said is true, and it barks in response. He considers this new development with a thoughtful, slightly uncertain expression. The long-haired blonde man, Eric, encourages Luck, suggesting the lone wolf sees a kindred spirit in him. The wolf's tail begins to wag furiously, its gaze fixed on Luck with hopeful expectation. Kneeling down, Luck gently asks the magnificent creature if it truly wants to join him. The wolf responds by affectionately nuzzling its head against his outstretched hand. A warm smile spreads across Luck's face as he declares he is now the wolf's family. The wolf tackles Luck in a chaotic, happy embrace as his companions watch with amusement. Saya expresses her happiness for the new bond, and the wolf howls in agreement. The party resumes their journey, the wolf now trotting faithfully alongside Luck's horse. Their travels finally bring them to the magnificent royal capital, a massive, fortified city. Two young girls in beautiful dresses run forward, joyfully calling out for their father. Eric embraces one of his daughters, asking if they were safe in his absence. A young woman explains that the blonde swordswoman, Celis, and the small horned child, Lucra, had protected them. Inside a grand hall, a pile of sparkling magic stones lies scattered on the floor. Luck identifies the stones as coming from vampires, noting the large number of them. Celis confirms there were 20 attackers, and Lucra adds that they defeated 15. Eric expresses his shock at the number, but Celis clarifies they were all just lesser vampires. Luck inspects the pile and finds a distinct crystal, realizing a high-class vampire was present. Eric is stunned by this revelation, while Celis looks on with a confused expression. Celis recalls one stronger foe but admits she defeated it before it could use its power. The burly warrior, Goran, is amazed by his daughter's strength, while Luck looks on with a puffed-out face. Goran reflects on his daughter's power, impressed that she considered a high-class foe only a little strong. Luck gives Goran a sly look, patting his own shoulder in a proud gesture. Overcome with emotion, Goran struggles to find the right words to say to his daughter. His eyes welling with tears, he tells Celis how incredibly proud he is of her. Celis blushes deeply, her own eyes shining as she whispers a heartfelt thank you. Luck watches the touching family moment, a warm and knowing smile on his face. He gives Celis an encouraging thumbs up, telling her she did a great job. Beaming with happiness, Celis squeezes her eyes shut and flashes a triumphant peace sign. Goran places a comforting hand on Celis's head as Luck looks on. Lucra watches the scene with a quiet, thoughtful expression. On a balcony, Eric tells Luck this is a serious matter, as a high-class vampire shouldn't have been able to infiltrate. He theorizes the enemy is interfering with the city's divine protection, and security must be reevaluated. Saya looks up at Luck, her ears perked with an idea. She suggests assigning some of the beastkin to guard duty. Luck enthusiastically agrees, noting their resistance to charms and their newfound unity. Impressed by his tactical thinking, Eric is convinced and promises to propose the plan with good rewards. Eric then turns to Luck, saying he must also be rewarded, and asks what he desires. Luck is taken aback, stammering that he doesn't really want anything in particular. His wolf Garv looks on, a chicken comically perched on its head. With a smile, Luck puts his arm around Lucra, realizing his family has grown. Lucra looks up at him, a blush on her face, touched by the gesture. Looking at a grand mansion, Luck murmurs that perhaps what he wants is a house. A new chapter begins, showing a view of the capital from a narrow lower-class street. Skewers of meat sizzle over an open flame, filling the air with smoke. A vendor hands a skewer to a man who looks just like Goran. A small, forlorn figure in a ragged hood watches the bustling market from a distance. The hooded girl's stomach lets out a loud, painful growl of hunger. She walks wearily down a stone path, her steps slow and heavy. She looks up at a pear tree overhanging a wall, a potential source of food. Desperate, she takes a bite but immediately spits it out, her face contorting in disgust at the bitter taste. She looks back at the tree, her hope turning to disappointment. She clutches an armful of the useless, unripe pears. In a grimy alleyway, two rough-looking men spot the small, vulnerable girl. She freezes, her eyes widening in fear as the men begin to approach her. Panic sets in, and she breaks into a desperate sprint to escape her pursuers. The two thugs walk menacingly down the alley, searching for their target. She flees into the dark, gaping maw of a sewer entrance, a single pair left behind. The pairs she dropped lie scattered on the cobblestones, a trail for anyone following. She runs through the dark, arched sewer tunnel, her footsteps echoing. A man who looks like Goran appears, his face etched with concern as he calls out. The party stands before a grand mansion, which Goran identifies as the one Eric prepared. Luck worries that the house is too large, but Goran asks if he thinks it's too small. Luck clarifies it's the size of a Grand Duke's residence, and the cleaning will be a huge task. Goran explains that to maintain noble status, they'll need servants or disciples. Lucra explains the disciple system, mentioning her brother is currently serving their mother. Saya asks what a disciple is, while Lucra looks on curiously. Goran explains it's a way for children without inheritance rights to help in another household. He suggests that Lucra becoming Luck's disciple is a better arrangement than a formal adoption. Lucra beams, saying it would be an honor to become part of Luck's family. Goran looks pleased with this arrangement, and Celis smiles warmly. He notes they'll still need 2 or 3 more people, including a cook. Saya eagerly volunteers to help with the cleaning, much to Luck's surprise. Celis flexes a bicep, confidently declaring they can leave the heavy lifting to her. The group begins exploring the upper floor and choosing their rooms. Lucra points out a room for Luck, who happily agrees with his wolf at his side. Celis playfully claims another room, telling Luck to go back to his own house. Luck walks down a long corridor, his gaze drawn to the end. He and Garv cross a covered stone bridge, a door creaking open before them. The bridge leads to a separate, formidable-looking tower. The tower stands tall and imposing against the sky. Inside, they discover a vast circular library filled with books from floor to ceiling. Luck and Garv ascend the library stairs, taking in the scene. They stand at a large window looking out over the estate. Goran appears at the window, calling out to Luck. He asks what Luck thinks of the house, and Luck thanks him for leaving the furniture. Goran stands with his arms crossed, taking in the view with him. Luck smiles, his gaze drawn to the grounds below. He comments on the nice, spacious garden, adding that Garv is pleased. Goran asks if the wolf's name is Garv, and Luck confirms it has been named. Goran shares the property's history as an empty mansion that fell under royal management. He finds the watchtower peculiar for a baron's mansion. Luck, however, declares he's a tower enthusiast and will make this library his personal room. Goran listens, his expression thoughtful and slightly suspicious. He sighs, remarking that Eric picked a strange property and decides to have the guild investigate. As night falls, the mansion's tower stands as a dark silhouette against the cloudy sky. The grand staircase and hallways are empty and shadowed, filled with an expectant silence. The camera pans down the grand staircase, the mansion quiet for its first night. In a shared bed, a blonde girl snores soundly while a cat-eared girl sleeps peacefully. A gentle voice repeatedly calls out Rock's name, trying to rouse him from sleep. Groggy and disoriented, Rock sits up as Lucra asks what's wrong, startling a chicken. Lutra begins to explain that he woke up in the night and heard a strange sound. Still half asleep, Rock questions what his companion means by a strange sound. His drowsiness vanishes as Lucra clarifies that it was the sound of a person's voice. With tears in his eyes, Lucra describes a girl's pained cries coming from the basement. Rock groans in frustration, wondering aloud if Eric gave him a haunted property. Throwing on his coat, he asks Lucra to confirm the mansion has a basement. The commotion awakens his wolf, Garv, who lets out a low, alert growl. Rock and Lucra stand at the top of the grand staircase, surveying the dark hall. Pausing at a doorway, Rock holds up a hand, listening intently to the silence. He begins his descent down a flight of stone stairs into the mansion's lower levels. Cupping a hand to his ear, he focuses, trying to catch the faint sound again. He and Lucra exchange a serious, concerned glance in the oppressive quiet. Their footsteps echo softly as they proceed down the cold, stone-walled corridor. Rock hears it too, faint whispers of someone crying that it hurts. Terrified, Lucra clutches his chicken, hearing desperate pleas for help. Rock stands before a heavy wooden door, the source of the unsettling sounds. He turns to the frightened Lucra and asks him to create some light. Though trembling, Lucra snaps his fingers, summoning a small, glowing orb of magic. The light reveals a horrifying sight, a girl hanging upside down from the ceiling. Lucra and his chicken are frozen in absolute wide-eyed terror at the apparition. A sudden, piercing scream echoes from the upper floors of the dark mansion. Upstairs, the cat-eared girl, Milka, sits up, awakened by the commotion. Downstairs, the ghostly figure suddenly drops from the ceiling with a heavy thud. The true cause is revealed. Milka had kicked her bedmate, Silcia, out of bed. Silcia lands on the floor in a heap, still sound asleep. Lucra, convinced it's a ghost, clings to Rock in a panic. Rock rushes to help Silcia, who is now tangled in her sheet and complaining of pain. He tries to untangle her from a chair, remarking that a real ghost wouldn't be so clumsy. Lucra stares in utter disbelief as the truth of the situation dawns on him. Milka arrives and accuses Rock of being a pervert, threatening to call the authorities. After the chaos, Milka thanks Rock for helping Silcia and introduces herself. Lucra, still flustered, insists Rock is a thief, for which Rock sheepishly apologizes. Rock asks Milka about her family, and she explains that her parents are gone. Lucra listens with a flicker of sympathy as her story unfolds. She explains that her grandfather's debt caused their home to be seized. In a flashback, she recounts being forced to live in the sewers until a wall crumbled. She smiles, saying she never expected to find a trap leading to a proper home. Rock is stunned, realizing a secret passage connects his basement to the sewers. He finds the existence of a hidden passage in a baron's mansion deeply suspicious. Deciding to investigate, he tells the others they must first seal the opening. He leads the way, followed by Lucra and Milka, ready to explore the passage. He wonders aloud about the purpose of such a hidden path, finding it questionable. He muses that it's unlikely the royal family would have lived in such a place. They arrive at the crumbled section of the wall leading into the sewer. Rock notes the wall collapsed naturally and decides to perform emergency repairs. Feeling a draft, he realizes the underground passage continues much further. He asks Milka and Lucra to help him clear the rubble from the opening. The three of them work together, moving the heavy stones to secure the area. Rock uses a hardening and status fixation spell to temporarily seal the wall. He tells the others he'll buy proper materials tomorrow to permanently fix it. The new girl Milka timidly asks if she could stay in the now abandoned passage. Lucra expresses skepticism, pointing out the drafty and unsafe conditions. Milka looks down, her hope fading at the practical objections. Rock decides to scout ahead to ensure the passage is safe for her to stay. Milka protests, saying she will leave if there's a trap. She insists she can be useful and asks if Rock sees her as a shield. She declares she would rather go on her own than just be ordered around. Lucra looks at Rock, who seems to understand the girl's defiant spirit. With a gentle touch, he pats her on the head, disarming her with kindness. He reassures her that it's safe, boasting that a veteran adventurer like him won't get caught. The girl looks up, stunned by his gesture, a faint blush on her cheeks. She realizes with awe that he is a veteran F-rank adventurer. Lucra snickers at his boast while Rock looks on, completely missing the joke. Lucra teases him, saying she doesn't understand his iron plate humor. Realizing his attempt to sound cool has failed, Rock looks utterly defeated. He tells them to forget it as they proceed down the long, arched stone tunnel. His boot steps firmly onto a stone ledge, venturing deeper into the darkness. Rock leads the way up a long flight of stone stairs, the two girls following. At the top, they find themselves in another arched corridor. Lucra notes their ascent, and Rock senses their destination is near. Rock reaches the end of the passage, confirming it's a dead end. Lucra exclaims that the wall is sealed with powerful, strict magic. Rock compares the formidable seal to one found on a royal treasury. Intrigued by the powerful magic, he realizes what this must be. He decides to analyze and confirm his suspicions, preparing a spell. With a series of intricate hand gestures, he begins a reverse calculation of the seal. Lucra watches in awe, realizing he's unraveling a 6-layered spell instantly. Rock shouts the command to dispel, shattering the magical barrier. The stone wall cracks and splinters under the force of the broken spell. With a final push, the wall crumbles into a pile of rubble. He finds another wall behind it and taps it with his knuckle. He confirms this one is just an ordinary wall with a confident smile. With a powerful cry, he smashes his fist straight through the solid stone. His companions are comically flattened by the sheer force of his punch. He stands with his arm through the hole, letting out a casual whistle. A delicate voice drifts from the other side of the wall. An elegant eye peers through the hole, startling Rock. Flustered, he realizes it's Leffy, not the person he expected. Leffy asks what he's doing. He asks to come in and explain. Inside a lavish room, he explains the mansion's basement is connected to the palace. He clarifies that the house Eric prepared is connected to the royal palace. He then tries to formally thank her for her help during the High Lord incident. Leffy looks at him questioningly as he stammers, completely flustered. Dressed in a sheer nightgown, she playfully asks why he's wandering her quarters. He points out that her bedroom is right next door, clearly embarrassed. She retorts that she's more dressed than he usually is, accusing him of being naked. He insists he hasn't changed, but she retorts, asking if he's gotten younger. A beautiful long-haired woman asks a dark-haired man if the two children are his. She recognizes the boy's name, recalling he helped defend the palace with someone named Silas. The horned boy, Lucra, is starstruck, realizing who she is and offering a formal greeting. The woman, Princess Leffy, takes his hands and thanks him on behalf of the palace. A blushing Lucra humbly insists he was only there to provide assistance to Silas. Leffy smiles, adding that she also heard he single-handedly protected the divine fowl he holds. The chicken itself seems to speak, promising its royal house's full support to Lucra. The dark-haired man, Lux, smiles at Lucra, who is overjoyed by the great honor. Princess Leffy then formally greets the divine chicken, who seems to nod in acknowledgement. In a basement, Leffy suggests they seal the crumbling hole with magic to keep it secure. She tells Lux she will inform Eric about the secret passage, which must remain hidden. Lux's expression is serious as he prepares to seal the wall. Leffy looks at him with deep emotion, finally able to welcome him home. A genuine heartfelt smile touches Lux's lips as he responds that he is home. He echoes her sentiment, confirming that he has indeed returned. With a surge of power, Lux places his hand against the wall to cast a spell. He magically seals the crumbled opening in the stone passage, making it solid once more. As they head back, he asks his companions if they are ready to return upstairs. Lutra walks up the stairs carrying the sleeping Milka on his back. He asks Rock if the young girl can stay with them. Lutra explains that Milka had been surviving on bitter, inedible pale pears in the basement. Rock looks on with a compassionate smile, understanding the girl's plight. He agrees to discuss the matter properly with her the next day. The next morning, sunlight streams into a bedroom as birds chirp outside. The disheveled young girl, Milka, awakens in a soft bed, rubbing her eyes sleepily. She sits up in the grand room, completely disoriented and wondering where she is. Peeking out into the hall, she marvels at the immense size of the mansion. Her stomach lets out a loud, hungry growl as she takes in her surroundings. She wonders if the rumbling sound she hears is just her own stomach. Suddenly, the massive wolf, Garv, appears before her, letting out a terrifying snarl. She lets out a terrified shriek as the wolf lunges, knocking her to the ground. Pinned beneath the massive creature, she begs it not to eat her, insisting she won't taste good. The wolf playfully nips at her head as she continues to struggle in fear. Rock appears, calmly telling Garv to stop, as Milka cries out his name in relief. Garv obediently sits on top of the crying girl, looking expectantly at Rock for praise. Rock playfully remarks that he thought Garv was just being a thief, petting him affectionately. Milka yells that it was horrible, and she thought she was going to die. The commotion brings the rest of the household, who ask what all the noise is about. Rock, with a hand on Milka's shoulder, introduces her as their new housemate. He gently lifts her chin, formally introducing her as Milka. Milka is completely shocked by the offer to let her live there. Rock explains that in exchange for cleaning, her food, clothing, and shelter will be guaranteed. Overwhelmed with joy, Milka accepts, vowing to work her absolute hardest. Lucra smugly remarks that Rock has found himself a new disciple who just fell into his lap. Rock announces that first it's time for breakfast, offering to magically heat up leftovers. A delicious spread of stew, sausages, and fresh bread is laid out on the table. Milka attacks the food with ravenous intensity, stuffing her face with a sausage. She devours a piece of bread with equal ferocity, her cheeks puffed out. Rock and Lucra watch, slightly stunned by how intensely she is eating. She lifts the now empty soup bowl to her face, slurping up every last drop. With a sausage still on her fork, she beams, declaring how delicious everything was. The blonde Sally offers her a fresh pie, which Milka gratefully accepts, calling her Big Sister. The cat girl Sia affectionately hugs Celis from behind, also calling her Big Sister. Rock remarks to Lucra that Celis seems to be a natural with the wild ones. The wolf Garv lies contentedly on the floor with the chicken perched on its back. The group prepares to head into town, with Celis announcing she has business at the guild. Rock waves goodbye to the armored cat girl as she departs on her own errand. Celis asks Rock where Goran is, and he explains he left early on an investigation. She then asks about Rock's plans, and he says he's buying cleaning supplies and whetstones. Celis is surprised he's buying whetstones, and he suggests they talk as they walk. In an alley, Celis points out the locations of the whetstone shop and the tool shop. Milka eagerly volunteers to buy the cleaning supplies, and Rock gives her a coin purse. She dashes off towards a small market stall run by a large, brutish-looking man. The shopkeeper and another thug watch her approach with menacing intent. Milka cheerfully places her order for a brush, 2 mops, and polishing sand. The shopkeeper's hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist with a crushing grip. Milka's face freezes in a mask of pure terror and shock. She cries out in pain, begging the man to let her go. She is violently thrown against a wooden wall, the impact knocking the wind out of her. Another man appears, sneering that he has finally found her. The thug looms over her, demanding she repay the debt she owes. He scoffs that the money she has isn't nearly enough to cover her grandfather's debt. He cruelly tells her that her body will have to make up for the rest. As he grabs her, an arrow whistles past his ear with a sharp ping. The arrow embeds itself in the wall just inches from his head. He flinches back in shock, a trickle of blood on his cheek from the near miss. At the end of the alley, two adventurers, Ario and Ginny, have arrived. Ario declares that by order of King Eric, the slave trade is strictly forbidden. He and Ginny stand ready, stating they cannot simply overlook such an illegal act. The thugs are caught off guard, demanding to know who the newcomers are. Ario identifies them as passing adventurers and threatens them with a fireball if they resist. A slick, well-dressed man suddenly steps between the two groups. He smoothly claims it's a misunderstanding and that Milka owes a debt to his boss. He feigns pity, saying he was just about to let the girl go. He then accuses Milka of stealing the money she is holding. Milka protests, insisting that the money is not hers to give away. The boss twists her words, deciding she must have stolen it and has to come with him. Ario and Ginny look on, concerned and angered by the man's manipulation. Milka looks down in defeat, knowing she is trapped by his false logic. Tears stream down her face as she sobs that the money belongs to her master, Roxanne. The boss scoffs at her tears, dismissing her and preparing to leave. His casual disrespect for Rock's name makes his expression darken with fury. The young adventurer grits his teeth, his anger boiling over at the insult. He declares that he has decided they are villains, and a magic circle forms at his feet. His eyes blaze with righteous fury as he prepares to unleash his attack. The thugs look on in alarm as the situation spirals out of their control. The brutish thug's hand clenches in a desperate, cowardly move. He grabs Milka, holding her in front of him as a human shield. In the struggle, the coin purse is ripped from her grasp, scattering money everywhere. Ario urgently calls out to Ginny, who affirms her readiness while drawing her bow. A powerful punch lands with a devastating, star-like impact, marking the start of a chaotic brawl. A brutish thug's arm is pinned to a wooden wall by a precisely aimed arrow. A man watches from the side, his face etched with worry as the alleyway confrontation unfolds. The young adventurer, Arleo, fiercely unleashes a fireball spell, his face a mask of concentration. In a quiet moment, the young man Rock stands with a grim expression, the ghosts of his past companions appearing behind him. Sensing a disturbance, Rock and his wolf companion rush out of a room as a girl asks what's wrong. The young girl looks on, her expression filled with quiet concern for her friends. From off-panel, a voice cries out that something terrible is happening in the city. A thin wisp of smoke rises from a distant alley, a clear sign of trouble. Rock runs through the narrow city streets, a young girl peeking from behind him in alarm. He arrives to find Arleo and Ginny standing over a group of subdued, smoking thugs. With a look of relief, Arleo greets Rock, glad for his timely arrival. The smoldering thugs wonder who their new opponents are, completely taken by surprise. Arleo explains to Rock that the men were attempting to abduct his acquaintance. Rock rushes to the side of a small, trembling girl named Milka, calling out her name. Milka looks up at Rock, her face streaked with tears as she sobs his name in relief. Crying, she apologizes for the trouble, unaware she still had an outstanding debt. Her small hands scramble to pick up the coins that were scattered across the cobblestones. Arleo explains that the thug's boss intended to sell the child to cover the debt. Rock watches the small, crying girl in silence, his expression unreadable as he takes in the scene. Kneeling down, he begins to help her gather the fallen coins from the ground. He looks at Milka with a gentle and deeply compassionate expression. With a soft clink, he places a coin into her small, outstretched hand. Tears welling in her eyes, Milka looks up at him, whispering his name. Rock tells her that her suffering is over and that he will handle everything now. Overwhelmed by his kindness, Milka breaks down into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. His companions watch, their faces hardening with the shared thought that this is unforgivable. The blonde girl, Celis, fumes with rage, vowing to make the city officials pay for this. Another girl looks on as Celis's righteous anger radiates from her like a physical heat. A group of city officials arrives on the scene, announcing their presence and asking about the commotion. A girl named Elisa steps forward, telling the others that she will handle the explanation. Elisa reveals that Celis is the daughter of the powerful guildmaster, Goran Morton. She adds that Celis is famous for defeating a high-class vampire on her F-rank debut. Arleo remarks that their party is full of famous people, including the highly ranked Sia. The officials are visibly stunned by the revelation of Salus's identity and connections. Rock asks Salus what's wrong, but she angrily tells him it's nothing at all. She points down the alley, declaring that the thugs will not be arrested today. An official explains to Rock that he was trying to say something earlier, but was cut off. He reveals that while the thugs are a nuisance, their boss is the real, untouchable problem. A powerful and influential man, Cabino, arrives with his entourage, exuding authority. Salus explains that Cabino controls the entire lower district and is above the law. The official confirms Cabino's involvement in human trafficking and his powerful noble connections. He states that they need irrefutable evidence, which they currently lack, to make an arrest. He reveals that their previous investigation into Cabino was crushed by the higher-ups. Salus realizes with horror that Cabino's corrupt influence reaches the very top. The official explains that their hands are tied and Cabino has a formidable private army. He is shocked when Salus reveals that Cabino has hired over 30 men. Rock dismisses the number as insignificant, much to the official's stunned surprise. The official stares at Rock, assessing the strange and confident young man. Rock walks towards a massive stone gate leading out of the main city. His expression is grim and determined as he prepares to act on his own. He and his wolf, Garv, pass through the gate into the city's impoverished outskirts. His friends wonder where he has gone, and Elisa correctly guesses he's investigating. The scenery changes from well-maintained stone buildings to ramshackle wooden huts. A sprawling slum, the lower district of the capital, is revealed, clinging to the hillside. Rock and Garv observe the downtrodden atmosphere of the poor and forgotten district. He speaks with an old man, his loyal wolf looking on with curiosity. Rock asks the man if he knows anything about the children who have gone missing. The informant confirms that the number of disappearances has been steadily increasing. Rock's expression hardens as he recalls Milka's story of being sold and resold. His gaze is drawn to a massive mansion overlooking the slum, Cabino's estate. A pair of dice tumbles through the air in the darkness of a cold cell. Brutish guards gamble at a makeshift table, one cursing his luck and demanding another round. A heavy barred door stands as a grim barrier to the outside world. A close-up reveals a pair of ankles bound in heavy, rusted iron shackles. A horrifying sight, a room filled with dozens of captive, chained children huddled in fear. Inside his lavish mansion, a man bellows in anger at a report he's just received. Cabino is infuriated to learn his men had a run-in with F-rank adventurers. His underling asks if they should proceed with shipping out the merchandise. Cabino smirks, aware that the officials are being held at bay by the Morton Guild. He gives the order to ship out the captive children tonight, seeing an opportunity. He tells his men this is their chance to show the power of C-rank adventurers. One of his enforcers boasts that they are now equivalent to B-rank in skill. Another adds that this is a good opportunity for revenge on the guild that expelled them. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Salus impatiently asks Rock when they are going to act. She puffs her cheeks in annoyance, seeing him calmly eating his meal. She declares that she is more than ready to fight for their cause. Her anger boils over as she vows to make them pay for hurting Milka. Milka tells Salus she appreciates the sentiment, but doesn't want her to get hurt. Salus pulls Milka into a tight hug, reassuring her that she is strong. Elisa asks Arleo and his companion what their plans are, wanting to coordinate. Arleo confirms he's all in on the plan, stating he owes Rock a debt. The guild receptionist Arone addresses Rock while he eats his meal. Rock reports his findings. Cabino has been forging documents to cover his tracks. Arone tells Milka that this evidence means she has no legal obligation to pay the debt. A relieved Milka shyly thanks the receptionist for her help and reassurance. Arone apologizes for the trouble they've had since the goblin subjugation incident. She states that Cabino's case is something the guild cannot simply ignore. She reveals Cabino has been a problem for some time, using and corrupting adventurers. Arone notes that if Rock's group acts, the guild will provide full and official backup. The honest official arrives, asking for their cooperation in the planned raid. He announces that he has gathered all the trustworthy officials he could find in the city. Arone asks if he can handle the district chief, and he confirms he can. A burly E-rank adventurer slams his hands on the table, getting their attention. He enthusiastically volunteers his strength for the cause, ready to help. Rock smiles, welcoming the unexpected but timely assistance from the adventurer. The Catgirl adventurer, Shay, arrives, and Rock asks for her help with the mission. Shay greets them, saying she's heard of their recent exploits and is happy to help. The official takes command, telling the team he will brief them on the way. The burly adventurer is so starstruck by Shay that he comically disintegrates into dust. Under a dark, cloudy sky, a voice from a grand manor urgently yells for someone to hurry. A brutish man orders his men to load a line of bound children onto a waiting cart. A defiant young girl with a headband glares at her captor, telling him to let go of the cargo. In a sudden act of rebellion, the girl breaks free and sprints away from the stunned captors. She dashes into a dark wooded area as the man roars that she will not escape his grasp. Her desperate flight is cut short as a figure suddenly appears, blocking her path and forcing her to halt. Her enraged captor grabs her by the hair, threatening to kill the defiant child for her escape attempt. A powerful fist smashes into the captor's face with bone-shattering force, interrupting his threat. A young man named Rock follows through with the punch, his expression one of cold, righteous fury. The captor's accomplices stare in shock as their leader's bloodied face crumples from the devastating blow. The rescued girl clutches Rock's arm, tearfully asking if they are truly saved and won't be sacrificed. Rock's hand hovers over the children's ropes, which magically disintegrate as he reassures them of their safety. Standing protectively with the girl, Rock faces a hostile mob, announcing he has come to settle the matter. The mustachioed leader of the thugs sweats, demanding to know the identity of this bold newcomer. Rock meets the leader's aggressive glare with a defiant, almost feral grin. He strikes a confident pose, audaciously declaring himself to be a veteran F-rank adventurer. The assembled thugs are momentarily stunned into a blank, silent stupor by his unbelievable claim. The leader's reflection in a window contorts with rage as he furiously orders his men to attack. Rock throws his arms wide, a wild grin on his face, as he eagerly welcomes the charge of the armed mob. He moves with blinding speed, delivering a powerful punch that connects squarely with an attacker's jaw. With a savage smile, he grabs another thug by the hair, his movements fluid and brutally efficient. A swift kick sends another mercenary flying backward, his sword clattering uselessly to the ground. From a catgirl's perspective, Rock is a whirlwind of motion, single-handedly decimating the thugs. One of the thugs stares in disbelief, cursing and wondering how their opponent is so incredibly strong. A larger scarred brute grabs the panicked thug by the hair, angrily telling him not to run away. Two more formidable mercenaries step forward, declaring that it is their job to protect their boss. Rock stands ready with a small knife, his gaze cold and focused, prepared for the next wave of attackers. He stands alone, announcing that he will be their opponent, once again identifying himself as a lowly F-rank. The two new mercenaries smirk, revealing that they are B-rank adventurers, a far superior class. A cat girl and a blonde swordswoman suddenly appear at Rock's side, declaring that the thugs shall not pass. The blonde swordswoman, Celis, smiles confidently, telling her, Disciple Rock, to leave this fight to her. The scarred brute scoffs at the idea of an F-rank's disciple posing any real threat to him. He and his long-haired companion lunge forward, mockingly offering to play with the two women. Celis and the cat girl, Sia, exchange a silent, determined glance, ready for the impending battle. They leap into the fray as Rock stands back with the rescued girl, watching his allies go. The scarred brute smirks, utterly convinced an F-ranker has no chance of winning against a B-rank like himself. He anticipates her first strike, believing he has already seen through her obvious feint. Celis brings her sword down in a powerful arc, the impact creating a brilliant shower of sparks. The brute's face contorts in shock as he realizes she has completely stopped his attack. He is pushed back by the sheer force of her blow, his body straining against her unexpected power. His hand trembles on his weapon's hilt, completely overwhelmed by the strength he is facing. Sweat beads on his face as he feels the incredible crushing weight behind her every strike. He stares in utter disbelief, demanding to know if she is truly just an F-rank adventurer. Celis retorts with a condescending smile, questioning if he is really B-rank, as he's weaker than a lesser vampire. In a separate location, a lone wolf pads silently down a grand manor hallway. In a strange transformation, its front paws eerily morph into slender, clawed hands. The creature, now with two heads, sniffs the air, guided by its keen sense of smell. It peeks cautiously through a slightly ajar door, continuing its silent search. Inside the room, its attention is drawn to a small, ornate chest resting on a table. The wolf scratches inquisitively at the chest's lock with its newly formed hand. A glowing symbol appears on its forehead as it unleashes a psychic blast, smashing a nearby bucket. It peers into the open chest with a look of happy discovery, having found what it sought. Back in the alley, the second fight rages with a brilliant flash of steel. The long-haired mercenary swings his axe, but the agile cat girl, Sia, dodges with ease. She moves with incredible speed, her own blade a blur as she slices at his hand. Saya creates illusory afterimages of herself, attacking the bewildered mercenary from all sides at once. The man is sent flying, his body twisting as he's defeated in a spray of blood. Lying broken on the ground, he chokes out a question, asking who she is. Saya stands over him, introducing herself as Sia Walcott, a warrior from a line of vampire hunters. The man is shocked, realizing a vampire hunter isn't F rank, but Sia clarifies she never claimed to be. She looks down at the defeated man with a cool, confident expression, her point made. As Salis defeats the scarred brute, Sia explains that Salus's party is, in fact, genuinely F rank. Salis finishes her opponent with a powerful, sweeping slash of her blade, sending him flying. The man's body is slammed into the wall with a sickening, bone-shattering thud. The crime boss, Kabisan, watches in dismay as his elite forces are utterly defeated. He curses them for being useless as he turns to face the remaining threat himself. Rock's gaze locks onto Kabisan, his expression cold and unforgiving, his patience gone. He clenches his fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the suddenly quiet alley. Enraged, Kabisan lunges at Rock, but his clumsy punch is effortlessly intercepted. Rock lifts the much larger man into the air with a single hand, completely overpowering him. He holds up a small glowing gem, declaring it's the reward for deceiving the young girl Milka. Kabisan, now on his knees, sputters in a mixture of rage and humiliation. He threatens Rock, boasting of his powerful noble connections, but Rock remains unimpressed. Rock's lecture is interrupted as his wolf, Garv, arrives with a cloth-wrapped bundle in its mouth. He scolds the wolf for taking things, especially from Kabisan's house, and takes the bundle. Holding the object, a cured ham, Rock senses a dark energy, realizing it's cursed. Kabi-san's face freezes in pure horror as he sees the incriminating object in Rock's hands. A group of uniformed officials arrives, announcing themselves and demanding to know the cause of the commotion. Rock smiles, holding up the cursed ham and stating that everything is going according to plan. Panicked, Kabi-san lunges desperately for the evidence, screaming for it back. Rock easily holds the cursed object out of the crime boss's desperate, grasping reach. He delivers a powerful kick to Kabi-san's face, sending him stumbling back in a daze. With a final, decisive stomp, Rock pins the defeated and humiliated crime boss to the ground. An official recognizes the object, asking in shock if it is the legendary Imperial ham. The official clarifies that it is not actually ham, but is just called that due to its shape. Saya interjects, revealing the horrifying truth: it is the flesh of a demonic beast. Garv the wolf excitedly confirms that creatures like unicorns and pegasuses are also used. Saya explains the object was created through a cursed slaughter for use in a grand, dark ritual. Rock asks what kind of ritual would require such a thing, and Sia notes it's not for common folk. He realizes a hidden mastermind must be manipulating events from the shadows. Rock decides they will have to interrogate the ringleader to get to the bottom of the conspiracy. From a high vantage point, a shadowy, bat-like creature observes the scene in the courtyard below. The bat hangs upside down from a stone ledge, its eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. An official thanks Rock, stating that with this evidence, the captured Cabano will never see freedom again. Rock praises his wolf, Garv, for a job well done, petting him affectionately. He playfully asks Garv if he was just motivated by the prospect of getting some food. Rock announces to the rescued children that they have all been freed. The young girl, Milka, shyly thanks him and timidly asks for his name. Rock gives a casual salute, introducing himself as Rock, a passing F-rank warrior. Under the crescent moon, the bat-like familiar takes flight, its reconnaissance mission complete. Under the pale moonlight, a lone bat-like creature soars towards a grand estate. The creature swiftly flies through an open window, entering a long, dark corridor. A slender, pale hand reaches out, and the bat dissolves into dark energy upon contact. Standing in the hall, a cloaked figure murmurs thoughtfully at the dissipating magical essence. The figure, a vampire lord, repeats the name Rock and finds the situation intriguing. He turns away from the window as a maid with dark hair stands silently nearby. With an impassive expression, the maid addresses her master with the utmost respect. Two maids hold a terrified blonde woman, one announcing that it is time for her meal. The vampire lord leans in close, silencing the woman's whimpered pleas to stop. His fanged mouth opens as he moves in to bite her exposed neck. He embraces the screaming woman, his dark cloak enveloping her in shadow. Elsewhere, light from a high window illuminates a dark, dilapidated room. A sorrowful voice laments that another victim has been sacrificed. A woman with long white hair sits on the floor, repeatedly whispering her apologies. She is surrounded by scattered books and papers, her expression filled with profound guilt. With tears welling in her eyes, she clasps her hands together in prayer. She begs God to forgive her for her sinful deeds, a monstrous vision appearing. A long-haired blonde man, Eric, apologizes to his dark-haired companion, Luck. Luck, a young man with spiky hair, casually sips a drink from a glass. He asks Eric why he is suddenly apologizing, mentioning the secret passage they found. Eric admits he was surprised to learn the mansion was connected to the royal palace. A burly man, Goran, explains he also investigated but found nothing, so he asked Eric. While eating, Luck asks what their investigation managed to uncover. Goran reveals the mansion was built by the king for his baroness mistress. Luck realizes this explains the mansion's watchtower, built for the king's secret visits. He eagerly asks what happened to the baroness and her royal lover. Eric explains she lived out her life there, but with no heir, the estate went to the crown. Goran understands why the property wasn't in the registry, as there was a reason to hide it. He expresses relief that the property isn't stigmatized, a concept that confuses Luck. Luck realizes his wolf companion Garv must have already known about the passage. Garv, sleeping under the table, seems to confirm his master's thoughts. Goran praises Luck for solving a young girl's troubles and arresting a man named Cabino. Eric identifies Cabino as a downtown boss involved in nefarious activities. He adds grimly that Cabino was also in possession of a forbidden ham. Eric reveals that Cabino planned to use abducted children as sacrifices. Luck asks Eric to clarify his shocking statement. Goran tells Luck to listen closely, as this is top-secret information. He reports that a high-ranking vampire possessed a tool that nullifies divine barriers. Eric is shocked that such an item exists, which Goran confirms is true. Goran explains the cursed tool is similar in nature to the divine protection Luck once received. Luck realizes this means a high-class vampire could already be active in the capital. Goran's face is grim, sweat beading on his brow at the terrible implication. Eric's expression is equally serious as he considers the grave threat they now face. Looking up at the library tower, Eric formally asks Luck to investigate the matter. Luck's wolf, Garv, asks him what he's aiming for now. Luck considers that an investigation of this scale will require significant backing. He suggests the culprit must be a noble, which Eric believes is likely. Luck muses that he can't use brute force if his opponent is nobility. Goran reassures him, saying his status as a Grand Duke should be sufficient. Eric promises to provide a letter of proxy for a secret investigation, which Luck accepts. A soft knock at the door interrupts their serious discussion. A blonde girl, Celis, asks if it's a good time, and Luck says they just finished. Celis cheerfully presents Milka, who is now cleaned up and in a lovely new dress. Luck looks down at the transformed girl, questioning who she is. His eye widens in surprise as he finally recognizes her. He exclaims her name in shock, and she looks up, flustered. Milka apologizes, saying she knows such cute clothes don't suit her. She adds that the frilly dress is completely impractical for cleaning. A friend, Sia, tells her to just go get changed already. Milka looks uncertainly towards Luck and Celis, awaiting a reaction. Luck gives a bright smile and a thumbs up, declaring she looks incredibly cute. The compliment makes Milka blush so hard that steam seems to puff from her ears. Goran explains that Celis went to great trouble to get her the fine clothes. He proudly presents her as his Milka-chan, asking if she isn't a fine young lady. Milka's father introduces himself as Goran, and Luck greets him politely. A faceless Eric is identified as the one who prepared the mansion for them. Milka realizes she met Rock thanks to Eric's generosity. Eric introduces himself with a suave, confident air, his name spoken with reverence. Milka latches onto his arm with a radiant, grateful smile. She joyfully thanks Uncle Eric for his kindness and help. The title hits Eric with the force of a physical blow, his composure shattering. He stumbles back, completely undone by being called Uncle. Luck watches his dejected friend walk away, muttering the offending title. Goran erupts in laughter, telling Milka that from her view they are all uncles. The word lands and Luck's face instantly turns to stone. Goran grabs Luck's chin, pointing out the new title to Milka. Eric recovers, playfully putting Luck in a headlock and declaring they're the same age. Their boisterous laughter echoes from the mansion's tower into the night. The next morning the sun rises, casting bright rays through the clouds. A hearty breakfast of soup, bread, and sausages is laid out on the table. The wolf Garv eats calmly as a woman asks if Rock was entrusted with the investigation. The cat girl Sia offers her keen sense of smell to help with the vampire case. The blonde Sally also enthusiastically volunteers, much to Luck's surprise. Sia announces that she will head to the Adventurers Guild for information. Celis puffs her chest out confidently, telling them to leave it to her. Milka asks what Rock will be doing while she eats her breakfast. She asks if he's repairing the secret passage to the palace, which he confirms was Eric's request. Eric, Goran, and Luck stand in the passage, Eric explaining he wants it to remain usable. He says that while it represents a security vulnerability, it is a vital escape route. Eric states that in a worst-case scenario, his family can evacuate through it. Goran jokes about digging a similar tunnel, but Luck deadpans that the main road is faster. Luck, working on a trapdoor, feels the palace isn't completely safe. A beautiful woman named Leffy appears, reassuring them that it was her idea. Eric explains that Leffy came up with the plan after Luck's visit last night. Luck dismisses it, but Eric leans in conspiratorially. Eric whispers, asking if Luck saw Leffy in a state of undress. Luck is utterly horrified and baffled by the question. A thought bubble shows Eric's fantasy of a nude Leffy, explaining he warns her about her free spirit. A small creature explains to Goran that this time it was an unavoidable situation. Eric repeats his question, leaving Luck flustered and horrified. A young man named Luck is in a state of shock, convinced he's seen something improper. The small horned girl, Lucra, objects to King Eric's apparent misunderstanding. She passionately insists the princess was properly clothed, swearing to God she is not lying. Eric places a comforting hand on Luck's shoulder, observing his flustered state. With a relieved smile, Eric expresses his gladness that it was all just a misunderstanding. Lucra is surprised that even the divine chicken confirms her account, removing any doubt. Eric playfully puts Luck in a headlock, teasing him for getting so worked up. Goran smirks, telling Luck he should find a partner soon, noting his protectiveness over Leffy. A grand castle tower with an elegant spire stands tall against the pale sky. A hand reaches out towards a complex glowing magic circle, ready to cast a spell. Luck explains that the secret entrance is magically concealed from ordinary people. He instructs everyone to place their hands on the painting one by one to gain access. Princess Leffy and the two small girls marvel at the incredible and beautiful magic. Leffy exclaims that it's just like magic, and a deadpan Luck confirms that it is. She gently guides one of the small girls to place her hand on the painting. Lucra is impressed, noting the 8 layers of magical seals on the authentication device. A complex magical diagram reveals 2 additional, invisible layers, for a total of 10. Luck boasts that even a mage of his skill would need half a day to break it. He explains that with reinforcements and more seals, Eric's family can use the passage freely. Eric declares the security perfect, while Luck is amazed his uncle's antics proved useful. Leffy smiles, pleased that she can now visit Luck at the palace whenever she wishes. Luck is left flustered and speechless by her direct and cheerful declaration. The chicken lets out a quiet, knowing cluck, as if approving of the situation. The imposing Adventurers Guild building stands under a cloudy daytime sky. Inside, the cat girl Sia reports to Celis that there are no missing person quests available. Celis looks over the quest board, thinking that if a mastermind exists, they're well hidden. A spiky-haired adventurer, Ario, cheerfully greets Sia and Celis. Celis thanks him for his help the previous day, though he modestly waves it off. The archer Ginny offers their help again anytime, which Sia happily accepts. Ario confirms that he and Ginny are taking on a sewer demon rat extermination quest. Goran wishes Rock well, noting that sewer duty is a dirty but essential job for the city. Ario watches Celis and the others, a thoughtful expression on his face. As they walk away through the city square, Ginny asks Ario if he knows Rock's true identity. Celis smirks knowingly, while the cat girl Sia playfully suggests it would be a huge misunderstanding. Ginny wonders aloud what kind of person Rock really is. She observes that for an F-rank warrior, he is incredibly strong and knowledgeable. Ario speculates he's a high-level hunter or scout hiding his true identity for some reason. The two adventurers arrive at the grated sewer entrance, ready for their mission. A massive wolf's paws land silently in a dark, grimy alleyway. The wolf's shadow looms over a lone rat, a menacing presence in the darkness. Monstrous, demonic rats with glowing eyes and sharp teeth emerge from the shadows. Arlio stands ready with his wand as his companion, Ginny, calls his name in warning. With a determined expression, Arlio prepares to unleash a powerful magic spell. A glowing magic circle slams into a charging rat, sending it flying backward. An arrow strikes another rat in the back, which lets out a pained screech. Ginny stands poised with her sword, her expression focused and ready for battle. A grotesque rat lunges at her from the side, its fangs bared in a vicious snarl. Ginny pivots, dispatching the creature while shouting a warning to Arlio about another attack. Arlio is surrounded, cursing the overwhelming and seemingly endless number of enemies. A horde of the demonic rats surges forward, showing no fear of humans at all. Arleo's boot splashes into the murky sewer water as he's forced to retreat. Standing back to back, Arleo and Ginny share a look of grim, exhausted understanding. They are completely encircled in the dark tunnel, realizing the situation is abnormal. A large, half-timbered building stands under a cloudy, overcast sky. In a bustling town market, a young woman writes in a notebook. A bandaged, eye-patch-wearing man speaks with a small horned girl in a cluttered room. A heavily armored warrior, Selrus, thinks of her namesake, the revered Selrus Dono. In a town square, Sia and another girl ask a receptionist about missing person cases. Selrus suggests they return to the guild for now, and her helmeted companion agrees. The guild receptionists look worried and flustered, sensing a crisis is brewing. Sia stands with another girl, her feline ears twitching with alertness and concern. A head receptionist asks Sia and Celis if something is wrong, noticing their tension. Sia blurts out that Areo and Ginny still haven't returned from their quest. The receptionist confirms they took a sewer quest that should have ended hours ago. Another girl notes with alarm that it has been over 8 hours now. Celis declares she'll get rock, while Sia announces she's heading for the sewers. The guildmaster, Goron, demands to know what all the commotion is about. The receptionist nervously explains the situation to the concerned guildmaster. From the guild building, a question hangs in the air. What has happened? Sia is already in the sewer, crouched and ready, as Rock and another girl arrive. She reports that Rock arrived quickly and asks for an update on the situation. She points down the long tunnel, stating it's the only way in or out. Rock decides to use a magic search, hoping to find a trace of Arleo's magic. They come across the grotesque, bloated corpse of a giant rat covered in fungus. The girl in the dress leaps back in surprise and disgust from the foul remains. They reach a wider chamber where a channel of foul water flows through the center. The girl notes that the path ahead splits into 2 different directions. Rock closes his eyes, concentrating as he casts his magic search spell. His sharp eyes scan the area, focusing his magical senses on the path ahead. He announces he's detected a faint reaction deeper in, to the right. With their only lead found, Rock says, "Let's go," and they proceed into the darkness. The group walks cautiously through a circular stone passage on high alert. Rock's boot steps carefully onto a narrow, grimy ledge beside the water. Sia looks down into the dark water, spotting grim, floating shapes. A close-up reveals the dark, indistinct forms of more rat corpses in the channel. Sia's expression hardens with grim understanding of the danger they are walking into. The girl in the dress warns that their companion, Selrus, is coming from behind them. A new swarm of rats emerges from the tunnel, cutting off their escape route. The girl reacts instantly, dispatching 2 leaping rats with a spinning slash. She is slightly surprised by her own reflexive skill in the sudden attack. She looks at the disgusting corpse, wondering what these creatures are. Sia notes that these demon rats are much larger than the usual variety. A massive tide of rats pours into the chamber, a huge and unexpected outbreak. Rock grits his teeth, realizing the situation is clearly and dangerously abnormal. The girl in the dress becomes a whirlwind of motion, cutting down multiple rats. Sia joins the fray, punching a rat squarely in its grotesque face with her fist. Rock, finding the swarm a nuisance, decides to wipe them all out at once. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy from his hand, intending to clear the room. The rats are caught in the blast, their forms incinerated in a flash of light. The aftermath is a smoking, charred clearing in the once teeming horde of monsters. 3 adventurers, a blonde woman, a cat girl, and a dark-haired man, look on with intense expressions. Inside a sewer, a voice questions why Arleo struggles with only fireball magic against so many demon rats. A swirling vortex of energy represents the difficulty of using fire magic in an oxygen-thin sewer. A girl in a frilly dress has a moment of realization. Understanding the problem is a lack of oxygen. A cat girl explains that Arleo began studying magic bullets for this very reason, to expand his tactics. The dark-haired man, Rock, quietly acknowledges her explanation. Peering down a dark, arched tunnel, Rock announces the magical reaction is just ahead and they should go. The girl in the frilly dress hears strange cracking sounds and calls out to Rock. A monstrous, hairy creature with a long tail emerges from a drain pipe, blocking their path. A close-up reveals a giant rat with glowing eyes, its mouth filled with smaller rats, suggesting cannibalism. The cat girl, Sia, flinches as her companions wonder what to do, with Rock stating they can't just leave it. Suddenly, Sia is startled, realizing a smaller girl's voice is coming from somewhere nearby. The girl in the frilly dress, Selrus, looks back in alarm as Rock splashes through the water. Selrus cries out Rock's name, her expression one of panic and urgency. She looks back in terror at the giant rat monster looming in the arched passage behind her. Her fear gives way to a determined, almost mischievous expression as she resolves to act. Selrus dashes forward, her boots stomping into a murky puddle with a powerful splash. The scene reveals two Sias, one carrying the other piggyback style, as they look on in surprise. Sia's shock is evident as she stares at the unfolding chaos. Rock breaks into a run, trying to keep up with the developing situation in the wet sewer. Rock looks surprised and concerned by his companion's sudden, independent actions. The group reunites with the spiky-haired Ario calling out Ginny's name in relief. Rock apologizes to Ario for making him worry. Ario brushes it off, asking about his injuries and saying his clothes just got wet. Rock lets out a quiet sigh of relief, glad that Ario is unharmed. Ario recounts how they were cornered in a narrow passage by an abnormal number of monsters. He explains that a particularly large creature blocked their only exit. Saya clings to Rock's arm, identifying the beast before them as the one that trapped them. Selrus points a trembling finger, screaming in terror at the monstrous rat. Rock looks up at the towering beast, his expression hardening as he formulates a plan. He shouts an order to Ario, telling him to hit the monster with his strongest fireball spell. Ario questions the dangerous command, but Rock explains the flames will escape upwards. Rock orders Selrus to attack the monster's belly to turn it around. Selrus cries out, protesting the reckless and impossible-sounding order. Despite her protest, her hand clenches with resolve. Selrus leaps into the air, executing a graceful kick directly onto the monster's head. She uses the beast's snout as a springboard to vault even higher, disorienting it. On the ground, Ginny stabs a dagger into the floor, vowing not to let anyone else steal the finishing blow. The disoriented rat roars in pain, its maw wide open as Ario shouts that now is the time to strike. Ario unleashes his spell, the massive kanji for fireball, blazing into existence before him. A massive swirling vortex of fire erupts, engulfing the giant rat completely. Ario's face is strained with the immense effort of casting the powerful spell. The chapter page shows Ario unleashing the fireball at the roaring rat. The monster is consumed by the inferno, its maw open in a final, silent scream. Selrus is thrown backward through the air by the force of the massive explosion. The fireball's concussive force slams into the far wall, blowing chunks of stone away. Seeing the fiery backlash, Rock leaps in front of a stunned Ario. A complex magic circle appears as Rock incants the words for Great Wall. A shimmering hexagonal barrier springs into existence, shielding the party from the fiery blast. The explosion crashes against the magical wall with a deafening roar. Behind the barrier, the party can only watch in wide-eyed terror and awe. Miles away, a liveried coachman waits patiently outside a grand mansion. The ground trembles violently, and the coachman is thrown from his seat by a massive explosion. His horses rear up in panic, their eyes wide with terror. The coachman scrambles to his feet, his face a mask of horrified disbelief. He stares as a plume of smoke and fire billows from the roof of the Mastifon mansion. A cat girl stares in shock at the devastation in the sewer. Rock gives a casual salute amidst the rubble, while a small cat girl looks on, stunned. Rock grimly notes the explosion was larger than expected, due to flammable gas he hadn't detected. A guilt-ridden Ario grabs Rock, crying out that his fireball caused all this destruction. Rock calmly reassures him, stating that he was the one who gave the order and will take responsibility. A furious, soot-covered Selrus confronts Rock, angry at his willingness to take all the blame. She cries that he completely forgot about her in the massive explosion, calling him awful. Saya tries to mediate, explaining that the hot acid caused the huge blast, and even she was almost singed. Rock apologizes sheepishly to a pouting Selrus for his mistake. He admits that he was reminded of his old party with Garan and instinctively gave orders as he used to. Selrus's anger instantly vanishes, replaced by a brilliant, blushing smile as an idea dawns on her. She declares that since he relies on her like a father, he will be her right-hand man. She hums happily, telling Rock he can rely on her from now on, as he looks on, resigned but amused. Selrus asks how the rat got so big as Rock examines a piece of its remains. Selrus pinches her nose against the foul stench emanating from the charred corpse. Rock holds up a small, gnarled, dark object, and Selrus asks what it is. He explains that he can feel residual magic, wondering if it's some kind of magic tool. Saya's ears twitch, and she asks to see the object, her expression serious. She looks towards a grated sewer opening, a look of dawning recognition on her face. Saya turns back to the group, gravely identifying the object as an idol of a malevolent god. Under the quiet gaze of the moon, Rock approaches the gates of the Mastafon mansion. He stares intently through the iron bars, his expression grim and determined. He looks up at the damaged roof, confirming that something terrible happened there. As he stares through the bars, he is met by the gaze of a blonde woman in a maid's uniform. The maid stands with poise on the other side of the gate, formally asking his business. Rock steps forward to explain the situation to her. He reports the large explosion in the sewer and his belief that the mansion must be damaged. Rock is completely taken aback by her response. The maid flatly denies any damage, and Rock stammers that it's impossible, pointing to the roof. The maid's formal mask cracks, revealing a chillingly intense gaze as she tells him to leave. Intimidated, Rock can only manage a meek agreement before turning away. The maid watches him retreat from the now closed gates, a suspicious look on her face. From the shadows of the mansion, a sinister vampire lord emerges. The maid wonders if Rock managed to sniff something out. The vampire master orders the maid to investigate Rock. Walking away, Rock reflects that it's good he has his family with him for this fight. A shot of the starry night sky. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild building. Inside, a lively group of adventurers, Rock's found family, gathers together. A blonde boy asks Rock how his visit to the mansion went. Rock runs a hand through his hair, frustratedly reporting their denial of any damage. A small elf girl notes that the Mastafon Marquisate is a major noble family, making the situation more complex. A guild receptionist overhears and asks what they are talking about. The group shares a moment of camaraderie, with the blonde boy laughing and Rock smiling. A young blonde woman looks on with a surprised and concerned expression. Inquiring about quests, a cat-eared girl wonders if there are any for missing people. She then recalls a recent case where 3 adventurers vanished from the Mastafon estate. However, the client abruptly withdrew the quest, leaving no active case on the board. The dark-haired warrior, Rock, processes the name Mastafon Marquisate with dawning suspicion. As their adventuring day ends, their allies thank Rock, Sia, and Celis for their hard work. Returning to their large estate, a voice announces their arrival to Milka and Lucra. A joyful Milka and a calm Lucra welcome them home, announcing that dinner is ready. Suddenly, the small horn girl lets out a gasp of shock at something off-panel. She asks what's wrong with Celis, who looks utterly exhausted and wants a bath. At the distant Mastafon estate, a sinister maid watches from behind the gate. Back home, Rock's wolf gets some affection as the girls happily plan their bath. The vampiric maid from the Mastafon mansion smirks with cold, malevolent intent. In their changing room, Celis begins to pull off her tattered and dirty leggings. While undressing, she mentions Rock's suspicion of the Mastafon family. Sia clarifies a crucial detail. The request was withdrawn by the client themselves. She specifies that the case was closed before the adventurer's survival was confirmed. Celis is shocked that the guild would approve such a suspicious withdrawal. A small elf-like girl indignantly exclaims that the guild is being negligent. In the bath, Sia explains that the guild cannot interfere if a client withdraws a request. Sia shivers in the hot water, contemplating the grim implications of this rule. Celis realizes the client was likely manipulated into withdrawing the search request. With chilling certainty, Sia concludes that only a vampire could exert such undetectable charm. The memory of a sinister maid's face flashes through Celis's mind. Celis whispers in horror, realizing the entire Mastafon household has fallen. Rock stands before his assembled party, declaring the Mastafon family is under vampire control. The burly warrior, Goran, listens to the grave news with a grim, serious expression. The long-haired masked man, Eric, also takes in the grim report in silence. Eric confirms Rock's theory, stating that there is no doubt about it. He reveals the Marquis was a key financial figure on a supposed medical leave. Eric opens a small box, stating that they now have physical evidence. Inside is a gnarled, claw-like object recovered from a giant sewer demon. Goran asks what the creepy-looking thing is, his face filled with disgust. Sia identifies the object with horror as a vestige of the malevolent god. The revelation leaves both Goran and Eric stunned into silence. Eric realizes their foe possesses the divine protection of this dark god. Under a crescent moon, the lead maid at the Mastafon estate plots her next move. Inside a dark corridor, she prepares a desperate message for help. She clutches a sealed letter, praying it reaches the king. She entrusts the precious message to her loyal dog, Tama. Tama takes the letter, giving the estate one last mournful look. The faithful dog bolts into the night, disappearing into the dark, foreboding woods. Inside the mansion, an army of maids stands with heads bowed in perfect unison. A vampire lord stands behind the lead maid, his power absolute. He proclaims them his special retainers, blessed by the malevolent god. His face contorts with scarred evil as he unleashes his hunting dogs. In perfect unison, the entire army of maids surges forward to attack. The group discusses their plan, deciding against a direct assault on the Marquisate. Eric states that he will prepare a letter of proxy from the king. Rock agrees to move out early the next morning with the letter. The burly Garan playfully asks Rock if he has a spare bed for the night. Celis cheerfully declares she is Rock's right-hand woman, much to his annoyance. The young girl Milka arrives with snacks just as Goran was about to leave. Eric accepts a snack with a smile as Goran turns to go. Rock looks on with a slightly puzzled but calm expression. The grand window of their hall shatters, exploding inwards in a shower of glass. Milka is caught in the blast, her tray of snacks sent flying. Celis screams Milka's name in terror as the attack unfolds. A vampiric maid lunges through the broken window, her face a demonic snarl. Milka is thrown backward by the force of the maid's entrance. Rock instantly moves to summon his sword, his expression hardening for battle. The demonic maid targets Celis, who shouts a warning to her. The maid's attack is brutally intercepted by a powerful blow. Goran blocks the strike with his bare arm, sending the maid flying. Celis cries out for her father as he warns her to stay back. Goran clenches his fist, declaring his own body is enough to win. Rock observes the developing situation with a grim, serious look. The defeated maid rises, smoke billowing from her transformed body. Her face contorts into a terrifying demonic visage, her eyes glowing white. Goran realizes these are no mere thralls as more maids pour in. Rock grits his teeth, knowing they possess the cursed vestige. The battle begins in a flash of motion and violence. The party stands ready as the monstrous maids advance. The army of maids, wreathed in dark energy, prepares their assault. Rock chides the maids for their poor visiting manners. Eric adjusts his mask, his eyes sharp and focused for the coming fight. A bat-like familiar watches the scene from an upstairs window. Eric warns Rock not to use magic as they are being watched. The familiar thinks that it cannot allow them to reveal their true identities. Rock clenches his fist, accepting the terms of the fight. Goran tells his friends to stand back and watch him work. The two warriors prepare to engage the enemy horde. Celis desperately asks someone to protect Milka and Lutra. Three of the demonic maids lunge forward in a coordinated attack. The lead maid's face is a mask of sadistic glee. Eric calmly states he is not inclined to harm his own people. His eyes narrow with resolve behind his mask. Saya leaps into the fray, delivering a powerful kick to a maid. Eric moves with blinding speed, decapitating another maid in a spray of dark blood. Saya declares she will show no mercy to those turned into kin. Eric smiles wryly, admitting he's still rusty from the piece. With a confident flourish, he prepares to rejoin the slaughter. He faces a new wave of snarling, monstrous maids. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, his sword a blur of black energy. He thinks that he will at least grant them a swift burial. A powerful punch connects with the maid's body. The force of the blow is visceral and devastating. Goran unleashes a flurry of powerful, bare-fisted strikes. A hand suddenly covers Milka's eyes, shielding her from the violence. Lutra gently tells Milka it's better not to look and to evacuate. On a high balcony, a horned boy protectively holds a smaller girl. A monstrous maid shrieks as her body violently dissolves in a burst of energy. A sharp, determined eye watches the chaos unfold from a safe distance. The maid confronts a terrifying creature made of pure white, roaring flame. Her fanged face contorts in pure terror as she realizes the fiery demon's power. The maid is completely engulfed by the flaming entity, her form being consumed. With a triumphant roar, the fiery demon utterly annihilates its vampiric foe. The maid's face dissolves into ash, her mouth open in a final, silent scream. The horned boy, Lucra, declares that illusion magic is all he possesses. He insists, however, that this is a battle he will not lose. Standing with the small girl, Lucra vows that his illusion is absolutely unbeatable. A blonde woman powerfully kicks away an incoming magical attack. The cat-eared warrior Sia carves a bloody path through the monstrous maids. Silently, a bat-like creature hangs from a window, observing the battle. A massive wolf sinks its powerful jaws into another of the vampiric maids. The burly warrior Goran smashes a foe with a single devastating punch. The battle is a chaotic storm of flashing blades and crackling dark energy. A masked warrior's sharp eye calmly surveys the ongoing violent melee. A sinister vampire with a 5 on his collar smirks with cruel amusement. The masked warrior and Goran stand back to back, questioning their foe's nature. From a distance, the vampire lord observes them with a cold, calculating gaze. Goran, Rock, and Sia stand in the rubble, demanding to know where the enemy went. From a window, the vampire lord offers a casual greeting to an unseen person. A young man, Rock, is seen peeking from the side of the window frame. A small bat-like familiar clings to the window near Rock. The creature is shown in closer detail, its small horns visible. Rock's face is shown, his eyes wide as he watches the scene. The vampire comments on the act of peeping at him. He reaches out with a cruel expression on his face. His slender, clawed hand closes around the small, helpless creature. The vampire's face twists into a sadistic fang grin. With a sickening crunch, he crushes the bat familiar in his fist. On a rooftop, Rock declares that the vampire has dared to harm his family. He warns his enemy to prepare for the consequences of his actions. Rock crushes a teleportation crystal, its light shattering in his hand. He sprints across a courtyard, his long coat billowing behind him. Rock looks around, his expression focused as he arrives at his destination. A woman with an eye patch asks Rock what is wrong as a wolf barks nearby. A small, lonely dog sits patiently behind a massive iron gate. Inside, the girls complain about the mess Rock's sudden arrival has made. The woman asks if the bat familiar, their lookout, was destroyed. The masked Eric asks Rock about the dog that was waiting at the gate. Both men stare in shock, a dawning recognition on their faces. A maid asks Eric if he knows the stray dog that has appeared. Eric clarifies that it is the trained dog of the Mastiffin Marquise. The dog Tama holds a message tube in its mouth, whimpering softly. The group gathers as Eric takes the message, realizing it's from the Mastiffons. Goran senses that the situation is finally coming to a head, mentioning Rock. After reading the letter, Eric's face darkens as he states the situation is grave. Rock realizes with horror that the enemy is a new, powerful vampire lord. A vision of a dark, cavernous space filled with writhing roots appears. A powerful, tattooed vampire lord is shown in a state of deep meditation. The vampire lord's target is revealed, the young daughter of the Marquis. The girl, Philly, stands alone before a monstrous beast, her life in peril. The Mastiffon mansion looms, the stage set for the coming battle. Rock's boots pound against the cobblestones as he begins a desperate run. His shadow stretches long and distorted, reflecting his inner turmoil and power. The small dog, Tama, sprints ahead, leading Rock toward the danger. The dog's paws fly across the ground, a blur of motion. Rock and Eric race through the city streets following Tama's lead. While running, Rock worries about the comrades he and Eric have left behind. Back at their base, Goran asks a young girl, Milka, if she is worried. Milka recalls the monstrous maids, concerned for Rock and Eric going alone. She questions if they will be all right, knowing the Lord isn't there to help. Lucra states their priority is moving Gerbelga to safety with Refi's help. Milka nods, trying to convince herself that everything will be fine. The blonde cellist reassures Milka, reminding her of Rock's heroic past. Milka is amazed, admitting she never saw Rock as such a great person. Sia agrees, saying she was deceived by his natural demeanor at first. Cellist teases that she once mistook Rock for her brother, which Lutra finds absurd. Goran looks on, a thoughtful and proud expression on his face. He muses that Rock has saved many people, including everyone in this room. The group's faith is resolute. They believe Rock will save the Mastiffins. Rock stands before the Mastiffin estate, ready to fulfill that faith. He lands before the mansion, the air thick with menace and dark energy. Rock asks Eric for the Mastiffon family's composition. He decides against stealth, planning a direct frontal assault. Rock tells Eric to warn the Marquis to make way for them. A massive magical explosion obliterates the mansion's formidable iron gates. The vampiric maids guarding the entrance are thrown back in shock and terror. The force of the blast sends debris and twisted shrapnel flying everywhere. Eric surges through the opening, his blade a whirlwind of white and black. He carves a path through the maids as Rock watches from the breach. Rock's eyes narrow as he prepares his own magical enchantment. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy at the remaining maids. A hulking monster is caught in the blast, its body disintegrating upon impact. The creature is reduced to motes of dust in the dark night air. In a dark cell, a scarred man recognizes an arriving figure. He questions if rescue has arrived, thinking it's far too soon. The masked warrior, Eric, shatters the stone wall with a powerful strike. Eric commands the dog Tama to show them the way forward. Tama bounds ahead, leading Eric down a grand opulent corridor. Rock follows close behind, racing through the seemingly endless hall. The long, ornate corridor stretches on, emphasizing their urgent pace. Rock's boot skids on the polished floor as he suddenly stops. He stands alone in the hallway, looking back the way he came. He looks around, a question mark appearing as he realizes Eric is gone. Rock turns and sprints back, searching for his vanished companion. Eric and Tama have found a dark stone staircase leading down. Eric's masked eye is sharp and focused, sensing a powerful presence below. A small, sad-eyed dog is gently held back by an unseen hand. The masked swordsman, Eric, cautiously peers around a stone corner towards a blinding light. A volley of sharp, dark projectiles slices through the air with incredible speed. Bracing himself, Eric holds his sword defensively against the powerful incoming assault. His magical barrier, a crystalline shield, explodes into countless sharp fragments. The force of the impact sends Eric reeling backward amidst the shattered remnants. From the gloom, a massive, shadowy figure lunges forward with menacing intent. A pale vampire with a bone staff expresses surprise that his fangs somehow missed. The creature demands to know the identity of the masked intruder before him. Receiving only silence, the vampire wonders aloud if his opponent intends to answer. With a dismissive, "Oh well," the vampire appears instantly behind his target. Eric whirls to counter, but his blade slices harmlessly through a shadowy afterimage. His sword strikes the stone floor, the deception complete. The vampire's true form stands in the distance, having used a clone to feint. Eric realizes with dawning horror that he was fighting a mere clone. A horned demoness muses on the nature of the technique she just witnessed. A regal, older vampire with a stitched scar over his eye observes the scene. He recognizes the swordsman, his face twisting in rage as he identifies King Eric. The vampire's fanged mouth curls into a snarl of pure hatred. He declares that this is the providence of the evil gods and their divine protection. His rage is fueled by a thirst for vengeance for his fallen sister. He vows that Eric will pay for his past deeds. The two demons launch a simultaneous assault from opposite directions. Massive pillars of dark energy erupt from the floor, shattering the stone tiles. A forest of thorny black tendrils lashes out, converging on Eric's position. He moves with blinding speed, deflecting the older vampire's initial strike. The swordsman's eyes are wide with concentration as he faces the overwhelming attack. A confident smile plays on his lips as he prepares his counter. The two vampires, their forms dissolving into shadow, prepare to strike again. A small throwing knife suddenly embeds itself in the stone floor between them. Eric stands his ground, having created the perfect diversion. The older vampire remarks on his opponent's impressive speed for a human. With a smug grin, Eric tells the creature not to speak so casually to a corpse. The vampire is momentarily confused by the cryptic warning. The knife on the floor detonates in a violent, concussive explosion. The blast throws the demons off balance, their shadowy forms recoiling. The horned demoness is caught in the explosion, a deep gash carved across her face. Her attacker, now on a high ledge, asks how she feels, having never seen him move. The demoness collapses, her face a mask of pain and shock from the unseen blow. Eric stands over her defeated form, his blade resting on his shoulder. He explains that once he got behind her, she couldn't track his movements. Leaving a small coin on her remains, he walks away, his point proven. A small dog, Tama, scratches at a door, whining to get someone's attention. A young man, Luck, senses a powerful magic lock on the door. He looks down a long, dark corridor, his attention drawn elsewhere. He wonders where his large, ornate sword has gone. In another part of the mansion, a different young man, also named Luck, slays a vampire. His expression is grim and focused as he continues his grim task. He notes the unusually high number of vampires in this particular passage. He senses a room ahead is protected by a powerful magical lock. A glowing, complex magic circle materializes on the door's surface. With a smirk, he dismisses the lock as a trivial obstacle, a mere appetizer. He steps into a lavish room dominated by a single, massive, ornate mirror. Back in the cell, King Eric prepares to break down a different sealed door. His sword shatters the magical seal in a brilliant flash of light. A man named Mastafon and his daughter, Philly, are startled by the sudden rescue. Eric asks if Mastafon is all right as the man expresses his shock. The king formally announces he has received Mastafon's desperate letter. A woman named Tama is stunned that His Highness himself has come to help. She tearfully thanks the king for responding to their plea for help. The loyal dog Tama is praised for staying behind out of concern for Philly. The woman remarks on the dog's deep loyalty, saying how much Philly loved it. King Eric asks what has transpired in the mansion. Mastafon recounts how a new butler infiltrated their home a year ago. About a month ago, the man's demeanor changed, becoming sinister. The man revealed his true nature, enthralling the maids and taking Philly captive. This trusted butler was, in fact, the vampire lord. Mastafon expresses his disbelief, stating that a vampire lord shouldn't be able to act within the capital. Eric considers this, realizing the vampire must have been in the capital for a year. He grimly confirms he believes their story, having just witnessed the vampire's power himself. A small coin glints on the ground in a dark passage, a remnant of the earlier fight. King Eric declares that he is deeply impressed by the bravery he has seen. He states that more important than the vampire's identity is the fact that Philly was taken. The other Luck stands before the mirror, realizing it is a gateway. He sees a reflection of Philly on the other side, confirming its nature as a portal. He peeks around the side of the mirror with a curious expression. He identifies the intricate design as a complex transference magic circle. He understands that the enemy's main force is on the other side. Mastafon grabs the king's arm, desperately begging him to save his daughter. King Eric calmly states that Luck is likely already on the move. He turns to the distraught parents, telling them not to worry. With a confident smile, Luck declares that the kingdom's strongest mage is heading for the rescue. He places his hand on the mirror, activating the portal. The world dissolves into a blinding flash of white star-like light. The portal's energy pulls him forward with tremendous, disorienting force. He lets out a guttural cry as he is violently thrust into the unknown. Emerging from the portal, he is immediately ambushed by two elven vampires. He moves with fluid grace, his enchanted sword a blur as he engages both foes. He dodges, kicks, and weaves, his movements a seamless dance of combat. With a final, decisive strike, he slices through one vampire, ending the fight. His eyes are cold and focused as he stands over his defeated opponents. One of the dying vampires lies in a desolate, rocky landscape. He looks up in horror, recognizing the divine power Luck wields. Luck stands over the fallen, ready to turn them to ash. The vampire and his minions recognize the power as the divine protection of the evil gods. Luck declares that their immortality is an inconvenience he will soon rectify. Back in the mansion, the vampire lord launches his attack on King Eric. Eric looks on with unnerving calm as the deadly tendrils close in. A shimmering hexagonal barrier of light erupts, deflecting the assault. The vampire lord is stunned as Eric's sword is suddenly at his throat. From the shadows of a grand hall, a grotesque, skeletal creature erupts, its form held by thorny, writhing tendrils. With a furious roar, the monster curses the name of King Eric for having wounded it. Facing the beast, King Eric remains calm, while the Marquis Mastafon and his wife look on in absolute terror. Mastafon stammers in disbelief, questioning what they could have possibly done to the king. A confident smirk touches Eric's lips as he calmly tells them not to worry. The creature attacks, sending a volley of black, drill-like tendrils shooting from the wall. Its monstrous face contorts in shock as its assault is suddenly thwarted. A shimmering, hexagonal barrier of pure light materializes, protecting Eric and the nobles. With his eyes narrowed in focus, Eric moves with blinding, impossible speed. The monster's stitched face registers utter disbelief at the sudden turn of events. In an instant, Eric has his holy sword pressed firmly against the creature's throat. Sweating profusely, the monster stammers, shocked by the sudden, overwhelming reversal. The king coolly explains that he is fortunate enough to possess the goddess's divine protection. A powerful slash from his blade slices cleanly through the creature's monstrous form. The skeletal medallion at the creature's core is shattered by the decisive blow. Gleaming with holy light, the sword completes its deadly work. As the monster dissolves into a cloud of black dust, Eric stands victorious. He turns to a stunned Mastafon, remarking that, as expected, the creature didn't truly die. While Mastafon expresses his fear, Eric explains that his cloak is a protective charm from his wife. He reveals the inner lining of his cloak, which is covered in a massive, glowing magic circle. Mastafon can only stare in wide-eyed awe at the powerful, life-saving artifact. Elsewhere, Eric's wife Gerbelga lounges on a sofa, declaring that she too has the goddess's divine protection. An aide approaches and she asks what's wrong, sensing his concern about Gerbelga. As two adventurers arrive, Gerbelga continues to read, her bare feet resting on the sofa. She asks what's wrong, wondering if they need her to protect someone named Gerbelga. With a bright smile, she reassures them it's fine, then asks why Eric isn't with them. The aide nervously explains the situation to a worried, cat-eared companion. Gazing into a mirror, Gerbelga remarks that it's better Eric isn't here, leaving a question in the air. Eric now asks Mastafon the crucial question: why are the vampires targeting his daughter, Philly? A flashback shows Philly, consumed by her research, standing before a massive alchemical diagram. Eric explains that Philly's creation of it was not intentional, but purely accidental. He presses Mastafon, asking what exactly his daughter managed to create. In a dark cavern, the hero Luck holds a glowing crystal, revealing its name, the Stone of the Fool. The cursed stone is shown, an artifact that amplifies curses, the antithesis of the Sage's Stone. Eric realizes this connects to a report about a vampiric blood ore, a key component. Mastafon and his wife look on with expressions of deep parental worry. Mastafon questions why the vampires would try to steal Philly's life when she is so important. Eric explains that their enemy's recent movements have become destructively impatient. To refine the stone, a channel to another world was needed, requiring a shrine maiden. A horrified realization dawns on Eric's face as the pieces click into place. Mastafon and his wife share a look of dawning, unspeakable terror. Their fears manifest in a vision of Philly before a dark portal, signifying the summoning of the evil gods. Scaled, writhing tentacles emerge from the portal, reaching for the lone woman. She is bound and lifted before a colossal, multi-eyed god, her world about to end. A sinister, tattooed figure with sharp fangs smirks, overseeing the profane ritual. The sorcerer's face is a canvas of intricate black tattoos, piercings, and otherworldly power. Philly struggles against the crushing, constricting grip of the monstrous tentacles. Amidst shattered rock and swirling dust, the hero Luck appears, ready for battle. His eyes burn with a furious, unwavering resolve to stop the catastrophe. The sorcerer's face is a portrait of cruel, predatory amusement at the hero's arrival. Philly looks on, her hope for rescue now pinned on her mysterious savior. Luck stares directly at the sorcerer and declares that he is taking the girl back. Philly's eyes widen with a glimmer of hope at his defiant words. The sorcerer sneers, asking what power he could possibly have to accomplish such a feat. Standing defiant before the colossal god, Luck vows that he will not hesitate. A character card introduces Celis Morton, Gorn's daughter and a current F-rank adventurer. The next day after a demon rat extermination, a grated sewer entrance is shown. A young adventurer, Ario, examines a dead rat with his companion, Ginny. Ginny notes the dead rats in the area have been killed by someone named Rock, split cleanly in two. Holding one up by its tail, she points to a hole, identifying it as a magic bullet wound. Ario looks on silently, processing this strange and grim information. As they walk, Ginny wonders aloud how Ario managed to escape a recent fireball trap. Ario recalls the explosion at the Mastafon mansion with a troubled expression. He wonders if there's a connection, but dismisses the thought as impossible. They arrive at a field which Ginny explains is her private guild land, suitable for their grim task. Ario unceremoniously dumps a large heavy bag full of dead rats onto the ground. The bag bursts open, spilling a disgusting, overwhelming mountain of carcasses. Ginny is shocked by the sheer number, over 200, while Ario is just glad they borrowed a magic cart. Ario sighs, realizing this grim job will take at least half a day to complete. The cat-eared Sia arrives with another girl, cheerfully offering to help with the dismantling. Ario demonstrates how to cut into the rat's abdomen to find the magic stone. He holds up a small glowing crystal, identifying it for his companion. Ario explains that this is simpler than dismantling larger monsters like goblins or orcs. The girl realizes with a start that this gruesome task is all part of an adventurer's job. With a new sense of resolve, she declares that she will do her very best. Sia becomes a whirlwind of motion, carving through the rats with multiple arms and knives. The girl asks if it's all right to wash the bloody stones in the nearby river. Ario then asks the other girl if she can dig a disposal pit for the remains. She unleashes a massive pillar of fire, incinerating the entire pile in an instant. Exhausted, the girl sighs that she's finished and doesn't want to see raw meat again. Ario explains how the guild system improved their status by preventing plagues from the corpses. The girl's eyes sparkle with admiration and a newfound understanding of their work. Feeling accomplished, she suggests they all go get barbecue for dinner to celebrate. The story snaps back to the present, focusing on Luck's intense, determined face. Philly is still bound by the tentacles, her expression one of desperate, pleading hope. The sorcerer's face is a mask of cruel, confident, and utter amusement. Luck's sword swings through the air, aimed directly at the tentacles binding Philly. He charges towards the colossal god, bypassing the sorcerer to free the hostage. His expression is one of fierce, focused determination as he closes the distance. The sorcerer calmly raises their hands, preparing to conjure a magical defense. A shimmering, ornate magical barrier blocks Luck's blade with a deafening clang. The sorcerer is surprised as dark energy begins to corrupt their perfect barrier. Black, volatile energy writhes and crawls up Luck's sword, empowering it. He pulls the blade back, now glowing with a dark, ominous, and unfamiliar power. The sorcerer's surprise turns into a wide, intrigued grin, delighted by this new development. Luck stands poised, his empowered sword ready for the next decisive strike. He senses a change in his weapon, a disruption to its very essence. The villain explains he has severed the sword's connection to another dimension. With a condescending smirk, he declares the sword can no longer cut anything. Luck's expression is grim as he processes this devastating, battle-altering revelation. With a casual air, the young man Luck lets his ornate sword fall to the ground. He declares he'll just have to do without it, leaving the weapon behind. His opponent, a pale High Lord, looks on with a flicker of surprised confusion. Clapping his hands together, Luck decides he will simply use them to fight instead. His face contorts in fury as he roars that he is strong even without a sword. The High Lord calmly raises a hand, conjuring a circular magic barrier for defense. Luck's punch shatters the magical shield, the incredible force continuing towards his foe. The High Lord reels from the impact, blood spraying from the powerful, barrier-breaking blow. He snarls, declaring that his opponent was too slow to avoid a counterattack. Luck's eyes widen in shock as his opponent's retaliation lands with impossible speed. A brutal flurry of blows sends Luck flying backward, completely unable to defend himself. Pushing himself up from the ground, his expression is a mixture of pain and surprise. The High Lord lands a final powerful strike, sending Luck crashing into the earth. Wiping blood from his split lip, the villain warns Luck not to get carried away. He continues his taunt, telling the warrior not to become too conceited just yet. With a fanged snarl, he contemptuously dismisses his opponent as a mere human. Luck clicks his tongue, noting with grim respect how fast the High Lord is regenerating. The High Lord's hand begins to glow with ominous, dark energy as he prepares a spell. Two swirling black vortexes tear open in the air on either side of Luck. From the dark portals, two hulking, shadowy warriors begin to emerge, brandishing weapons. The High Lord smirks, mockingly asking if Luck's attacks will even work on them. One of the monstrous beings roars, calling forth the warriors of the otherworld. Massive kanji announce the summoning of a demon god as a colossal figure materializes. The summoned demon gods tower over Luck and the captive Philly, their presence overwhelming. Philly gasps in horror, recognizing the impossible feat of a demon god summoning. The High Lord smirks, acknowledging his own mastery of ancient and forbidden dark arts. He commands his demon gods to tear the insolent human to shreds for him. A close-up reveals one of the summoned demon gods' single, utterly terrified eyes. Luck stands with his arms crossed, completely unimpressed by the demonic pantheon before him. He smirks, casually asking if there are still any survivors left for him to fight. A memory flashes, showing Luck effortlessly cutting down legions of similar demons in a past battle. The summoned demon gods panic, screaming in ancient tongues about holy barriers and light. The High Lord's confident expression shatters into one of utter confusion. The two shadowy warriors are silently bisected, their forms dissolving into nothingness. Their remains vanish in two puffs of black smoke, leaving Luck standing alone. He stretches nonchalantly, remarking what a shame it is that they are going home. Philly watches from the side, her expression one of complete comical bewilderment. The High Lord furiously demands to know what Luck did to his powerful summons. Luck reveals with a sly grin that in the other dimension, he is quite famous. The High Lord explodes in rage, screaming that he won't be made a fool of. He unleashes a massive torrent of dark energy, a chaotic web of destructive power. Luck appears instantly before him, stating that he already told him he was too slow. He unleashes a magic bullet, a point-blank attack aimed directly at his opponent's head. The High Lord's head erupts in a silent, violent explosion of dark energy and gore. His headless body, a swirling vortex of uncontrolled magic, collapses to the ground. A grotesque, monstrous jaw emerges from the dissipating remains, its form indistinct. The jaw consumes the last of the energy with a sickening, final gulp. Luck's expression turns serious, realizing this is a very bad development. A colossal, nightmarish creature erupts from the ground as he questions if it has manifested. The evil god's many eyes fix upon the two humans, its gaze cold and alien. Miles away, King Eric and his courtiers watch a glowing magical seal in a mirror. A courtier is shocked, asking what is happening to King Eric. Eric explains the mirror is resonating with the other side, but something is wrong. He realizes the teleportation mirror can't be activated from their side, leaving it to him. A cloaked Philly asks who this powerful court mage could possibly be. King Eric simply says no, his thoughts drifting to a different, more personal memory. A memory shows a boisterous man calling a younger Luck his best friend of 20 years. The courtier has a sudden, dawning realization about the true identity of the hero. Philly's eyes widen, stammering that it couldn't be that person, him. Luck gives a confident grin and a thumbs up, introducing himself as Rock of the F-Rank Adventurers. He then addresses the unseen observers, accepting their unreasonable request from F-rank adventurer Rock. Philly, held by a tentacle, begs him to kill her, saying there's still time. Rock listens intently, his expression grim as she makes her desperate plea. She confesses to creating the Philosopher's Stone of the Fool and cooperating with her captors. Bound before the evil god, she declares she will not allow it to manifest. She explains the evil god is using her as a vessel to enter this world. Rock stands firm, asking her to answer one question for him first. He demands to know why she created the Philosopher's Stone, assuming it was for a foolish reason. Philly looks down, her expression filled with sorrow and regret as she begins to explain. She clarifies that she was not researching alchemy, contradicting his assumption. A memory shows her in a vast library, explaining her specialty was analyzing ancient magic texts. Rock is visibly stunned, realizing he had completely misjudged her motivations. Philly recounts becoming engrossed in ancient alchemy, which led her to a profound discovery. She learned that ancient magic channels the power of gods from another dimension. Rock is surprised, admitting he was not expecting this revelation at all. He reflects that she reached the same conclusion as him at such a young age. He snaps his fingers, a wry smile on his lips as he calls her interesting. A flashback shows Rock's immense power, his sword cleaving through a canyon wall. His blade, crackling with dark energy, is held at the ready for battle. He stands poised, surrounded by the power of his otherworldly weapon. The blade itself is shown, its surface like a cosmic void, pulsing with dark power. He stands over the dissipating remains of a magical seal he has just broken. He looks back, coolly stating that the bond with the dead alchemist has been severed. Philly watches him, a silent witness to his incredible and terrifying abilities. Back in the present, Rock smirks, asking if it was Philly who he kept waiting. He promises to reunite her with her parents soon, his back turned to the monster. Philly is shocked into tears by his unexpected and heartfelt promise. The evil god lets out a deafening roar, the sound of physical force. The sonic blast washes over Philly, her hair and clothes whipped violently. Her glasses are cracked by the sheer force of the overwhelming attack. The beam of destructive energy carves a path of annihilation straight towards Rock. Rock reacts instantly, his body a blur of motion as he prepares a defense. He thrusts his hand forward, conjuring a complex four-layered magical barrier. The god's attack slams into the shield with cataclysmic, vibrating force. Rock's eyes widen, taken aback by the overwhelming power he is facing. The deflected energy beam explodes high in the night sky with silent, brilliant light. Miles away, a young fox girl watches the streak of light from a forest clearing. She excitedly points it out to her father, calling it a shooting star. Her father, a stern wolf man, gravely identifies it as an ominous light. He immediately gives orders, sending messengers to the royal capital, sensing a great calamity. Under the starry sky, a voice muses that things will be fine once the calamity ends. Philly stands bound by a tentacle, caught in a swirling vortex of raw power. Her expression is resolute, her glasses glinting with a defiant light. The vortex tears a canyon into the earth, with her at its epicenter. A single reptilian eye belonging to a monstrous god stares with ancient intelligence. Despite the immense pressure, Philly sweats, her determination remaining unshaken. Her eyes suddenly widen in alarm, a flicker of fear breaking her composure. Through Luck's legs, the colossal god and its struggling captive are revealed. With his glowing sword drawn, Luck prepares to intervene in the profane ritual. Philly gasps, recognizing the legendary blade with a look of utter shock. A swarm of sharp, writhing tentacles erupts from the god, surrounding Luck. He stands his ground, sword held ready against the monstrous, lashing appendages. His mind races, realizing his magic is useless against the god's otherworldly attacks. A savage grin spreads across his face as he declares his sword cannot be nullified. The monstrous god roars, unleashing a powerful sonic blast directly at Philly. The attack demonstrates its overwhelming force, a precursor to a larger assault. Luck's expression is one of grim focus as he analyzes the new threat. Suddenly, spikes of flesh and bone erupt from the ground before him. An eye snaps open on one of the spikes, watching him with alien intent. The spikes begin to writhe and transform, taking on a new, horrifying form. 3 grotesque, multi-eyed humanoid avatars of the god now stand before him. Luck's face twists into a manic grin, finding this new development interesting. Philly watches him, her expression a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. He leaps into the fray, a blur of motion against the lurching, monstrous avatars. His movements are a fluid dance of combat as he kicks off one of them. The evil god's massive eye watches the frenzied battle with a hint of surprise. Philly realizes with horror that Luck is enjoying this impossible, terrifying fight. Believing he has found an opening, Luck prepares a powerful, decisive attack. A blinding flash of white light erupts from his position, promising victory. His attack successfully severs an arm from one of the monstrous avatars. Luck's face shows grim determination in the immediate aftermath of his strike. Suddenly, a thick black beam of energy slices through the air toward him. Philly winces in horror, witnessing the swift and brutal retaliation. The evil god looks on impassively as its devastating attack finds its mark. Luck stares down in utter disbelief at the hole punched through his chest. A spray of dark blood erupts from the grievous, seemingly fatal wound. He is thrown backward, his sword clattering from his now limp grasp. Philly screams in pure despair, watching him fall helplessly toward the water. His body tumbles into the dark, churning depths below the monstrous god. His face is slack as he sinks, seemingly succumbing to the mortal wound. From below, the evil god appears as a colossal, victorious, tentacled nightmare. A memory surfaces of a younger Leffy, asking if someone remembers something. A man named Lack recalls her past obsession with researching ancient magic. She was always dreaming, driven to find any text from the lost magic kingdom. A rugged man notes how she risked everything, even for the sake of money. A woman with glasses states that Garan was the biggest victim of some incident. A girl confirms that Lefi even dealt with dragons for her research. The rugged man is surprised to hear that she has deciphered some of it. He asks if she uses ancient magic, and she confirms that she does not. The word analysis appears, signaling a shift in perspective to a new power. An intricate diagram explains a 4-stage technique for analyzing magic. A demonic figure reveals his own power comes from this ancient magic. His blood drips, creating a swirling vortex of life transfer magic. The name of the spell, Life Transfer, glows ominously in the darkness. The vision ends, returning to the scene of Luck's apparent death in the water. Philly despairs, believing it was hopeless for a mere human to win. She resolves to stop the god, even if it means her own self-destruction. A voice cuts through her grief, telling her not to be in such a hurry. Impossibly, Luck rises from the water, the hole in his chest smoking. Philly can only stare, stammering in disbelief about his horrific wound. The evil god's massive eye widens, also surprised by his impossible survival. Luck explains that he has successfully learned the complex spell. A glowing eye symbol forms over his wound as he prepares to counterattack. He unleashes a massive torrent of the same dark energy that struck him. The dark beam slams directly into the evil god's monstrous face. The god reels, a smoking crater blown completely through its massive head. It retaliates instantly, whipping a tentacle to snatch Philly as a hostage. The water ripples as the appendage moves with blinding, deadly speed. In a blur of motion, Luck snatches Philly back from the monster's grasp. The god's face is already knitting itself back together with unnatural speed. Holding Philly, Luck triumphantly asks how it feels to be hit by its own technique. The evil god roars in fury, its regeneration nearly complete and ready to fight. Luck tells Philly to find a safe place to hide from the enraged beast. She stammers her thanks as he prepares to rejoin the desperate battle. He tells her they can talk after he has finished his work here. With a powerful cry, he charges back towards the towering, monstrous god. The god's tentacles lash out in a defensive, whipping motion to stop him. Luck deftly evades the appendages, closing the distance for another attack. He gathers the stolen power, preparing another devastating, dark beam. The blast strikes true, shattering the god's bony faceplate once more. The monster's shattered face begins to bubble and reform almost instantly. Luck curses, realizing the creature's regeneration is too fast for this tactic. Suddenly, the world warps, trapping him in a black void of glowing eyes. His confident expression vanishes, replaced by one of shock and alarm. An unseen force sends him flying backward through the strange, dark void. Philly winces in horror, her eyes squeezed shut from the brutal impact. He collapses to his knees, clutching a new, grievous wound in his side. His hand trembles as he touches the source of the immense, searing pain. His right shoulder has been completely carbonized by the new powerful attack. He acknowledges that he is outmatched in a direct clash of dark rays. He resolves to use an unstable, high-cost spell, drawing on his sword. With grim determination, he declares that if this final gambit fails, he loses. 3 triangular constructs of light converge, heralding his ultimate technique. Philly gasps, recognizing the catastrophic magic he is about to unleash. The colossal god roars, its sheer size overwhelming the lone warrior. Above the monster, a complex and radiant magical seal begins to form. 2 massive kanji announce the name of his attack, Space Severance. The very fabric of reality seems to fracture and collapse around them. The monster is sliced cleanly in two by a shimmering line of energy. It is now trapped within a triangular prism of light, completely isolated. A monstrous reptilian eye filled with ancient script stares with terrifying focus. The warrior declares his enemy's struggles futile, having isolated space itself. His companion gasps, shocked by the sheer magical power needed for such a feat. With a glowing hand, he announces it is time for the finishing blow. The monster is trapped within a swirling, triangular prison of space-time. The spell's kanji, space-time, hangs in the air, signaling cosmic power. The warrior stands ready, a gaping, bloody hole in his chest. He unleashes the implosion, collapsing the dimensional prison with catastrophic force. The world twists into a vortex as the space around the monster shrinks. Philly observes in terror, describing an ultra-high-density cage of space. She likens the phenomenon to the impossible gravity of a neutron star. From the compressed point, the warrior commands its violent release. The monster's face is obliterated in a silent, gruesome explosion of energy. He gestures, ensuring the creature's remains are utterly atomized. The last vestiges of the god's form bubble and dissolve into nothingness. He vows it will not regenerate, preparing a final dark ray attack. A volley of cross-shaped bolts of dark energy rains down on the remains. The energy scours the last traces of the god's eye from existence. A final, massive pillar of dark energy slams into the scorched earth. The blast erases any final fragment of the monstrous being. Nothing is left but smoking ground and dissipating energy. Rock stands alone, battered and bleeding, but victorious amidst the devastation. His eyes are filled with grim, exhausted triumph. He walks slowly across the ruined landscape toward his waiting companion. Philly watches him approach, whispering his name through her tears. He manages a faint, pained smile as he murmurs her name in return. The wind whips her hair as she rushes to him. His body finally gives out, and he collapses into her arms. She cries out his name in alarm as he falls. He apologizes weakly, admitting he's used up all his magic. The last remnants of the evil god dissolve into particles of light. She reassures him, confirming the evil god has finally vanished. With a peaceful smile, he whispers that he's glad before losing consciousness. Philly looks down at him, her own tears finally falling freely. Her expression is one of profound relief and affection. Gently, she strokes his hair as he lies still in her lap. A soft, grateful smile touches her lips. She tells the unconscious rock to rest well, her voice a tender promise. A final message of good night hangs over the now peaceful valley. Birds fly past a grand estate under a quiet, cloudy sky. Inside, a long-haired man watches a disturbance with sharp concern. A glowing magical seal flashes into existence in a dark corridor. Two figures, a man and a woman, arrive at the estate's entrance. A dog barks with wild excitement, greeting the newcomers. A woman rushes forward, calling out to the battered rock and Philly. Philly embraces her dog, Tama, relieved that they are both safe. Her parents weep with joy, murmuring their daughter's name. Philly's mother fusses over her, questioning her pale appearance. Philly explains that Rock protected her throughout the entire ordeal. She asks Rock about the evil god, which he confirms he defeated. Her father asks if it was a difficult fight. Rock admits it was. Eric states that the person before them is his best friend of 20 years. Rock stares in shock at the bandaged figure standing with Eric. The figure is identified as the legendary Great Sage. A voice narrates that the world has once again been saved by this man. In a desolate wasteland, two dark figures observe the aftermath. A sinister elf woman's hand disintegrates into fine dust. She is surprised a human could defeat even the head of an evil god. She wonders if it could possibly be who she suspects. Her hooded companion flinches as if struck by a psychic blow. They cry out, sensing the evil god's presence has been utterly erased. The hooded figure wonders what kind of magic could achieve such a thing. A group of adventurers receives orders to investigate the battle site. A burly warrior complains that sending A-rank adventurers seems like overkill. Raboro, the investigator, stares at the mountain, lost in a vision. He sees a sinister, fanged smile in his mind's eye. Sweat pours down his face as the vision intensifies. A colossal, luminous female entity towers over him in the vision. Her immense fanged mouth opens as she closes in on him. The vision is overwhelming, a psychic assault of pure terror. The monstrous woman seems to devour his very soul. His companion shakes him violently, shouting his name. He snaps back to reality, dazed and confused. Raboro mutters that the presence has vanished, utterly bewildered. He looks out at the ravaged landscape, still shaken. The elf woman muses that the mysterious child is more dangerous than High Road. She wonders who this person is, her expression one of regret. Rock stands alone on a balcony, his expression somber. White petals drift around him as he looks out at the world. Eric approaches, asking Rock how his shoulder's feeling. Rock confirms Leafy's healing magic worked and his hair color's returning. Eric expresses his guilt for letting Rock bear the burden alone. Rock cuts him off, insisting it was his own reckless decision. Eric asks him to rely on him more in the future. He confesses the pain of loss from 10 years ago is still fresh. Eric apologizes for bringing up the painful memory. Goran arrives, agreeing that Rock is always far too reckless. He sternly tells Rock to contact him first next time. Rock asks about the investigation into the evil god's hideout. Goran notes the A-rank armlet he gave Rock has paid off. Eric reveals the Vampire King had introduced a butler to the Mastafon family, but that person had already been killed long ago. Rock asks about Cabino. Goran confirms it was a dead end. The Vampire King's underling had merely used Cabino's name. Rock looks up thoughtfully, processing the tangled conspiracy. He asks why an evil god idol was in the sewers. Philly had been instructed to dispose of failed alchemical creations there. Goran admits he never expected this to create a giant demon beast. He realizes Arleo and Ginny were a hidden trump card. Eric grimly concludes that allowing the vampires to run rampant was a painful failure. Amidst a flurry of white petals, Luck wonders if the vampires were always so organized. His companion, Eric, gazes on with sharp, focused eyes, sharing the deep concern. Goran's expression is also one of grim, dawning realization about their foe. On a high balcony, Goran admits he has been thinking the same thing about their enemy. He voices the chilling possibility of a presence even greater than a High Lord. Luck's face is cast in shadow, his resolve hardening at this new information. A cascade of long, beautiful blonde hair flows freely in the wind. A bell tower tolls as Luck confirms this incident has changed his understanding of their enemy. A hand reaches through a swirl of petals, emphasizing that this foe is different. A regal woman in a black and white gown declares this a war between humans and vampires. The ruffles of her elaborate gown billow as the wind carries the petals. Luck watches the scene, his expression somber and contemplative. He asks his companions about the figure on the distant stone tower. A vast cemetery is revealed, where servants who died in the attack are buried. Eric explains that scattering flowers over the graves was the woman's wish. A flashback shows a young, happy Philly receiving flowers from her smiling maids. In the present, Philly's face is a mask of grief, tears streaming down her cheeks. Overcome with sorrow, she collapses, bearing her face in her hands amidst the flowers. Luck, Eric, and Goran watch the heartbreaking scene with solemn expressions. Philly's long hair streams in the wind as she grieves over the endless graves. As the bell tolls, her single thought expresses the beauty of the falling petals. The season changes, marked by autumn leaves drifting from bare branches. A grand, lonely mansion stands silent, a carriage waiting outside its gates. Inside, the vast main hall is empty, sunlight streaming across the floor. Leaves are swept by the wind against the large paned windows of the estate. Luck sits on a windowsill in the library, completely engrossed in a book. He pauses his reading to watch a single withered leaf drift past the window. He muses that, with the changing season, a change has begun in his hair color. Descending a grand staircase, his footsteps are the only sound in the silent house. He walks across the vast hall, thinking the house is too large for one person. His companions are away. Celis is with Ario and Ginny, investigating a culprit. The cat-eared Sia has taken the great wolf Garv to track another perpetrator. Lutra is with Milka and Gerbelga, studying cooking with Goran's head chef. Left alone, Luck listlessly sweeps a pile of leaves in the courtyard. He crouches down, using a small fireball to ignite the pile of leaves. He recalls Eric mentioning he'd be sending new help, a good conversation partner. As the fire crackles, he senses a presence behind him and turns. He raises a hand in surprise at the sight of the newcomer. Philly stands there holding a large trunk, apologizing for intruding on him. Luck exclaims her name in surprise as her dog, Tama, greets him. He kneels to greet the dog, asking if it's been a good boy. The happy dog pants as Luck gently strokes its head. Philly suddenly drops to her knees, bowing her head to the ground. She apologizes profusely to Luck Sama for all the trouble she caused. Luck's expression is one of gentle concern as he listens to her. She explains she didn't know he was the great sage, and her father scolded her. Bowing low, she says her father insisted she apologize for her impertinence. He gently takes her hand, insisting the one who helped her was just Luck. He tells her a Marquis's daughter has no need to bow to an F-rank adventurer. Philly looks up, still addressing him as Luxama, but he corrects her, saying his name is Rock. She looks confused, her mouth covered as she processes the name change. Luck's gaze falls upon the large trunk she brought with her. Philly explains that King Eric has decreed she is to serve him as a consequence. A memory of Eric's sly grin confirms this was his doing, shocking Luck. Philly, smiling, confirms she is to begin helping Luck-sama today. Luck panics internally, realizing the trouble of a vampire hunter living with a potential vampire. He worries vampires might target her, making his home her new house. Philly asks if her presence is an inconvenience, noting his side is the safest place. After a moment of conflict, Luck's expression softens into a warm, welcoming smile. He welcomes her to the family, thinking that his household has grown once more. A new chapter begins, explaining that 2,300 years ago, ancient ruins were discovered. An unknown party broke a powerful seal within those ruins, unleashing something terrible. This event would later be known as the 2 Weeks of Black Calamity. In the present, a heavy boot stomps into a dusty, desolate landscape. A group of weary adventurers surveys a field of shattered skeletal remains. A black screen displays the name of the original character designer, Dicha. The leader orders a subordinate to report that the entire settlement is annihilated. He then calls out to a grim-faced Goran, saying he's heading west. A scout on a high wall screams a warning about a swarm of black dragons. Goran's face is a mask of pure terror, realizing the direness of the situation. He lets out a furious, desperate roar, bracing against the descending swarm. A massive swarm of dark, leathery winged dragons fills the sky, a terrifying legion. 1 week prior, a 19-year-old magic researcher named Luck is buried in his studies. He pores over an ancient text with a magnifying glass, utterly absorbed. The door crashes open as a furious Goran bursts in, yelling Luck's name. A stack of books topples over from the force of his entrance. Luck lets out a cry of frustration at the interruption. He calmly tells Goran not to break things and to put them back. Goran, a 23-year-old warrior, angrily accuses Luck of being disorderly. He asks if Luck has poured all his earnings into junk, but Luck denies it. Luck dramatically presents a long, ornate arrow, declaring it to be Artemis's arrow. Goran is shocked to learn it cost a staggering 20 million lepi. Luck explains it's a legendary weapon that can destroy 100 million monsters. Goran scoffs, asking if Luck plans to go to war with a single arrow. Luck, leaning in close, insists that with preparation, there's no need to worry. Goran points out the obvious flaw. If there's an arrow, there must be a bow. Luck freezes, the realization dawning on his face. He lets out a small sound of pure shock. He admits the bow has been lost to time, earning a sigh from Goran. Later, Goran finds Luck dressed for travel, asking why he's there. Luck excitedly reveals that ancient ruins have been found near the city of Kydia. He frantically explains that the guild has no restrictions, so it's first come, first served. He points dramatically, telling Goran not to dither and to get a horse ready. He shouts that he'll take out a loan if he has to. They must go now. His final desperate thought is that they must be faster than anyone else. Luck is shown with his travel pack, his expression one of frantic urgency. 2 days later, they arrive near Kydia, greeted by a massive procession of people. Luck is shocked by the sight, asking what is happening. His expression is one of confusion and dawning concern. Goran grimly informs him that these are refugees fleeing from Kydia. A city burns under a dark sky as a swarm of dragons circles overhead, the text confirming their role in the destruction. The dark-haired youth, Luck, stares with wide, horrified eyes at the devastating scene. His rugged companion, Goran, asks what they should do, as Luck notes this is no longer a simple ruin excavation. Luck's profile is sharp with grim determination as he processes the catastrophe. Goran turns away, admitting his strong reluctance to engage in a battle with dragons. He observes the endless line of fleeing refugees, noting that a warrior is useless against flying foes. Luck, his back to the viewer, quietly asks his friend what his plan is. Goran declares his intention to head into the city to gather intelligence for the Adventurers Guild. Luck questions if he intends to become a dragon slayer, but Goran insists he won't die, having survived many close calls. With a knowing look, Goran reminds Luck that he was the one who saved him each time. Luck lets out a small wry laugh, remarking on his friend's unique way of phrasing things. Goran advises Luck not to force himself into the role of a hero, telling him to just be himself. A young refugee woman clutches a wailing baby, her face a mask of sorrow and exhaustion. Watching the suffering, Luck's expression hardens with a newfound resolve. He clicks his tongue in frustration as the sun sets over the smoldering landscape. The royal capital of the Garzan kingdom, Gormud, is shown under a starry night sky. Inside the Gormud branch of the Adventurers Guild, a panicked voice exclaims that Kydia has been destroyed. The guildmaster, Karenbit, stands amidst his frantic staff, his face a mask of shock and anger. He curses, realizing with horror that the report of a dragon's revival came just one day too late. Karanbit bellows at his subordinates, demanding intelligence and the immediate mobilization of forces. A powerful hand shoves the guild hall doors open with a loud bang. The guildmaster and his staff turn in surprise toward the sudden intrusion. Goran stands in the doorway with a weary look, announcing they have just returned from Kydia. A stunned silence falls over the guild hall as Karanbit and his staff stare at the newcomers. In a private meeting, a guild member realizes they must have used flight magic to travel so quickly. Luck is slumped in a chair, completely drained from the immense magical exertion. Goran confirms to Karanbit that the situation is as dire as reported, predicting the city will be cinders by morning. Columns of black smoke rise from the ruined city as he explains that everything flammable has been consumed. He recounts that only 70% of the populace, about 100,000 people, managed to escape the inferno. The remaining 30%, he grimly states, were either devoured by the dragons or burned to death. Karanbit's hands are clasped tightly as he asks the crucial question of how many dragons there were. Luck reports they confirm 4, but the scale of the damage suggests more, nesting in ruins to the west. He adds that there are at least 10 more, delivering the chilling news that they are black dragons. The color drains from Karanbit's face, his expression one of pure horror. He understands immediately that with black dragons, any hope of negotiation is impossible. An informational panel displays the 5 known species of modern dragons: blue, green, red, black, and white. A terrifying black dragon roars, described as the most dangerous species and an invincible enemy to mankind. Karanbit declares a subjugation force will be formed, asking for their participation. Luck sharply refuses to be motivated by money, demanding priority excavation rights to the ruins as his only condition. Karanbit is taken aback, remarking on the young man's incredible audacity. That night, he decides he will consider Luck's request, depending on his performance in the coming battle. 2 days later, a massive army of knights and adventurers marches through cheering crowds for the subjugation mission. Luck observes the formidable force, 1,200 knights alongside dozens of CB and A-rank adventurers. A crowd of adoring women lets out a collective, high-pitched cheer. The focus of their adoration is a handsome blonde man who wonders what the commotion is about. Goran identifies the man as the hero, a title that seems to confuse Luck. The hero, Eric, preens, remarking how fitting the royal treatment is, even mentioning a party at the palace. Watching him, Luck's expression is thoughtful and tinged with suspicion. As Eric turns away, a strange, dark, fog-like aura dissipates from his back. Luck's eyes narrow, his suspicion intensifying as he observes the strange phenomenon. Eric turns back to the crowd with a charming, confident smile. Goran asks if something is wrong, and Luck explains he senses a fleeting, dark presence around the hero. Eric graciously accepts the fawning thanks of a flustered knight. From the crowd, a mysterious, turbaned figure watches the exchange with sharp, calculating eyes. Goran sighs that any help is welcome, and Luck grimly agrees. A commander boasts that with their numbers, even the black dragons will be manageable. A high-ranking noble addresses the army, expressing his surprise at their assembly. He delivers a shocking order. The knights are to remain behind, while the adventurers alone will face the dragons. Karanbit furiously confronts the noble, asking if he is serious, to which the noble coolly replies he is. The guildmaster's face is a mask of disbelief and rage at the suicidal command. He demands to know if this is a direct order from King Zaius. The noble turns away, coldly stating that such information is not for him to know. He dismisses them, saying he will await a good report. The small, abandoned contingent of adventurers is left to march on alone. Goran and Luck look on, their expressions grim and determined. The Holy Magic Order halts, their bishop telling a hooded figure named Ardens that this is as far as they go. Ardens turns away, stating her intention to join the Black Dragon subjugation. The bishop explodes in fury, accusing her of defying the will of God. She calmly confirms that she is. She counters that his order is not God's will, but the intention of a small-minded man. With a steady gaze, she argues that to abandon the afflicted is to truly be abandoned by God. The bishop is left sputtering in impotent rage, his authority shattered. He storms away, shouting that Ardens will come to regret her decision. The other adventurers stare, completely dumbfounded by the public defiance. The young woman removes her hood, introducing herself as Leafy Leonor Ardens and asking to be called Leafy. Goran expresses his concern, noting that she will surely be excommunicated for her actions. Leafy smiles warmly, reassuring him that as long as she has faith in her heart, she has no need for the order. Another adventurer remarks on the courage of the young lady. The hero, Eric, strides forward dramatically, declaring that he must protect such a devoted woman. Leffy asks who he is and he apologizes for his lack of fame. He introduces himself as Eric Mendeval, the hero, and asks her to remember his name. A question mark appears beside Lefi's head as she looks on in utter confusion. Goran brings them back to reality, questioning what they can do with such a small force. The turbaned man gravely assesses their odds. Fewer than 90 people against 10 black dragons. A masked warrior looks on, her expression grim and unreadable. An old wizard and a burly warrior seem to believe the fight is still winnable. A mustached warrior states that the key to victory will be immobilizing the dragons. A giant dreadlocked warrior agrees, adding that it's simple to cut them down once they're on the ground. Goran notes that their A-rank party led by Luck is their #1 asset in this fight. The old wizard outlines his strategy. He can restrain 4 dragons at once if they use decoys to split the swarm. Goran agrees that with their current numbers, it's the only viable strategy they have. Eric interrupts, dismissing their plan and declaring he will devise a superior one without their permission. Goran angrily challenges him, asking since when he was appointed the leader. Eric boasts that he was personally requested by the king and is the hero, which is reason enough. The giant dreadlocked warrior, Tobal, looks on with a stony, impassive expression. A massive hand suddenly clamps over Eric's face, lifting him clean off the ground. Tobal tells the hero-sama to stay in the back and leave the fighting to them. He unceremoniously drops Eric, who collapses in a coughing, sputtering heap on the ground. Eric glares after the giant, clicking his tongue in pure fury and humiliation. The turbaned man and Lefi watch the scene, the man looking thoroughly amused by the display. A young cleric stares with unnerving intensity at a nervous, turbaned man. The man in the turban scurries away from the cleric's piercing gaze. With a curious expression, the cleric, Refi, wonders about the man's behavior. Over a rugged mountain pass, a voice complains about the baffling situation. The hero, Eric, sees with infuriation as his companion suggests they need a true leader. His companion reminds Eric that he received a special item directly from the king. Remembering this, Eric pulls an ornate flute from beneath his belt. A sinister smile twists his face as he vows to show them his power tonight. The name Luck hangs in the air, identifying the dark-haired adventurer. The rugged warrior, Goran, asks Luck if he thinks their current strategy will succeed. Luck admits that he finds the potential for casualties unacceptably high. He confidently states he will provide support from the rear guard, leaving the main battle to others. His hope for a clean fight is immediately and brutally crushed. A title card announces the Black Dragon surprise attack with a grim image. A massive black dragon savages an adventurer as his comrades look on in terror. A warrior named Tobal is brutally mauled by a dragon's powerful jaws. Goran dives for cover as a torrent of dragon fire incinerates the ground. An old wizard, Lugran, bravely declares that he will handle the next assault. A long-haired swordsman and a dark-haired warrior fight back-to-back amidst chaos. The swordsman desperately orders Lugran to fall back and regroup with them. A dragon unleashes a devastating blast of energy directly at the old wizard. The long-haired swordsman screams a warning as the attack hurtles forward. Tobal cries out in despair as he witnesses the old wizard's impending doom. With a defiant roar, Tobal throws himself in the path of the blast. The impact is immense, but Tobal manages to hold his ground. He comes face to face with the colossal dragon, bracing against its might. The dragon's jaws clamp down hard on Tobal's arm with a sickening crunch. The beast begins to maul him mercilessly as his comrades watch in horror. A warrior with a headband screams Tobal's name in anguish. The man's body is seen being torn apart in the dragon's attack. The dark-haired warrior, Goran, assesses the grim situation from a distance. He realizes their forces have lost coordination and are being systematically targeted. Goran declares he will break the enemy's formation to save them all. A masked swordswoman leaps into the fray, creating a swirling vortex of wind. She tells the warrior with the headband not to worry about the dragon's breath. The wind ward deflects the flames, saving the warrior's life. Goran unleashes a magic spear, his eyes focused on the dragon's head. The spear of pure energy slams into the dragon's leg with incredible force. The massive beast stumbles, its balance shattered by the powerful blow. The warrior with the headband lets out a ferocious battle cry, raising his axe. He brings the weapon down, shattering a crystalline structure on the ground. The dragon retaliates, its fiery breath forcing the warrior back. His axe proving useless, the warrior desperately yells for Luck's help. Luck steps forward, casting a powerful magic enchantment spell on the warrior's weapon. Now empowered, the warrior roars that he can do it. He leaps into the air, driving his glowing axe deep into the dragon's neck. The enchanted blade bites deep, slaying the beast in a spray of dark blood. After the kill, the warrior directs the scattered survivors to regroup. The long-haired swordsman raises his staff, preparing a massive defensive spell. He invokes a powerful god's protection to shield the weary adventurers. A magnificent dome of holy light erupts, forming a sanctuary on the battlefield. The warrior with the headband and the masked woman look up in awe. The warrior asks if they can enter, but the masked woman coldly tells him to defend himself. On a cliff above, a dragon descends towards the lone swordsman below. The masked woman coolly warns her companion that another attack is coming. The long-haired swordsman walks out to face the new threat alone. Luck and Goran watch from a cliff as two dragons circle their lone comrade. The swordsman turns and asks the mage boy for a simple favor. With a confident smirk, he asks Luck to just make the dragons fall. Luck watches as the two dragons descend towards the lone swordsman. He agrees to the request, stating he'll handle the rest himself. The long-haired swordsman declares that this will be more than enough. Luck and the swordsman launch their coordinated assault from different positions. Luck unleashes a massive vortex of razor-sharp wind, a wind-rending slash. The long-haired swordsman leaps from the cliff, soaring through the air. The wind vortex engulfs one of the dragons, trapping it completely. The swordsman's weapon transforms into a colossal blade of pure energy. The dragon's terrified reflection is visible on the blade's shimmering surface. With a flash of light, the energy sword decapitates the dragon instantly. Goran stares in disbelief, realizing two dragons were felled with a single blow. The warrior is thrown back by the sheer force of the magical backlash. Luck stands silently, observing the aftermath of his devastating power. The long-haired swordsman lands, questioning the identity of this powerful mage. The battle's grim toll is tallied. 9 adventurers are dead. The survivors tend to the wounded, realizing their strategic losses are immense. Goran's party discusses their next move, concerned the king will now mobilize his forces. The warrior presents a recovered dragon flute to the long-haired swordsman. A terrified young man reveals the flute was used by the hero to summon dragons. The adventurers demand to know what he means by the hero. The young man confesses he was manipulated and handed the flute over. He points to a bound, captured female elf, identifying her as the culprit. Luck's eyes narrow, recognizing the elf who was welcomed into the royal palace. On a palace balcony, the sinister elf accepts a mysterious power from the hero. Her champagne glass reflects a dragon as she vows to become a true hero. Goran states that he knew from the very beginning that the woman was an imposter. Luck agrees, having sensed the lingering traces of magic on her. He explains that she was likely under the influence of a charm spell. The other adventurers are stunned that he noticed what their A-rank mage missed. Goran demands to know how Luck could have possibly known this. The long-haired swordsman interrupts, playfully telling them to stop their bickering. He dismisses the topic of the elf, more interested in the nature of Luck's sword. The young cleric Refi states the truth plainly. It is a holy sword. The swordsman is momentarily flustered, while Luck is surprised by the revelation. The swordsman Eric realizes Refi knew the truth all along. Goran is floored, understanding that Luck must be the holy sword's true wielder. Eric reveals his true identity as a prince from the Mendeville kingdom. Goran and Luck are left speechless, staring at the real prince in their midst. Prince Eric turns to Luck, asking what his objective is in all this. Luck states that he wants nothing to do with the inner workings of a nation. Eric challenges him, stating that he is already involved and has no choice but to act. A young man with dark, spiky hair named Luck glares with intense focus, while his rugged companion, Goran, looks on in shock. Under a starry night sky, the imposing stone towers of the Galsan royal castle stand silent and formidable. A sinister, long-nailed hand gestures towards a defeated dragon's head, noting that losing 3 pawns was a miscalculation. The lifeless body of King Zeus lies in a pool of dark liquid, as a voice declares that the overall plan remains unchanged. With dark fluid dripping from his mouth, the dead king's face is a mask of horror as he is taunted for missing his country's end. A beautiful, 3-eyed woman licks blood from her finger, promising the citizens that they will all soon follow their king in death. The sprawling capital city of Gurmud in the Galsan kingdom is shown, nestled against dark mountains at night. At the Gormud branch of the Adventurers Guild, a commotion erupts as news of Kidia's annihilation arrives. Surrounded by his panicked staff, the guildmaster is in a state of furious disbelief over the catastrophic report. Branch Chief Karenbit curses, lamenting that only a single day has passed since the first report of the dragon's revival. He frantically bellows for intelligence from the ground, ordering the immediate mobilization of the Night Order and any available personnel. With a loud, jarring crash, the heavy doors of the guild hall are violently thrown open. Karenbit and his staff turn towards the entrance, their expressions a mixture of surprise and anticipation. The rugged warrior Goran announces that he and his exhausted companion Luck have just returned from Kydia. Karenbit and the other guild members are visibly stunned by their sudden and timely arrival. In a private meeting room, Karenbit realizes they must have used flight magic to travel from Kydia so quickly. The young mage, Luck, is slumped over in a chair, completely drained from the immense magical exertion. Goran confirms to Karenbit that the situation in Kydia is dire, and the town will soon be nothing but smoldering cinders. Columns of thick black smoke rise from the burning ruins, everything flammable having been utterly consumed by the inferno. A massive crowd of refugees is shown, as Goran explains that only 70% of the population managed to escape. He grimly recounts how the remaining citizens were either burned alive or devoured by the dragons. Karenbit clasps his hands tightly, his face pale as he asks the crucial question of how many dragons there are. A vision shows 4 dragons flying over the smoldering ruins as Goran reports their confirmed number. Luck, now recovered, adds with certainty that at least 10 more are nesting in the ruins, identifying them as black dragons. Karenbit's face is a mask of pure horror, sweat beading on his brow at the terrifying news. He concludes grimly that with black dragons, any form of negotiation is completely impossible. An informational panel displays the 5 known species of modern dragons: blue, green, red, black, and white. A terrifying image of a black dragon roaring reveals it as the most dangerous species, an invincible foe to all humanity. Karenbit explains he will share the intelligence with the knights and asks Goran and Luck to join the subjugation force. Luck sharply declares that he won't be moved by money, demanding priority excavation rights to the ruins instead. Karenbit is taken aback by the young man's bold and highly unusual demand. Under the starry sky, Luck states that he will consider the offer depending on Karenbit's answer. 2 days later, a massive military procession of knights and adventurers departs for the Black Dragon subjugation. Luck observes the formidable force, 1,200 knights, alongside 60 C rank, 19 B rank, and 7 A rank adventurers. The crowd's adoring cheers are directed not at him, but at another prominent figure in the procession. A crowd of fawning women cheers enthusiastically for a handsome, long-haired blonde man in a fur-lined cloak. Goran identifies the man as the hero, Eric, as Luck looks on with a stern, unimpressed expression. Eric preens under the attention, remarking that he feels like royalty and was even invited to a palace party the night before. Luck watches the hero with a thoughtful, almost suspicious gaze as he basks in the glory. A dark, foggy aura seems to emanate from Eric as he turns away from the crowd. Luck's eyes narrow in concentration, his suspicion hardening into an intense, focused glare. Eric turns back to the adoring crowd, a charming smile on his face, completely oblivious to the scrutiny. Goran asks Luck what's wrong, and Luck replies that he senses a fleeting, dark presence around the hero. A new mysterious figure wearing a turban joins their small group as a knight thanks Eric for his presence. The turbaned man's sharp, observant eyes watch the proceedings from beneath his veil. Goran notes that any help is welcome at this point, and Luck grimly agrees with his assessment. A voiceover states that with such a formidable force, they should be able to handle the Black Dragon. A knight commander stands before the massive army, shocked by a sudden and completely unexpected order. The commander, who resembles Eric, declares that the knight order will remain to defend the capital, sending only the adventurers ahead. The guildmaster, Karenbit, furiously confronts the commander, asking if he is serious, to which he coolly replies that he is. Karenbit is sweating, his face a mask of disbelief and rage at the absurd, suicidal command. He demands to know if this is a direct order from King Zeus. The commander looks back with cold dismissal, stating that such information is not for him to know. Turning away, the commander tells them he will be waiting for a good report. The massive knight order turns and marches away, leaving the small adventurer contingent to their fate. Goran and Luck watch them depart, their expressions grim and resolute. The Holy Magic Order's procession halts, their leader, a bishop, telling a hooded member named Ardens that this is as far as they go. The hooded figure, Ardens, states that she will proceed to the Black Dragon's subjugation. The bishop explodes in fury, accusing her of defying the will of God. Ardens remains calm, her face hidden in shadow as she listens to his angry tirade. She counters his accusation, stating that his command is not God's will, but that of a small-minded man. Pulling back her hood, she reveals her face and states that to abandon the afflicted is to be abandoned by God. The bishop is left sputtering, sweating with rage, his authority completely undermined. He storms away, shouting that Ardens will regret her decision. The other adventurers stare in stunned silence at the young woman's quiet act of defiance. She performs a graceful curtsy and introduces herself as Leafy Leonor Ardens, asking to be called Leafy. Goran approaches, concerned that she will be excommunicated for her actions. Leafy smiles warmly, reassuring him that even if she is cast out, her faith in God remains in her heart. Sometime later, Luck, Leafy, and a stoic blonde man are scaling a treacherous cliff face. Leafy asks Luck if this is the right place as they reach a high ledge. Luck, looking down from above, confirms that it is. They arrive at a vantage point overlooking a massive spiraling crater, which Luck identifies as the Black Dragon's lair. The colossal scale of the ruined city within the crater is breathtaking and terrifying. The trio, Luck, Leafy, and the blonde man, stand together, their expressions a mix of awe and resolve. 10 hours earlier, Luck is shocked when his party nominates him to create their battle strategy. A masked knight explains that Luck likely has the most accurate knowledge of the Black Dragon. A long-haired blonde man agrees with the masked knight's calm and rational assessment of the situation. The masked knight, her eyes sharp, states that a calm analysis of their targets is crucial for the coming assault. The guildmaster is skeptical, questioning why a higher-ranked adventurer isn't leading, but agrees to let Luck plan. He states that since the hero, the masked knight, has decided, he will go along with the decision. The others express their trust in Luck, much to his panicked dismay. Overwhelmed, Luck screams that he hates responsibility and trust. In the present, Luck looks out over the massive, ancient wall of the dragon's lair. He recalls his plan. Goran's team will act as a lure, drawing the dragon out so they don't have to fight it directly. While the dragon is distracted, he will sneak into the nest and plant a series of powerful magic bombs. Goran had questioned how they were supposed to lure the beast out once the bombs were set. Luck reveals his trump card, a dragon flute, which he will use to his advantage this time. He had instructed the masked knight to use the flute as far from the nest as possible to buy him time. The trio carefully descends the crumbling stone steps into the ruined city. Luck whispers for his companions to be careful, believing the nest is just ahead. A massive, shadowy, scaly form suddenly looms in the ruins before them. The Black Dragon has appeared unexpectedly, its colossal body emerging from the structures. Luck, Leafy, and the blonde man are frozen in pure shock and horror. The dragon's massive reptilian eye snaps open, fixing its gaze upon them. Its long, serpentine body is coiled amidst the ancient, crumbling stone walls. A swarm of smaller, shadowy dragon-like creatures bursts from the ruins and takes to the sky. The trio huddles behind a broken wall, hidden in the shadows of the immense ruins. They watch in tense silence as the dragon's magic seems to fill the air. The blonde man clenches his fist, murmuring that it's fortunate the dragon relies more on smell than sight. Leafy and Luck watch the swarm fly away, with Leafy noting that its early arrival means their numbers are greater than expected. A swarm of dark, dragon-like creatures soars across a pale sky as a voice wishes for an accident to befall them. The rugged warrior Goran looks up, his face filled with dawning dread as he realizes the situation has turned dire. Below, his fellow adventurers look up in shock, one asking if the creatures are heading towards the royal capital. The dark-haired warrior, Luck, watches the swarm, questioning what is happening since they haven't used the dragon flute yet. With a sudden, forceful motion, an unseen figure pulls Goran onto the back of a horse. A masked knight tells Goran to get on, stating that she will take him to the Demon Lord. The knight announces a change of plans, declaring they must deliver the dragon flute at once. Goran protests, saying they must aid the capital, but another adventurer declares that it's impossible. With a series of sharp clicks, the masked knight begins to unfasten her heavy outer cloak. She sheds her bulky robes, revealing sleek chainmail armor underneath as Goran stares in confusion. Goran's eyes widen in flustered shock, his mouth agape as he lets out a strangled cry of surprise. Now unencumbered, she explains that riding double would have been impossible before, though Goran seems to reluctantly agree. She removes her helmet, and long, beautiful blonde hair tumbles free in the wind. With a serious expression, she reveals her true name, Margaret Morton, her shell now shed. Goran is left completely speechless, his mouth agape in utter, wide-eyed astonishment. Margaret, now mounted on her horse, asks him what the matter is with a simplified expression. Goran, blushing furiously, stammers an apology, admitting he was just captivated by her beauty. Margaret stares back with a blank, comically shocked expression, her horse looking on impassively. She snaps out of it, yelling at him for his ridiculous words while he insists he was just being honest. She impatiently tells him to hurry up and get on, ordering him to hold on tight. They gallop off together, Goran holding on tightly as they race through the forest. Goran yells over the wind, questioning why the black dragons are targeting the royal capital specifically. Margaret replies that she doesn't know, but admits she has a very bad feeling about it. In a separate location, an eye filled with ancient runes reflects an impossible grand sight. 3 figures stand in a colossal, ornate ruin, its sheer scale dwarfing them completely. The young mage, Luck, expresses his utter shock, cursing that this is completely unexpected. His blonde companion Eric asks him what's wrong as Luck examines a strange artifact. Eric reveals the ruins weren't made to seal black dragons, but something far more dangerous. He looks on with grim certainty, his eyes narrowed as he prepares to explain the truth. He speaks of a calamity god, a survivor from the age of myths that has destroyed civilization many times. A close-up reveals the monstrous head of the blind dragon, its name stated with dread. The creature's full serpentine form is shown, a long, spiny horror with massive, multi-jointed claws. A cleric, Rephi, confirms the blind dragon is a figure from scripture, an apostle of an evil god. She recounts the legend that a single one of these creatures burned the world for 100 years. Overlooking a subterranean chamber, Eric notes the black dragons are gone, while Luck asks if this is where the blind dragons are sealed. Eric confirms most are sealed, but reveals with dread that one has already been released by a certain woman. On a high citadel tower, a lone woman with long black hair stands, leaves swirling around her. A close-up reveals her sinister beauty, pointed ears, a third eye, and a cruel smile. She draws an ornate, curved dagger from a sheath strapped to her slender thigh. Striking a pose, she raises the dagger, dark energy swirling around her in a ritual. In response, the blind dragon's head is shown, its multiple eyes glowing as it roars. The newly freed dragon writhes with power, now bound to the sorceress's will. On the streets below, a woman lets out a terrified scream as the city is thrown into chaos. A young woman looks up in horror, her hand to her mouth as she asks why this is happening. A massive dragon soars over the city rooftops, its presence an impossible, terrifying sight. A colossal shadow falls over the city as citizens flee in a tide of pure panic. The three-eyed sorceress watches with manic glee, commanding the blind dragon to go forth. With arms outstretched, she proclaims its purpose, to gather terror and despair for the stone of the foolish. Miles away, a knight commander looks on, alerted that the royal capital is under attack. He takes a determined step forward, questioning the nature of the disturbance. He and his army arrive to see the capital encased in a massive dark dome of energy. A high priest cries out in despair, realizing the entire capital is enveloped in a curse. The commander shouts in horror, understanding that everyone inside is trapped with the monster. A lookout screams a warning from a watchtower as a swarm of black dragons descends upon them. A black dragon opens its maw, gathering a destructive blast of energy. The commander can only look up, his face pale with terror, whispering a prayer to God. The dragon unleashes its attack, the blast hurtling towards the army's position. The watchtower is instantly obliterated in a blinding explosion of light and debris. The silhouettes of soldiers are seen being vaporized by the fiery onslaught. The army is torn apart, their forms stark against the white-hot blast of destruction. The dragon swarm flies over the burning wreckage, continuing towards the cursed city. Back in the ruins, Luck's expression is one of grim resolve as he faces the task ahead. Eric warns Luck that they are out of time and that a brute force approach is too risky. Luck removes his glasses, his eyes filled with a cold, unwavering determination. Looking down at the dark water of the sealing chamber, he announces that he will dive in. Eric and Rephi can only watch as he prepares to go, calling his name in concern. Eric asks why he must go alone, but Luck states that what comes next is a job for a sorcerer. He turns, declaring his intent to attempt resealing both the blind and black dragons. With a final splash, he plunges into the dark, mysterious water of the inner sanctum. He emerges, levitating in a white aura, before 2 massive, slumbering blind dragons. The colossal beasts rest on stone pedestals, their ancient power palpable even in sleep. Hovering before one, Luck murmurs its name, confirming the seals on these 2 are still intact. Goran, having arrived, looks towards a third, now empty pedestal with a grim expression. He confirms their fears, stating that only one of the creatures has been released. Luck reveals a secret he kept from Eric, a fact he held back until this moment. This secret is the existence of the Forbidden Book, a powerful magical artifact. He raises his hand, commanding the ornate, cross-shaped staff as it floats before him. On the fortress wall, the sorceress senses a disturbance in the blind dragon's seal. Her eyes narrow as she wonders who could have touched the boundary, questioning their identity. Dismissing the thought, she orders the black dragons to return to their narrow dark hole. The swarm screeches, obeying her command and diving back into the shadows. The black dragons fly past the cursed dome, leaving the capital to its fate. On the streets below, the bodies of the fallen lie still, their life force draining away. Black, smoky tendrils of energy rise from the dead, flowing towards the sorceress's ritual. The sorceress's eyes are wide with manic glee as she proclaims the door will open soon. A massive, star-shaped dimensional gate tears open in the sky above the fortress. The narration explains the forbidden book is a magical medium, not a literal book. Luck is inundated with information, realizing the enemy's magic is a vast data library. He is at the center of a swirling vortex of energy and magical constructs. He realizes his learning ability allows him to analyze and deconstruct any magic he touches. A flash of insight reveals that his own unique magic is his true path to victory. His eyes, now glowing with star-like symbols, blaze with fierce determination. Gripping the staff, he declares he will absorb all of the enemy's sealing magic. The battle outside the ruins has taken its toll, the caverns shattered and broken. The once grand hall is now a scene of devastation and rubble. In the quiet aftermath, Eric kneels beside Refi, their forms small in the vast ruined chamber. Eric gazes at the devastation, his expression filled with a deep, unspoken worry. Refi asks if he is worried, but reassures him that everything will be all right. He agrees, but cryptically states that the nature of his worry is a little different. His concern is not for himself, but for the immense burden Luck now bears alone. A close-up reveals the sharp, determined eye of an unknown observer. In a grand hall, Eric and a braided hair woman look back with serious expressions. Over a massive fortress, a swarm of dark, dragon-like creatures returns from the sky. Goran and a blonde woman express their deep annoyance at the dragon's reappearance. A lone figure gallops away on horseback, urged on by a desperate voice. A colossal black dragon unleashes a devastating torrent of fire from its gaping maw. A young woman in clerical robes raises her staff, conjuring a brilliant, holy barrier. Her glowing magic circle successfully intercepts the dragon's fiery breath as Eric watches. Eric's focused eye takes in the battle, his mind calculating their next move. The blonde warrior, Margaret, slices deep into a dragon, spraying black blood. Leaping towards the massive beast, she continues her relentless aerial assault with her sword. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, Margaret cries out that there are too many to fight. A desperate voice screams a warning to Eric as a dragon lunges from behind. Goran is sent flying through the air with a guttural roar of pain. He lands hard on the ground, taking the full force of a brutal blow. The impact is shown in a visceral close-up as blood erupts from his chest. The powerful attack throws him backward, a display of the dragon's immense strength. Stumbling to his feet, Goran apologizes to his comrades for his late arrival. Eric questions Goran's use of flight magic, which Goran credits to Margaret. Margaret's face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated anger. On horseback, she furiously scolds a stunned Goran for his reckless jump. A woman named Refi chides Goran for being too loud, surprising him. Eric observes the exchange, his expression calm and unreadable. Refi asks Goran what happened to make them so friendly, flustering him completely. Two young girls watch the interaction, one blushing, the other with a blank expression. The party stands before a ruin, Eric confirming Luck is inside, resealing the dragons. Facing a new wave of smaller dragons, Goran shouts for Luck, placing his trust in him. His face is a mask of conviction as he declares Luck the greatest mage he knows. Deep within the ruins, Luck vows that he can indeed seal the monstrous creatures. A massive magic formation materializes high above the city, cracking the very ground. A sinister, three-eyed woman observes a dark, faceted crystal in her hand. On a fortress wall, she raises the crystal towards a dark portal in the sky. The portal is a gateway to another dimension, teeming with monstrous demon gods. If opened, it will unleash an age of chaos and horror upon the world. As the caption declares the end of the human world, the crystal suddenly cracks. The woman stares in utter shock, a large question mark conveying her disbelief. The crystal shatters completely, the magical backlash sending her reeling backward. She realizes with horror that the flow of her powerful curse has been severed. Back at the ruins, Goran shouts in alarm that the ancient seal has been revived. A colossal vortex of wind and debris rips violently through the landscape. Goran and Eric are pelted by flying rock, their faces masks of sheer terror. The tempest swirls into a maelstrom of raw, destructive power. A close-up shows a fist clenching with grim determination. Luck stands firm between his companions, warning them that something is coming. Goran panics, demanding to know what Luck has done and what is approaching. From the vortex, a colossal, multi-eyed dragon bursts forth, identified as the Blind Dragon. Luck smirks, asking Goran if he can handle performing an instantaneous teleportation. A massive teleportation circle appears in a distant valley, targeting the Blind Dragon. The teleportation spell activates with a brilliant, fiery flash of light. The valley floor is instantly vaporized in a silent, world-shattering explosion. The blast wave expands outwards in a massive dome of pure destructive energy. A lone black dragon is seen barely escaping the cataclysmic blast. The three-eyed woman watches the distant destruction, her expression one of awe. The Blind Dragon now soars over the massive smoking crater where a forest once stood. The crater smolders, a testament to the immense power just unleashed. Goran stares at the devastation, stammering about the incredible destructive power. Eric notes that they were only saved by the barrier that Luck revived. Luck explains that the dragon is bound by a contract to the three-eyed woman. The Blind Dragon turns its head, its many eyes having found them. Luck warns that their barrier won't hold for long, sending Goran into a panic. He explains the barrier's weakness to external force as the dragon dives. A glowing sigil forms before the dragon's maw as it prepares to attack. Goran flails in panic while Luck calmly prepares a powerful counterattack. Eric watches the approaching beast, his face a grim mask of concentration. Luck holds up an ornate arrow, lamenting that he has to reveal his hand. He unleashes the artifact's power, a spiral of energy coiling around it. The single arrow multiplies into a seemingly infinite number of glowing spears. He commands the swarm of arrows to gather and reduce their foe to ash. A vast, intricate magic circle unfolds in the sky above them. Eric stares in utter shock, recognizing the magic is beyond any court mage. He realizes with dawning horror that Luck is wielding lost ancient magic. The Blind Dragon's many eyes widen in what might be surprise. With a feral grin, Luck commands the attack to pierce his target. A lone black dragon is seen flying through a storm of brilliant light. From the dragon's perspective, the world becomes a blinding torrent of light. The attack is named with thunderous finality, Arrow of Artemis. The volley of magical projectiles slams into the dragon with overwhelming force. The beast is torn asunder, its massive form disintegrating under the barrage. The dragon is completely obliterated, leaving only dissipating motes of light. Luck snaps his fingers, dissipating the massive ring of energy in the sky. Eric stares at the aftermath, his face a canvas of pure, unadulterated shock. Goran is overwhelmed, stammering that he didn't even need a bow for that. Eric's stoic facade crumbles, his mind reeling from the display of power. The hooded woman, Refi, calls out his name in concern. Luck turns, his gaze intense as he speaks his own name. Eric confronts Luck, asking him what he intends to do with such immense power. Luck's determined eyes stare back, his purpose clear. Eric remarks that with so much power, a 20 million leppi debt is nothing. Luck cheekily suggests that since Eric saved his life, he should pay half. Eric and his companions look on, stunned by Luck's audacity. The three-eyed woman's hand disintegrates into fine dust. She looks down, a hint of weariness on her elegant face. In a city street, terrified civilians recoil from her presence. A close-up reveals her cruel smile and sharp vampiric fangs. She unleashes her power, transforming the people into skeletal monsters. She remarks that she lost too much blood this time and must retreat. She vanishes in a flash of light, leaving a street of corpses. A rugged man with spiky hair looks over another scene of carnage. The party stands on a hill overlooking the capital of Gulsan. A narration explains the kingdom's knights were lost, but civilians were mysteriously spared. A vast winged creature appears over the royal capital, its purpose a dark mystery. 1 month later, the scene shifts to a peaceful, verdant mountain landscape. A small party of adventurers travels through a sun-dappled forest with a pack animal. One of the travelers points ahead, explaining their situation to his rugged companion. The rugged man tells a youth named Luck that their quarry has fled west. Luck turns away, his cheeks puffed out in a silent, stubborn sulk. His friend asks why he is pouting, but Luck insists he's being deceived. A long-haired man appears, laughingly asking why a hero is accompanying their group. The rugged man clarifies they are only hunting bandits, not seeking greater glory. The rugged man says helping is good, but Luck retorts it's just to impress a woman. The blonde man turns to Luck, telling him this endeavor is for his benefit. Luck glares back, his face a mask of anger and utter confusion. With a serious expression, the man tells Luck there's one thing he must remember. He warns that great power attracts the greedy who will seek to exploit it. Luck scoffs at the idea he has great power, but the man says he's too modest. He then challenges the man, asking for proof that he won't be exploited. The man declares his power serves the strong, defining his idea of a hero. He smiles, expressing his belief that he can walk alongside Luck as an equal. The rugged companion asks Luck to trust the man, offering his own guarantee. Luck considers their words, his expression grim and silent as he thinks. Finally, he looks up, firmly stating he has no intention of becoming a hero. 10 years later, a voice warns that the enemy is approaching head-on. An immense armored demonic figure looms behind a powerful magical barrier. The rugged man feels the overwhelming pressure, questioning if they can possibly succeed. The blindfolded man calmly states they will break the barrier, asking for their trust. He calls for Luck, who unleashes a brilliant burst of pure energy. Luck shouts back with absolute confidence, telling them to leave everything to him. The three heroes stand united against a colossal demon wreathed in dark lightning. The tale is dismissed as something akin to a joke. A statue of the hero stands, the tale of his world-saving feat for another day. The scene shifts to the quiet rustling of leaves on a branch. Suddenly, the leaves begin to tremble violently as an unseen force stirs them. A massive swirling vortex of wind and energy dominates the sky above the forest. Small forest creatures, squirrels, look up at the sky in a state of shock. Two large moose also stop, their heads tilted towards the strange celestial phenomenon. The cyclone descends like a drill, touching down on the distant landscape. A magnificent winged serpentine creature emerges from the heart of the storm. It soars through the air with incredible speed, a blur of white and silver. A close-up on its intelligent reptilian eye reveals a powerful unknown purpose. The creature flies with purpose over the mountains, becoming a distant speck. An ominous, low rumbling sound echoes over a quiet forested landscape. The sound seems to originate from a grand city dominated by a castle. A young woman named Celestner gazes pensively out of a large window. Her elegant attire is shown in closer detail as she stands by the window. A cat girl named Sia enters, telling the sullen Celestner that dinner is ready. Celestner asks to eat later, after Sia's return, and Sia agrees. She asks about her father, who is in a meeting in Ruck's room. Celestner quietly acknowledges the information, her pensive mood unbroken. Two figures, a large wolfman and a smaller hooded person, arrive at a gate. Celestner senses their arrival, and Sia notes that someone is here. The wolfman politely asks for permission to enter the estate. A tiny winged creature marvels at the grand estate. In a library, Garan asks for updates on the evil god and vampires. He laments that despite an A-rank party's efforts, they have achieved little. A wolf warns that relying on their reports is dangerous in this serious case. King Eric theorizes the enemy has been preparing their complex plan for years. He suggests his and Garan's survival has made their foes impatient. Ruck looks up, expressing his doubt about the king's theory. He notes the enemy's movements coincided too perfectly with his own return. The three men sit at a table, and Ruck asks what this is all about. He leans forward, asking the fundamental question of the Demon Lord's true purpose. Eric and Garan are visibly shocked by the directness of his question. Garan suggests an invasion, but questions if the Lord would lead it himself. He wonders if it's a vanguard, but Ruck finds that explanation insufficient. Ruck recalls fighting the Demon Lord at the very beginning of the war. He finds it unbelievable that such a powerful force was left behind. King Eric's eyes widen as a horrifying new possibility dawns on him. He turns to Ruck, asking if his terrible theory could possibly be true. He posits that the Demon Lord was summoned by the vampires. Goran is utterly shocked by this terrifying hypothesis. Eric confirms it fits the facts, despite their attempt to summon an evil god. He finds it hard to believe vampires could accomplish such a feat. Ruck agrees that it would explain their organized movements. However, Eric points out a major missing element in this new theory. He reminds them of the supreme ruler who commands all vampires. Goran's eyes widen as he remembers this crucial, unknown figure. Ruck is shocked they don't know the identity of the vampire's leader. Ruck looks down, deeply troubled by this gap in their intelligence. Goran reveals he tasked an A-rank demon mage with an investigation. He reveals she was nearly charmed, despite her high magic resistance. Ruck and King Eric are both shocked by this alarming news. Four bursts in, furious that Goran withheld such critical information. Goran explains he was also charmed, but never saw his attacker directly. Ruck is incensed by Goran's explanation and lack of foresight. He clarifies the mage only sensed the presence from a distance. Eric questions the vague intel, but concedes it might be credible. Fear notes the mage's experience with High Lord vampires lends her credibility. Ruck concludes there is a power even greater than a High Lord. A sudden knock at the door interrupts their tense discussion. Celestner announces to Ruck that he has a guest at the door. Ruck greets Danton warmly, surprised by his unexpected visit. Danton Wolcott, Sia's father, greets him, saying it has been a while. He thanks Ruck for his daughter's care, but Ruck says she helped him. Sia wonders if she was useful, deciding that the outcome was wonderful. Danton grins proudly, stating that her contribution was more than enough. He then notices Garan and Eric are also present in the room. Danton suddenly falls silent, his eyes widening in complete shock. He recognizes the elegant man as the one and only King Eric. He immediately drops to one knee, apologizing, but the king tells him to rise. Ruck explains they are old friends and Eric is visiting in a private capacity. A beastman chieftain, Wolcott, is shocked to discover that the young man, Ruck, is acquainted with King Eric. Elsewhere, a pale vampire with intricate tattoos reports that Ruck has single-handedly defeated a second High Lord. Back in a meeting, Ruck's party reveals that their true objective was someone other than the defeated vampires. Wolcott then asks Ruck about his business in the area and calls for a young girl named Naya to enter. A small beastkin girl with a fluffy foxtail and twin blades strapped to her back steps into the book-lined room. She cheerfully introduces herself as Nia, and Ruck kneels to her level, welcoming her warmly. Nia is absolutely thrilled to meet the famous Rock Sama, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wolcott explains that this is Sia's younger sister and that he intends for her to begin her training as a hunter. Nia asks if she will be starting her training, just as a maid greets them at the grand entrance of a mansion. Her older sister Sia reassures her, explaining that in their tribe, it's normal to begin training at age 8, just as she did. While peeking through a cracked door, Nia spots her father inside a room and cries out his name in surprise. She then turns with a bright, happy expression and calls out to her older sister. With a playful leap, Nia grabs a completely startled Sia from behind in a surprise hug. Wolcott then announces to a shocked Sia that he is entrusting her younger sister's training entirely to her. Sia is completely stunned by the news, her mind reeling from the sudden and unexpected responsibility. She worries aloud that she is still in training herself and doesn't have the time to properly oversee Nia's development. The weight of this new duty settles heavily on her, and her shoulders slump in defeat. She looks downcast, feeling completely overwhelmed by her father's request and her own perceived inadequacies. Rock suggests she might be overthinking things, but Sia explains that she feels she learns a great deal by teaching others. He then cleverly proposes that when she's training the blonde swordswoman, Selris, she should just pretend she's teaching him instead. The intimate and unexpected suggestion makes Sia blush furiously, her whole body shaking as she becomes completely flustered. Wolcott announces that he will be following them on their journey, asking if his presence would be a problem for Ruck. King Eric and the burly warrior Gorn agree that having another beastman warrior with them is a great comfort against vampires. A matronly woman tells the two sisters that this is a great honor and encourages them to do their best. At a large wrought iron gate, Wolcott and his retinue wave goodbye to the departing adventuring party. The party, Rock, Selris, Sia, Nia, and their loyal wolf, waves back cheerfully, ready for their journey. A view of a grand, half-timbered estate establishes the location where the other members of their household are staying. A woman with glasses named Philly remarks to a young girl that Rock's family has grown larger. The girl asks where the party has gone, and Philly explains they have embarked on an adventure into the distant mountains. While they are away, a small horned boy, Lutra, and his chicken, Gerbelga, are house-sitting for the next 2 days. The two girls decide it would be a wonderful idea to bake some of Gerbelga's favorite sweets while they wait. The party's official mission is a simple E-rank quest, to exterminate a horde of goblins sighted in the mountains. The group stands on a high ridge, gazing out at the vast, rugged, and snow-capped mountain range that lies ahead. Rock points the way forward for his companions and their loyal wolf, leading them toward their objective. To conserve their energy for the battles to come, Rock negotiates with a local driver to hire a horse-drawn cart. The three girls, Selris, Sia, and Nia, sit together in the back of the cart, enjoying the peaceful journey. Rock takes the opportunity to rest on a pile of hay, with his wolf sleeping contentedly on his stomach. The single horse pulls the cart through a wide, sun-drenched valley, continuing their long journey. As dust settles over the rolling hills, the cart approaches a small, rustic settlement in the distance. They find shelter for the night in a simple wooden lodge, smoke curling from its chimney into the starry sky. Inside the cozy lodge, the two cat girls, Sia and Nia, are huddled together and fast asleep from exhaustion. Selrus watches them with a gentle smile as Rock rests by the fire with his wolf. The horse in the nearby stall remarks on how tiring the unfamiliar and shameful journey must be for them. Rock tells Selrus that the ability to sleep anywhere is a vital skill for an adventurer before announcing he's turning in. The wooden lodge stands silent under a vast, brilliant night sky, the stars glittering above. The next morning, the sun rises over the mountains, its rays streaking across the sky, signaling an early start for the party. As they venture into a dense forest, Sia uses the opportunity to teach Nia the essentials of map reading and tracking. Rock leads the way, pointing out tracks on the forest floor and explaining that they are taking a detour around the main goblin nest. Sia apologizes for taking up their time, but Nia continues her lesson, running ahead on the trail. Rock reassures her, stating that tracking is a fundamental and necessary skill for any adventurer, especially on a quest with no deadline. He explains that while he'd normally defer to a specialist, he's used to solo work, then asks Selrus if she'd like to learn too. A look of dawning determination appears on Selrus's face as she swallows hard, accepting the challenge. She turns to Sia and formally asks to be taught as well, and Sia readily agrees. The impromptu training session begins with Sia pointing out signs in the wilderness to an attentive Nia and Selrus. The two students point out details in the environment to each other, fully engaged in the practical lesson. Rock hangs back, observing the training session with a quiet, satisfied smile, as Sia glances back at him with confidence. Their path eventually leads them into a strange and narrow canyon, where Selrus points out the unsettling path ahead. The girls look up in awe and trepidation at the ancient, glyph-covered walls of the unnatural corridor. The party proceeds cautiously into the unsettling passage, its walls covered in strange, runic carvings. The canyon opens up to reveal a colossal ruin formed from what look like the massive ribs of a long-dead leviathan. Nia, her tracking lesson a success, proudly announces that she's found the den, and Sia praises her younger sister. Selrus wonders aloud what could have possibly created such an immense and bizarre structure. Rock grimly notes that a ruin of this scale, so close to the capital, is almost certainly unrecorded by the Adventurers Guild. Selrus marvels that a place of such magnitude has remained hidden for so long as they peer into the dark entrance. The party stands poised at the threshold of the cavernous ruin, the darkness within seeming to swallow the light. Rock draws his sword, the sound of steel ringing softly in the quiet air, his expression serious. He reassures a worried Sia and tells her to have Nia carefully observe how she and Selrus fight. Just as he speaks, a horde of grotesque goblins charges from the shadows, breaking the silence. Sia is the first to react, leaping forward with a fierce expression, her blade a blur of motion. With a swift, clean strike that rings through the cavern, she slices a goblin clean in two. Selrus meets another goblin's charge head-on, her sword clashing against its crude weapon in a shower of sparks. The blonde warrior drives her blade deep into the goblin's torso, felling it with a single, powerful thrust. Selrus and Sia fight with seamless coordination, their blades flashing as they cover each other's backs against the swarm. Sia shouts a command to Nia, directing her to the left flank as more goblins pour from the entrance. Nia responds with a sharp cry and darts into the fray, her small blades held ready. She faces a snarling goblin, her expression fierce and determined as she prepares to strike. With a powerful leap, she brings her small blades down on her foe with surprising force. Her attack lands true, shattering the goblin's crude weapon and leaving it defenseless. In a flash of silver, she slices through the creature's neck, felling it with deadly precision. Rock watches the coordinated assault, impressed by the skill and teamwork of the girls. Sia reports that the upper left passage is clear, and Nia acknowledges the report from the midst of battle. Selrus spots a larger, more formidable hobgoblin emerging and prepares to engage it, shouting, "Okay!" With fangs bared and eyes blazing, Sia and Selrus charge forward together, a unified front against the new threat. The hobgoblin is slain, its massive form crashing to the cavern floor with a heavy, bone-jarring thud. Its head is split open, its face frozen in a silent scream, marking the end of the battle. The party stands over their kill, with Selrus counting a total of 15 dead monsters. Rock asks his wolf, Garv, if any more enemies remain, and the wolf confirms the area is clear. The two cat girls begin to harvest the magic stone from the hobgoblin, officially completing their mission. Rock observes the immense, non-human scale of the ruins, noting the goblins were merely squatting here. He muses that the structure is far too gigantic to have been built by human hands, a thought that unnerves him. Suddenly sensing danger, Rock instantly throws his arm forward, conjuring a glowing magical barrier to protect his party. A massive, unseen blast of energy slams into his shield in a blinding white flash, the force overwhelming. The ground is scorched and smoking in the aftermath of the powerful, silent attack. The concussive force of the explosion is depicted with a silent, starburst-like impact that fills the panel. The girls stare in wide-eyed shock, identifying the long-range attack as a devastating burst of magical fire. Rock confirms he barely blocked the long-range fire attack, realizing they are at a severe disadvantage and will be consumed if they remain. He grits his teeth, frustrated that the enemy struck while their guard was down, preventing an immediate counterattack. The smallest cat girl trembles in fear behind him, completely overwhelmed by the sudden and powerful assault. Rock declares his intent to unleash a powerful magic gale, a spell designed to counter the attack. He thrusts his fist forward, a magic circle flaring around it, ready to push back the enemy all at once. With a determined expression, a young man thrusts his fist forward, unleashing a powerful spell. His eyes burn with intense focus as the magical energy gathers around him. A massive gale of wind rips through the cavern, clearing the air of smoke. Inside a colossal bone-like ruin, a massive white-scaled foot thuds onto the ground. A deafening roar echoes through the ancient, skeletal arches of the strange cavern. Rock urgently shouts for his companions to flee, telling them it's time to go now. The party sprints through the immense corridor formed by the ribs of a long-dead creature. From an archway, the massive, serpentine head of a beast emerges into view. The blonde warrior, Selrus, skids to a halt, her face a mask of pure horror. She stares in disbelief at the creature that has just appeared before them. A magnificent white dragon blocks their path, its maw open in a silent, menacing roar. Its powerful, feathered wing beats the air, a display of its immense strength. The sheer presence of the beast is overwhelming, radiating a terrifying power. The small, horned girl is paralyzed with fear, her past trauma with dragons resurfacing. In a quiet memory, a hand gently offers a treat to a small white chicken. A woman with glasses asks the horned girl, Lucra, if her illusions are based on memory. Lucra explains that illusions are more realistic when based on something the caster has seen. For monsters most have never seen, however, an illusionist must rely on their imagination. She reveals that the ancient dragon illusion she showed Selrus was one such imaginary creation. Lucra realizes with a start that this means Rock must know what a real dragon looks like. Therefore, she concludes, it's not at all surprising that he has fought one before. Rock grins with excitement, identifying the beast as a rare ancient dragon, much to Selrus's dismay. The two cat girls huddle together, whimpering in absolute terror as the dragon roars. The creature's mighty roar shakes the very ground, filling the cavern with its power. Overwhelmed by the dragon's presence, even the brave wolf companion whimpers and wets itself. The dragon confirms to itself that this is no illusion, sensing the real threat before it. Selrus worries that a dragon appearing just one day from the capital is a major crisis. A confident smirk plays on Rock's lips as he decides on his next move. He declares with unwavering confidence that he will make the great beast submit. Selrus is utterly bewildered by his audacious and seemingly impossible plan. Magic circles flare around his fists as he casts body enhancement on himself. He beckons the colossal dragon forward with a challenging gesture, inviting its attack. With blinding speed, the dragon's head lunges, its wing poised to strike him down. Rock dodges the powerful blow, leaping high into the air with incredible agility. His expression is one of fierce, battle-ready concentration as he prepares to counter. The dragon's massive eye widens in surprise at his impossible speed and audacity. He soars past its long serpentine neck, positioning himself for a powerful strike. He flips acrobatically through the air, his gaze locked on his target with deadly focus. Using the momentum from his flip, he creates distance from the massive beast. The dragon retaliates, unleashing a powerful concussive blast of pure force from its maw. Its massive, razor-sharp claws extend as it rears up to its full, terrifying height. Selrus screams a warning to her companions, shouting that it's about to breathe its magical fire. Her face is a mask of pure terror as the torrent of incandescent flame approaches. A silver-haired man calmly steps forward, conjuring a powerful ice spell to defend them. The dragon's fiery breath erupts from its mouth in a roaring, destructive torrent. A massive wall of magical ice intercepts the flames, hissing as steam fills the air. Rock explains to his companions that this magical ice won't be easily broken or melted. The two cat girls stare in awe at the incredible power of the defensive spell. The dragon roars in frustration, its body now partially encased in the spreading ice. The silver-haired man notes that they cannot allow the powerful creature to escape. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the frozen wing as the dragon struggles to break free. With a final tremendous effort, the dragon shatters its icy prison, sending shards flying. Rock stands before the defeated beast, offering it a chance to surrender and be spared. The dragon roars defiantly, stating that while it will not surrender, this is its defeat. Selris is completely shocked, exclaiming that she just heard the dragon speak. Rock casually remarks that it's not unusual for a grand ancient dragon to be capable of speech. He asks the cat girl Nia to release the shivering beast from the lingering effects of the ice spell. The dragon trembles violently, its body still racked with the residual cold of the magic. Rock questions the dragon, asking why a creature of its stature is in this sacred sanctuary. The dragon explains that its own concealment magic was recently broken by an unknown party. It reveals that goblins then overran the place, coming to retrieve some unknown item. Selris realizes this is why Rock was so insistent on clearing out the nearby goblin cave. The dragon is utterly insulted that they thought it was fighting mere goblins. Rock frantically tries to explain his strange logic, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. He explains his bizarre goblin identification criteria, comparing the dragon to the lesser creatures. Nia and Selris are exasperated by his absurd and illogical comparison. The dragon roars with pure, unadulterated fury at being compared to a common lizard. It declares that his reasoning is an impossible stretch and makes no sense whatsoever. Rock thoughtfully considers that perhaps he should reevaluate his assumption that humans and goblins are the same. The dragon is left speechless by his earnest and unexpected moment of self-reflection. Selris is surprised as the dragon begrudgingly accepts a sliver of logic in his strange point. Rock formally apologizes for the misunderstanding, and explaining his mission was goblin extermination. Nia points out that if not for Rock's incredible strength, they all would have been annihilated. The smaller cat girl still trembles with residual fear from the intense battle. Rock gently reassures her, offering some adventurer's wisdom about being prepared for death. The dragon muses on the surprising strength of humans, admitting it was completely outmatched. Sia clarifies that Rock is exceptionally strong, even for a human, and that he is special. The dragon quietly acknowledges this truth, having experienced his power firsthand. They stand before the ancient ruin, and Rock explains its historical and cultural value. He notes that dragonkin, much like humans, also find value in these historical sites. The dragon reveals that some of its kind are interested in preserving these ancient ruins. A thoughtful expression crosses Rock's face as a new idea begins to form. He realizes he just needs to make sure the ruins can't be found by the goblins again. He raises a hand, preparing to cast a powerful and complex concealment spell. The entire massive structure vanishes, blending seamlessly into the cliffside before their eyes. Selris is astounded by the power of the spell, unable to even see where the entrance was. Rock asks the dragon what it thinks of his clever and magical solution to their problem. The dragon admits Rock's magic is far superior to its own, impressed by his power. It asks if there are other dragonkin ruins located in the nearby area. It explains that more of these ancient ruins have been appearing recently, causing it concern. It proposes an alliance, offering to help with any dragonkin issues near the capital. Rock readily agrees to the offer, accepting the powerful new ally without hesitation. He explains that a rampaging dragon near the capital would certainly be a problem for him too. The dragon asks how they should establish contact in the future, open to any method. It formally introduces itself as Keat, a master of its kind, and the first human it met. Rock introduces his party, himself, Sia, Selris, Nia, and their loyal wolf, Goff. Keat bids them farewell, expressing its hope that they will meet again in the future. The magnificent beast launches into the air, soaring away over the snow-capped mountains. Rock and his companions watch it depart, confident smiles on their faces after their victory. As the dragon becomes a distant speck, Rock suggests that it's finally time to head home. With a great cheer, the young cat girl Nia celebrates their victory. Her companions, Luck and Selris, look on with surprised expressions. Luck asks Nia what's wrong, and she excitedly declares it's time for a victory cry. She explains it is a tradition in her clan to celebrate a major triumph this way. Her older sister Sia looks hesitant and sheepish, agreeing but with reservations. Luck recalls how they all cheered after defeating the vampire lord, and the group joins in. Selris encourages a reluctant Sia to join the celebration. She mumbles that since Luck also defeated a dragon, a simple cry feels inadequate for the occasion. Selris reassures her that the goblin quest was a victory for everyone. Luck playfully tells a flustered Sia not to be so reserved. The younger Nia looks up at her sister with sparkling, eager eyes. With a sigh of resignation, Sia finally agrees to join in. The two cat sisters throw their arms up, letting out a jubilant cheer. Luck points, startled, as his wolf companion joins the celebration. The wolf throws its head back, howling along with the cheering girls. Their triumphant howl echoes across a distant, snow-capped mountain peak. A young woman named Lily sweeps leaves in the courtyard of a grand estate. The adventuring party returns, and Lily greets them as Luck announces their arrival. The muscular warrior Goran asks if anything happened while they were away. He appears in the courtyard, greeting the small hooded Lucra and their chicken. Luck holding the chicken, thanks Goran for his help. As the group disperses, some head for a bath while others go to the research room. A view shows the estate's tower, connected by a high bridge. On the balcony, Goran asks Noir what happened after he encountered an ancient dragon. Noir explains that he spoke with the creature, and they reached a peaceful understanding. Goran looks deeply concerned, questioning if the dragon can truly be trusted. Noir insists the dragon was good-natured and that he is willing to believe in it. Goran reminds him of the instinctual terror dragons inspire in people. Noir asks Goran to warn the capital to stay away from the dragon's territory. Goran agrees to his friend's request. Noir descends a stone staircase into the estate's basement. A voice welcomes him back, apologizing for not noticing him sooner. He enters a cluttered laboratory, asking the researcher Philly if the lab is inconvenient. Philly sheepishly admits she often gets so lost in her work that she forgets the time. Concerned for her well-being, Noir invites her on a trip into town, shocking her. Philly becomes incredibly flustered by the sudden invitation, her face blushing deeply. Her shock gives way to joy as she enthusiastically agrees to go. Philly puffs her cheeks, realizing she got a bit carried away with her excitement. With renewed determination, she declares that she will go. Noir watches as Philly works on a complex circular device in her lab. He asks what she is making, and she explains it's a protective amulet. He is stunned to learn she is attempting to make a High Lord class version. Philly explains she crafted a philosopher's stone for it, leaving Noir dumbfounded. He wonders how she could create such a thing in this lab. She confidently states that with the right materials, she could mass produce them. With a playful smile, she announces she is going to get change for their outing. She reminds a slightly overwhelmed Noir that he is to be her bodyguard. The group ventures out into the bustling city streets filled with people and market stalls. The entire household, including their animal companions, enjoys their day out in the city. The young girl, Lily, excitedly points out a stall in the market. They take a rest on a bench, the animals happily eating treats. The group continues their stroll through the lively city streets. Philly hangs back, watching her friends with a gentle, contented smile. Two rough-looking men spot Philly and begin to approach her with lecherous intent. Noir notices the men instantly, his expression hardening into a cold glare. He moves between Philly and the thugs, his posture a clear warning. He curtly informs the men that she is not available. Philly looks on, a faint blush on her face, surprised by his protective gesture. Lily's cheerful voice breaks the tension, reminding Noir that he still needs to pay. The vendor asks for the price, which is 500 ruck. Noir is confused by the unfamiliar currency, scratching his head. Philly explains that the currency was introduced as part of Lord Luck's great works. Noir's gaze drifts to a massive statue of a winged hero, identified as King Eric's Statue of Luck. A monstrous, clawed hand slams down on the head of the statue. The vendor grumbles that King Eric did something completely unnecessary. Noir is completely shocked by the man's casual, dismissive comment. The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the Royal Palace Sanctuary. Inside, a ceremonial bowl filled with glowing crystals suddenly cracks. A regal woman in a crown, Princess Leafy, is startled as an attendant rushes to her. The attendant delivers the catastrophic news. The royal capital's barrier has been broken. Princess Leafy immediately issues a command to contact the royal knights. She recognizes the ominous feeling in the air, a chilling premonition of what's to come. At the Adventurers Guild, Goran shouts in rage at the sight of a winged creature. He bellows for an emergency summons for every A-rank adventurer in the capital. The posted quest reveals the reason for the alarm: ancient dragon subjugation. A powerful, unseen force slams into the massive white dragon's wing. Noir watches in pure horror, screaming the dragon's name and cursing the attacker's recklessness.